Okay, so Hi everyone, very good morning to one and all. So hope your days are going great and happy Women's Day to one and all. So dear esteemed guests, distinguished speakers and fellow participants, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all to the World Women Forum Conference, which is hosted by Star Icon Conferences. So I'm Ajay, I'll be your host for the day and our co-host will introduce herself.
Hello everyone, happy Women's Day. I am Chaitanya, I am co-host for the day.
So Star Icon Conference strives to spread knowledge and create amazing platforms for like-minded professionals to explore themselves while interacting with their colleagues in real time. And today is a very special day in the diminutive yet significant existence of conference. So on behalf of organizing committee, it gives me immense pleasure to coordinately invite you to World Women Forum 2023 by Star Icon Conferences, which is running successfully to accomplish more than 100 plus scientific conferences across the world. So our co-host will take care from here.
I thank you for making your availability from your busy schedule to here today. We all know that women continue to face significant obstacles in many areas of life, whether it is in workplace, in politics, or in our communities. A recent report by the World Bank states that globally over 50% of women participate in the labor force compared to 80% of men. Despite the progress that has been made in recent years, there is still so much work to be done to ensure that women are able to achieve their full potential and live fulfilling lives. Let us remember that to change the world, the change has to come from within. In light of this, on this Women's Day, let us all promise to do away with all forms of bias in the workplace and try to incinerate the wage gaps altogether. We have the opportunity to hear from some of the most inspiring and innovative women leaders around the world. Let us learn about their experiences, success, and their challenges. Let us discuss the strategies and solutions that can help to advance the cause of women's empowerment. On behalf of Star Icon Conference, I convey my special thanks to our speaker for their willingness to share their knowledge and expertise with us. I would also like to thank the organizer for their hard work in bringing us all together.
So now a brief introduction about the company. So Star Icon Conference is an indigenous company which is committed to the three C's. So the one is creating connections and conversions among researchers as the leading experts in the integrating B2B relationships between the people and the organizations in order to connect, communicate, cultivate, and convert research ideas elegantly and efficiently for humankind. So STAR works to bring together organizations and partners in the field of clinical sciences and innovations to create the best environment for extraordinary like-minded professionals to explore themselves while interacting with their colleagues in real time to share their ideas and thoughts. So we organize numerous international conferences like women leadership, physical well-being, mental health, robotics, technology, and sustainability. So the fundamental purpose of STAR conferences is to bring various research concepts together on the one stage for creation, construction, and delivery of cutting-edge topics to retain top-of-mind awareness. So without further, let us invite our first keynote speaker. So I would like to invite Dr. Berlinda Ehart Love. So how are you? How is your day?
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Yes.
Yeah, so very good morning. And she's a pastor in African Methodist Church, 6th Episcopal District radio host in the Envision Radio.
Yes.
So give me a minute. So your biography will be, taken care of by my co-host. So then you can start your wonderful speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Belinda. Hello, Belinda. Happy Women's Day.
Hello, how are you? Thank you.
I'm good. Let me have a quick bio. Dr. Belinda A. Hartlow is a resident of Valdosta, Georgia, where she was born and raised on her grandfather's farm in the countryside of Clateville. She is a graduate of Princeton Theological Seminary and holds a Master of Divinity degree. Rider University, having earned a Master of Arts degree in Educational Administration, and the College of New Jersey, where she accomplished her undergraduate degree in health education. Her avocation 25 years as a clergy woman and pastor of 3 churches. She has been a TV personality, reached the worldwide TV network. Her program, The Power of Love Global Ministry, earned 2 hosts with Broadcasting Network. Her program, if any audience is interested, would be on the Conquer. All is aired on Sunday at 3 p.m. EST USA. Belinda, all the stage is all yours. All the best.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody from the great state of Georgia in the United States of America. It is my pleasure to be here. I want to thank Mr. Parasetti and all of the Star Icon Conference personnel for the invitation. It is my pleasure to be with you today. This morning, I would like to speak with you on the topic of caregiving. And I'm speaking to you not as a medical professional, but I'm speaking to you as a daughter who was thrust into a position of caring for my mother and father simultaneously. Both became bedbound. And so as the oldest daughter, it was my responsibility to leave my job and just plunge in. I just want to give you a little bit of background before I begin the actual topic. My mother and I were at a ladies' meeting in a library, and it was about 2 hours into the meeting, and we were about to leave when my mother suffered a stroke right in the meeting in front of everyone. And so I knew at that moment that my life would be changed forever. My mother's life would be changed forever. Our entire family's life would be changed forever. And so it was about 3 months running back and forth to rehabilitation centers, hospitals, nursing homes with my mother before she came home after that incident. It was 3 months of running to the hospitals 3 times a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And so I want to bring out the point that it is so very important that when someone suffers a stroke, a heart attack, or any other serious illness, it's so important that we support them and that we are there for them every step of the way. And it's not an easy job. I'm basing this talk on my personal experience, and I would say that my mother suffered an ischemic stroke of the left hemisphere, and it left her with aphasia and apraxia, which prevented her from being able to actually have communication with us. She was able to understand everything. She did not lose her knowledge, but the apraxia prevented her from being able to talk. In fact, I only heard her say the entire time that she had a stroke before she passed away. Let me see, she had the stroke in 2010. She passed in 2017. And so it was 7 years before. I only heard her say one complete sentence, and that was, "I want to go to the bathroom." So I want to say that my father also came down with an illness that nobody understood. A lot of the doctors didn't even understand why his body was going through what they call orthostatic hypotension, which is a disease of the autonomic nervous system, where when you are lying down, your blood pressure is highest. When you sit up, it drops substantially. And when you stand up, it can plummet, causing you to pass out, fall out, and that type of thing. So I had both of these situations to deal with simultaneously. However, I feel that my mother's situation was the most serious, in that a stroke at her age was a very serious thing, because it had a very serious impact on her life going forward. Prior to caring for my parents, I was a public school teacher. I taught science, and I was also a public school administrator, and I had that job for 31 years. So at that moment, I knew that I had to leave my job. I had intended to work another 2 or 3 years. However, I couldn't do that. I wanted to write books. That was my goal, to write a book every year and publish a new book. However, God stepped in and said, "No, you're not doing that. I have another job for you to do." And that job was to care for my parents until their demise and deaths. I was actually pastoring a church in the African Methodist Episcopal denomination when they became seriously ill. They would go to church with me every Sunday. In fact, my dad would be the first one ready to go. And when I saw them starting to fail, it was too long of a day for me to keep them out 10 or 12 hours a day. So I had to actually stop them from coming to church with me. And at the end of that conference year, I did stress to the bishop that God was calling me now to do my ministry with my parents. And regarding a stroke, my mother was a very active woman before that stroke. She had had a heart attack in 2000. And I will say this, she had almost all of the worst evils concerning medical problems. She had diabetes. She was not on insulin, but she had suffered with that for years. She had the heart attack in 2000. She wound up having a stroke. And eventually she wound up with peripheral artery disease, ultimately causing her to lose a leg before about 2 weeks before she passed on at the age of 83. So having a stroke, dealing with stroke patients or patients having serious illness is a very difficult job. I'm going to say that right off. You have to be a very special type person to be able to just go in there, seize the moment, take over the situation, and make it work for them as well as for you. It can be a very stressful situation, but that all comes with any type of medical profession, whether you're a doctor, a nurse, a paraprofessional, an aide, or whatever. All of the positions can carry an amount of stress. And so part of dealing with stroke patients or caregiving in general is to be able to handle stress, to be able to find time to get rest, to be able to know when you have to take a day for yourself. You have to get some sleep at night. So I found out it was very difficult. I have 3 siblings. I'm the oldest. And fortunately, when this situation happened in our home, they all pitched in, which was wonderful. There may be some families where there's no one to help the one person who is carrying the load. But my siblings all pitched in. They were willing to do their share. We had coverage 7 nights a week, and they were working. They had jobs, but they were able to spend 2 or 3 nights a week with me. My one brother spent every Friday, Saturday, and part of Sunday with me for several years. And so we were able to manage, which is one of the things that I want to say about taking care of people. First of all, you have to love people. That's the most important thing. You have to really care about people in order to care for them. And that sometimes means that you have to lay aside things that you want to do for yourself. When my parents became ill, I actually put everything on the back burner. Everything. I did not care about my own goals and aspirations at that time. I just wanted them to be okay. I wanted them to be able to survive the situations that they were in so that they would have longevity of life. They had already lived a good number of years, but of course, as a daughter, you want your parents to live as long as possible. And so part of what I was doing was running around trying to make sure that I dotted every I crossed every T so that they would live longer. And of course, we know that we're not in charge of life and duration of life. But as a child, you always want to do whatever you can to help your parents. Another thing I want to say is that elderly people in particular realize that it's very hard on the family or the caregivers coming in to take care of them. They really want to be like they were prior to getting sick. They want to be able to do everything for themselves. And they know that it's extremely hard and they don't want anybody to have to go through that, but they're at your mercy. They're at your mercy to care for them and to love them, to make them feel that it's okay. I know you can't get up and walk to the bathroom anymore. You can't change yourself anymore. You can't feed yourself like you used to feed yourself, but it's okay. So we have to let them understand that I'm not here to criticize you or to be angry with you because you're sick. You could not control what happened to you. That was life that happened, but I love you just as much and I'm going to be here for you. And I don't want you to feel any kind of anything that you're doing something wrong or that you're putting me in a bad position. So I want to say the most important thing is to let them know, even if it's not your family, if you're waiting on someone else as a caregiver, you must let them know that you care about them, you love them, and that you're going to do whatever you can in your ability to help them to overcome the situation. It was trying when my mother had the stroke. We didn't know if she was going to make it. There was a remote neurologist that spoke to me, and he said to me, your mother has had a significant stroke, but there is a drug that we can give your mother, and she's a good candidate for it, and she's within the 3-hour window of receiving the drug. And so I just went ahead and said for the whole family, give her a chance. And then I contacted them afterwards, and everybody agreed she would not want to live not knowing that she is alive. And so they gave her the drug, and then the doctor said immediately after she receives it, she's going to respond. If she doesn't respond immediately, there's nothing more that we're going to be able to do for your mother. And she responded after receiving it by sitting up in the bed, coughing, and then she fell out for about 4 days and she slept, which is what stroke patients do. And so it was a long, hard situation to be involved in, because critically ill patients, you don't know how long they're going to be in that position. You don't know what the final outcome is going to be. Will they be a vegetable for the rest of their lives? Or will you have to have all kinds of equipment brought into the house to take care of them? What about if you're working? Do you have to leave your job? If you can't leave your job, how do you supply helpers to come into the house to take care of the sick people? All of that requires planning. Planning, you have to strategically sit down and say, I need to do a schedule. Even if it's a heart attack, some other medical illness, I have to do a schedule starting early in the morning until they sleep at night. And in that schedule, you have to include several things. You may want to include the workers. What time are the workers coming? How long will they be there? Their meals have to be included. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks in between. Their medications have to be given. And of course, they have to be cleaned up, and their beds have to be cleaned. The laundry has to be washed. Shopping has to be done. Appointments have to be made for them, and you have to provide transportation. So it is a lot that has to be done when you're dealing with patients who are not able to really care for themselves. But I did it with a smile, and I trust that all of you who are listening will also, if you have any fear about caring for an elderly patient, or even a young person who has a serious illness, a family member. So many people are afraid. It's not that they don't want to do it, but they're afraid that they're not going to be able to do it. And I want to say that it's okay if you can't handle everything. There are some people who can't do bedside nursing, and there are some people who can. In my family, I did all of that, but I had some siblings who couldn't do it. They couldn't do bedside, but there was always something that they could do. I had two brothers that would come and cook. They would cook breakfast. They would wash clothes, dry them, fold them. They would run errands. And the most important thing is they would be there with me in event that an ambulance needed to be called and I had to get them to some kind of hospital or get a medical care. So as far as caregiving is concerned, I have to say this. It's easy to put someone in a nursing home and leave them there. But the reason I say that we must care for people God's way is that when we get older and when we get sickly, we're going to want somebody to care for us. And we will reach that point if we continue to live. And so the same way that we would want to be treated, I feel that we should treat others this exact same way that we want to be treated. There are some scriptures that actually speak to how we're going to treat our family members. And in the Bible speaks about caring for your parents like you would want them to care for you. The most important one is in the book of Exodus, and it says to do what? Honor your father and your mother so that your life will be long upon the land that the Lord, that God gives you. And so people say to me all the time, well, how could you hold up under all of that? You know, you look great, and you know, you've taken care of two parents for years, you worked 31 years. I said, it's all about God. It's all about being blessed by God for doing what he commands us to do in the Bible. And that is to take care of our parents. In Galatians, it also says, and this is chapter 6, verse 2, it says, carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. So we are our brother and sister's keeper. And we're commanded to be that and to do that in the Bible. 1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 8 says, firmly states that anyone who does not provide for their relatives, and especially for their own household, has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever. That is Bible. So we're charged to take care of our immediate household, our family, even if we're not having to do it for others. And so we are charged to care for the elderly and to treat them like we would want to be treated. I have gone into nursing homes. In fact, my parents were placed in rehabs and nursing homes for about 2 weeks every year so that I could get respite or some rest. The State Department, the Senior Citizens Department, would actually incur the bill and pay for them to go into a facility so I could go away and get some rest. The only problem with that was I didn't really feel like being away from them. And even though I had the time, I still felt that it was my responsibility to be close enough so that I could continue to check on them and make sure that everything was all right, even to the point of paying someone to stay at the hospital or the rehab or nursing home for those 2 weeks so that they would be covered and I would know exactly what was going on, even if I went away. And of course, the state required that because it was public funds, that I had to go out and take some days for respite. And it was very hard for me because I just wanted to be with them every single minute of the day. So I would say that, and I tell people this all the time, I would not take anything for the opportunity that I had to care for my parents. No amount of gold, silver, nothing in this world was worth more than my having the opportunity to care for them in their final years. That meant more to me. That was what I call the pinnacle of my career, was that opportunity to be a caregiver for my parents. And I know I have to say this, sometimes it is not possible for you to take off from your job and stay and be a full-time caregiver. I have plenty of friends that were not able to do it because they just had to work. In that case, if you have to put your parents in a facility so that they have 24-hour care, that is fine. I would just encourage you to be there for them as much and as possible as you can, because actually the more often you're there, the better care they will receive. And also you'll be able to network with the workers. You'll be able to make friends with the people who are caring for your parents, and they'll take better care. I've had people call me and say, you don't even have to come in today. Your mom is on my watch. I'm going to take very good care of her. You can stay home and get some rest. And that was very important to me, to be able to get some rest. If you don't take care of yourself, the question I have to say to you is, how can you take care of your parents? Some of the doctors that knew me, the specialists, would say, we know that you're taking great care of your parents, but are you taking great care of yourself? And then I realized that I'm not taking my medicine like I should. I'm giving them theirs, but I'm skipping mine several days, even a week sometimes. And so I had to sit down and realize, and they would say to me, if something happens to you, then who's going to take care of your parents? So self-care is most important as well. You have to spend as much time caring for yourself as you do caring for the people that you're in charge of. That's very, very important. So it made me feel sad that my parents were in this condition. And sometimes you feel like, gee, I wish I could do more. What is it that I haven't done for them? And especially towards the end. But you have to realize that when you've gone as far as you can go and you cannot do anything else, that is where God will step in and take over. He knows how much you can bear. He knows how much the sick people can bear. And so we have to be willing to accept his grace, his mercy, and his final decision as to what is going to happen to those who are in our care. So how did I make it with 2 parents needing care at the same time and actually being bedridden at the same time? I've heard people say, I had one, but you had two. And how in the world could you do that? My parents died 30 days apart. I actually had to plan 2 funerals at the same time, which was extremely difficult for my sister and I to have to go and do. We had never done anything like that before, to have to go and pick out caskets and things like that. It was extremely hard thinking that mom and dad are going to be in these soon. But you have to get the strength to do whatever is necessary to do. I prayed to God to show me how to do what I needed to do. And then I realized I had to organize everything. If you're not organized, there's no way you're gonna be so frustrated trying to do everything that you have to do that it will just stress you out. And organization is very important. Scheduling workers. When the therapists have to come, the nurse has to come, the aides have to come, doctor's appointments, medications, prescriptions, meals, all of those things and other things, caring for the house. That was a major thing. Taking care of the bills of the house, paying the taxes, maintaining the property. All of that was very difficult, but somebody had to do it. And although I had help from my 3 siblings, the majority of the work falls on the person who is living in the house. And so I had left my apartment, moved into my parents' home to care for them when I saw them starting to fail. So the bulk of the work was on me, but I have to give credit to my 3 siblings who actually pitched in and did as much as they possibly could. And as I said, that's where family comes in. Caregiving, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I always tell people, if a neighbor wants to sit with your parents for 1 hour or 2 hours, accept that blessing from them. That might give you time to go out and shop, buy groceries, or other things that the house needs. Social service agencies are very important, especially the senior citizens department. I was able to get money for respite, which amounted to about $10,000 a week for 2 parents, $20,000 for 2 weeks. The state paid that. And they paid it every year when the funds became available. Having contacts in those places will make it easier for you to get those things, because the person that you know that works there will look out for you every single year. Someone called me and said, Belinda, do you want to take respite? We got funds in, so we have money now. Do you want to put your parents away for a couple of weeks while the funds are here? And I would jump at the opportunity and say, yes, I need to clean the house. I can't do it with them in their beds. And so, yes, I took advantage of those things. We found out that there was a transportation service, and I was paying a couple $100 here and there to transport my parents to a specialist. And I found out through the senior citizens that I didn't have to do that. There was a transportation system, TRADE, TRADE, in Trenton, New Jersey, that was free. And they were very close to our home. I didn't even realize how close they were. All I had to do was register my parents in their computer system. And from that day on, all they required was $1 for the driver. You didn't even have to give that. But I was the kind of person that felt like, I'm going to give you a larger donation, because what you're doing to help me with my parents is worth so much more than $1. So if I gave you 5, 10, or 20, whatever I had, because you blessed me, it was well worth it. And we used TRADE from that first time that I registered them until they were no longer able to get on a van and ride. It was very difficult being able to transport them in wheelchairs. The doctors came to my home. Our primary doctor and our podiatrist, they decided that they were going to help us out, because I had 2 parents that I would be willing to their offices at one time, and they would say, you know, well, we got to help you out. And they would started coming into the home so many every 2 months or whatever to help out. That was a big relief on me. So I always say that, you know, if you need help, ask for it. or sometimes just they're good Samaritans out there. They're going to see that you actually need help like the doctors did. I didn't ask them to do house visitations. It was their desire to do it because they saw what a time I had trying to get one out of the car, take them in, come back and get the other one out of the car, take them in, and reverse that going home. So it's hard, but yet you have to love people in order to sacrifice all of that energy, time, and money. And I will say that using your own money, if it's a family member, is part and parcel of the course. My parents had enough money to maintain their home, but when there's sickness, there are expenses that you don't expect. Medical expenses, hiring additional help. You can't do it by yourself. If you think you can be a lone ranger in caring for elderly people, you cannot do it. You're just going to work yourself into a terrible state of frustration and stress, and it's just not going to help you at all. You have to have help, and that means sometimes having to pay. So I've spent my part of my savings, retirement money, to hire people, so that not so much for my parents, but for me, so that I would have help every single day of the week, 7 days a week. I had them alone sometimes at night, but that was okay because once they were set for the day, I could handle the rest. It's so many things that I want to share with you about caregiving, but the most important thing is if you don't have any experience, don't worry about that. Okay, because it was a learn as I went procedure for me. You know, you learn as you go. You have common sense. So when something needs to be done, you do it. But I would advise this, and I've written 2 books on strokes that are actually being revised right now. One is Coping with My Mother's Stroke, A Daughter's Story. And the other one is My Mother's Stroke and Miracle Recovery. Those are 2 out of 3 books that I wrote. The other one was a book for the church, a book of sermons. But hopefully within the next couple of months, they'll be available on Kindle and soft cover on Amazon, so that if anybody is interested in just reading more about how we dealt with a situation that was put on our plate at a moment's notice. None of us had experience. We just didn't know what to do. We had to figure it out. And what I've done in those books is I've written it just to help other people who may find themselves in the same or similar predicament as we were in when my mother had her stroke. She was a very active woman. She was in all the ladies groups in our city. She was a youth advisor for the Top Ladies of Distinction, had a youth group, Top Teens. She and I both were in it. In fact, that was the meeting we were in when she had the stroke, but she was the youth advisor for 15 years. And so when the children would come after the stroke, come to the house, when she saw them, she would cry because she wanted to be able to, you know, invite them to the house, have meetings at the house, cook for them. And she wanted to do all of those things, and she was not able to do it anymore. So we have to deal with the situation of depression, trying to keep them from feeling like, well, you know, this is my lot, I'm just going to lay here and die. No, you don't have to do that. You can have a reasonable portion of good health, but it starts in your mind that you're going to fight. You're not going to just accept this stroke and let it take all of you away. So we had to do a lot to encourage my mother. Things like in the nursing home, telling them to dress her in her own clothes every day. I don't want her in a gown. I want her to put on her clothes, which I washed and pressed, and she always had 7 days matching clothes available at any time, because sometimes in nursing homes, they get busy and they just kind of grab anything to put on them from the closet. But I said, no, I want her dressed as she would have dressed herself. had she not had this stroke. Anything to make her feel good about herself. I had her hair done. Most facilities have a hairdresser that will come in. So I had them wash and do her hair. But I did find out that no, you can't bring things from home, especially with the stroke victim, because they have to have vegetable-based products because you don't want to cause them to have further damage by using those strong chemicals that they may have had home when they wash their hair and so on and so forth. So you learn a lot from the workers, the nurses. I watched them when they came in the house, and I watched what they did, how they put a catheter in, how they gave injections, how they did IVs. As a matter of fact, I had to do an IV for my father for about 6 weeks. He had to have IV medication, and he just didn't want to go to a nursing home. So I had to watch the line, make sure there was no bubbles in it, that he would get any kind of something in his heart that would cause his heart to stop and things like that. So I'm playing a nurse when I really wasn't a nurse. But I will say this, the nurses got to where they trusted me. I kept a log. Any kind of sick person, keep a log of their vitals every single day, their blood pressure, my mother's sugar. She had diabetes, never had insulin, but she checked it herself ritually every morning before she had this serious medical problem. And she knew, based on what the numbers were, what she could eat for the rest of the day. So those and other vital signs that are really important in a log book. And so when the nurses would come in, they knew that I was very precise. A lot of times they accepted what I had written down in my log instead of having to do everything themselves. So the one thing I want to say also about nursing care, when a sick patient is at home and you decide you want to do some of the nursing functions, be very careful, because if there is no need for a nurse, they will terminate the nurse as well as the therapists and everybody else that come into the house. So the main thing I want to say is to be loving, be understanding. Nobody wants to be down and out. Not even a child, not even an older person. Everybody wants to have a reasonable portion of life that they can get up and move around, they can talk and things like that. And when they can't do that, it's very difficult on them. And when the caregiver has a negative attitude towards them because you're tired, you're frustrated, you've had enough, and you just need to get away for a while, that doesn't help them to get better. In fact, it could cause them to go into a slump and ultimately die. So caregiving God's way with love is very, very important. The doctor said to me this one thing: because you all cared for your mother and father enough to keep them home, they lived several years longer than would have been projected considering their illnesses. And that, if for no other reason, if I did anything at all to prolong the life of my parents, and I'm not the ultimate person who handles life, that's God. But if I contributed in any way to their being able to stay around even 1 year longer or 2, then that's all, everything was worth it. Everything that I missed out on or gave up was worth it, knowing that they got to be with me longer. When they're gone, you will miss them. And a lot of times family members don't realize I'm going to stop pretty soon. I know that it's probably time for me to wrap up. I want to say God bless you all. And if I can do anything, I am on all of the social media. Please contact me. God bless you. And thank you again to the wonderful people who invited me to come today.
Thank you, Belinda. That was a really inspirational speech and a huge round of applause.
Thank you all.
And I would like to let you know your presentation on caring for aging family members at home is an important issue to address, as you mentioned, and serving their needs at the right time and in the right way will enhance their health outcomes. So it was inspiring to hear. We will ensure that we can improve the caregiving.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for your time. And that's really awesome. And let's move on to the next speaker.
Thank you all so much. God bless you.
Thank you. So our next speaker, Jinvi Manderville. How are you?
I'm doing well. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for your concern. So she is the founder of GEM Franchise Consulting and transformational coach and the Pearl Pathway of Wellness. So our co-host will continue from here.
Hello, Genevieve.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Happy Women's Day.
Happy Wednesday.
Thank you. So let me have quick biography. She is a transformational coach and franchise matchmaker. She spent over 25 plus years in corporate America and has extensive experience in business, finance, and management. She is the president of the Pearl Pathway of Wellness LLC, which helps women who want to escape the corporate world and find independence and joy. She is the president of GEM Franchise Consulting, specializing in helping individuals invest in franchises. She earned her BA in Business Administration from City College, New York. Health certification from Health Coach Institute. She is also a licensed insurance professional in New York, New Jersey, and Georgia. Welcome, Genevieve, and the stage is all yours. All the best.
Okay, thank you so much. And happy International Women's Day to
Thank
all. Thank you, Star Icon, for arranging this and inviting us and being accommodating to have us participate. So as mentioned, my name is Genevieve Manderville, and I am speaking to you from South Orange, New Jersey, USA. And what I want to talk about today is a combination of my experience, and you'll see some of the experiences I share will be from clients, personal experience, and just what I've witnessed over time. So what I'd like to start with is, did you know that many people are not happy with their 8-to-5 jobs? They're not passionate about it. In fact, oftentimes people are in those jobs that are not tied to their purpose. And maybe they don't even know what their purpose is, or even how to discover or what it is made of. Often I hear people say, I have to find my purpose. Well, what I would offer to you is that we don't find our purpose. It's a part of who we are. It's a part of fabric. We actually come to this world with that kind of that purpose, that calling within us. What happens is what we do along the path is how do we discover our purpose? And oftentimes, if we're not in our purpose, we're not as happy in our 8-to-5 jobs. I know from personal experience that happened to me for a while, but I didn't know that at the beginning. Right? So how do you know? So imagine for a moment, you awaken on Sunday morning. The first thought that comes into your head is, oh my goodness, tomorrow is Monday. Back to work. It might be fleeting, but it's here. Later in the afternoon, the thought arises again, or you feel a pit in your stomach, thinking about the next day. And again, you push it out of your mind. Then into Sunday evening, it really starts to kind of ramp up again. And going into the night, it becomes full blown. You're anxious and you cannot sleep. You may even think, how can I take tomorrow off? This becomes the cycle for Sundays, or as I like to call them, the Sunday blues. You get used to this feeling. It becomes familiar. I read somewhere that the highest incidences of heart attacks occur in the early morning. And the day that it most occurs is on Monday morning. I wonder why that is. Do you think it could be the Sunday blues? Or we attach specific importance to a particular day due to our lack of passion or fulfillment, and the list can go on and on. We're accustomed to it. It's like when you're in elementary school, you knew all of your holidays, you knew your days off, and the like. Then the anticipation was, I cannot wait to be grown to make my own decisions. No one telling me what to do. Or was that just me? Another example of kind of this thinking is on Fridays, we say things like, Friday morning, TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. We live and coast all week to get to that day. Imagine all the time that bypasses us because we are in anticipation or dread most of the time. I was emancipated on December 18th, 2018. I like to call myself a corporate escapee. I was expected to aspire to that life, so to speak. So throughout my career, a good portion of my career, I yearned to have my own. I yearned to create my own destiny. I knew I could not reach my financial and personal goals working for someone else, or at least I came to that realization. I had been in corporate America for over 30 years. It was the place, as I mentioned earlier, that I was expected to aspire to. I went to college and I thrived, then onto a job with upward earning potentials and growth opportunity. This is what was drilled into me to aspire to or strive for, so to speak. And I'll add here that we're almost programmed to go through this course of education. And then once you graduate, you find a great paying job and you go there, you work hard and you get promoted as you go along. It becomes that path and then you retire from that job. So it becomes that path. It becomes part of your belief system that this is the path, this is the road. And I did well. I gained as I mentioned, over 30 years of management, financial, and business and coaching experience. And I'm grateful for that. I was blessed. The skills I learned and built were incomparable. To me, this is a place that I thought I would stay because it was expected. I enjoyed this fast-paced environment, and I was constantly up-leveling my skills. At work, I was given demanding assignments that were sold to me as stretch assignments. I took on these stretch opportunities because this was what was expected that I would do in that role. There was always stretch assignments, always. I shall admit I thrived on these challenges in this fast-paced environment and this dynamic environment. One of the things I noticed, there's a culture of, it's like it's driven, it's push, it's, do energy. I liken it to masculine energy, and that environment causes you're analytical, you're pushing, you're moving, and you get used to being in that way. So during this time, I was also looking for business opportunities, businesses that I could establish in addition to my role. You see, my parents were business owners. I served to have, or I strived to have my own business as well. There was always that pull, and it was always on the fringes of my life throughout my career to have my own business. I may not necessarily have decided that at that time that I was going to leave my job, but I was looking at it in addition to what I was doing at that time. But the question was always, what would I do? What would I like to do? So I began constantly researching businesses, franchises, and attended business expos. You see, I had had businesses before. I had a tutoring business in high school. When I was in college, I continued to put myself through college with a hair braiding business. Later, I invested in a travel agency franchise. Interestingly, when I invested in my franchise, I did so because I love to travel. I was not as keen, however, on other aspects of that business, such as the administrative component. I thought at the time this was a sound decision. Over the years, I quelled my desire and quieted my voice to branch out on my own. Why would I? I had a great paying job. I was challenged. I used my problem-solving skills as well as my relationship building skills every day. And I was really rolling in the corporate vibe until the seed of discontent was planted. It was a buildup of a series of events culminating in being bypassed for the next senior level promotion. The irritating thing about it was that it was not related to performance. It was surrounding around the business having the ability to pay my salary. Crazy, huh? But I stayed because I was expected. I took vacations often. However, by the time I left for a vacation or left the office, I was so bedraggled and exhausted. I usually spent that week prior to leaving vacation working late to preparing to be out of the office. Often it was making sure that everything was just right before I left. Then when I returned from vacation, oftentimes I'd spend like that first week back, either responding to everything that I've missed, catching up on, calls or problems, issues, as well as email. I would comb through I wouldn't say millions, hundreds of emails. It felt like millions many times. As I, getting myself reacclimated. Or oftentimes on Friday afternoons, there was usually some issue that would arise that would take the rest of the afternoon or the evening to resolve. I remember I would cancel many Friday after work and evening plans because I needed to address this priority issue. Oftentimes, those issues would roll into the weekend. And so I started to dub Friday afternoons as the witching hour. While on one of my vacations, I was lounging on the beach in Barbados. It was the day before I was due to come back or to return from vacation. And my friends and I, we were lounging and lamenting as usual about not wanting to return home, not wanting to return to work, talking about the amount of work that had piled up on our desks and wishing we could stay in paradise longer and the like. You see, this was a pattern. We would do this every time on vacation that day before it was time to return. So this was that cycle. That particular day, something clicked in both my brain and my soul. It was time to do something different to get what I desire, to be something different to get what I desire. I declared on that day, on that beach in September, that I would not be complaining or venting about the same thing next year at this time. As I mentioned, this was that pattern that we would do all the time. And it didn't matter which friend I was with or whom I was with, it was consistently that pattern. It was time to fire my boss. When I arrived back home, I began to implement my plan. You see, prior to that, for around a year, I had been dancing around a business opportunity, not really making my decision, you know, as I always love to say, him and haw about it, and had not decided, but I had decided at that time to move forward. So within that next year, I invested in a business opportunity and I founded my company, Gem Franchise Consulting, Inc. I was going to help people like me leave the corporate grind by utilizing franchises. I was going to help people who wanted to start a business but did not want to start it from scratch. I was going to help individuals who knew that they wanted something different, but they weren't sure what they wanted. I even thought about individuals who were not sure what they wanted, but they knew they were not happy where they were. If I had had a consultant, a franchise consultant, when I invested in my business, my travel agency business, I am certain I would have had a different experience. I would have saved time and money as well. Perhaps I would have even invested in a different franchise. Initially, my plan was to stay where I was until my new business flourished. Then I would make my exit. And as part of the process, I decided, okay, I'll change my role and become an individual contributor. And actually, I stepped into, it was more of a project management strategic role where I did a lot of root cause analysis and mitigating risks, etc. So I had no team to manage. But it became increasingly clearer to me that I was truly ready to go. I had only placed a bandage on that. So I had amended my plan, and I amended my plan totally. And at that time, I was literally dragging myself to work. And so those were some of the signs. There were many others, but those were some of the signs. My Sunday blues was raging high. I needed to make my exit earlier. The seed of discontent had grown into a tree. There is a cost to being ready to leave a job or career and you stay. There could be a variety of reasons that you stay. You're scared, you do not want to invest time or money, you do not believe it's possible for you, or you believe you are safe where you are. My reasons were a combination. And here's the thing, jobs are not safe. You are not safe. There are no guarantees. Your life is in someone else's hands. You can lose your income at any time. There are a list of reasons we may use to stay in unfulfilling roles or jobs or careers, as I've mentioned, and it can go on and on. But if you do not take action, you stay where you are and nothing changes. The discontent does not go away. In fact, it grows. You cannot be or feel joyful under circumstances such as this. And I might add that you're absolutely entitled to be joyful. It is time to stop placing it to the side because there is a cost to that. Please know that there are people who are happy in their jobs and careers. They're happy in corporate America. These individuals have found their purpose or passion, if you will. I was that person for a long time, which is hence why I've stayed there as long. And I am addressing the ones who are feeling trapped, underappreciated, or feel challenged with their current role, or dreading going to work, or do not know what it is, but know that they are unhappy, and they do know they want something new. It is possible to have a different experience, a more rewarding experience. My cost was physical, mental, and emotional. I was exhausted. All of my joints ached. When I climbed up or I went down the stairs, it was torture. I felt like I was 40 to 50 years older than I was. I was restless. I had trouble consistently sleeping. And I'll add that I can sleep. I can sleep in the middle of Mardi Gras, New Orleans, USA. I can truly sleep. If I can't sleep, it has to be bad. My stress level has to be at an all-time high. I was distracted at work. I was constantly thinking of ways not to be in the office. Sometimes I would work from other locations or remotely, and I daydreamed throughout the day as to when I could go into my manager and say, I am out. This was a cost I was not willing to continue to pay. It was time to fire my boss. When I left my job on December 18, 2018, I felt as though a weight had been lifted off of me. For the first time in a long time, I was able to spend Christmas and New Year's holiday in its entirety with my family. And I slept for a couple of months. I'm talking about 9 to 10 hours a night. And I would take naps during the day. My body was exhausted. I was exhausted to my core, to my soul. When I transitioned from corporate America, I had a path in mind. However, I noticed I brought a lot of my corporate thinking into the process. My corporate brain wanted to control everything. My corporate brain was anticipating fear and problems around the corner, each corner. My corporate brain was analyzing things to the nth power. I would always say I needed to be this way in this environment to survive. However, this was how I chose to be. This is whom I felt I needed to be. And one of the things, as I went through this journey, that became the next phase of my journey, beginning to transition into a different me. And around this time is when I formed the Pearl Pathway of Wellness. And what I wanted to connect and direct, especially at women, I coach men as well, help women begin to look at that, the changing of those thoughts, to change those emotions, to change what we used to believe, or maybe even just be curious about it, to create something different, to create something that's more joyful, to create something that's more rewarding. And I came to realize that my path would incorporate more of this evolving me, the freer and unrestrained me. This me is open to possibilities. This me shredded rigidity, anxiousness, and tenseness. This me became more expansive. This me became more allowing. This me became more joyful. This me is open to the abundance that is already set forth for me. I speak to many individuals and I see a lot of trends. And with COVID, people have decided as a whole, and there are some that haven't, not to continue to put their desires on hold. And as I mentioned, sometimes they're not sure what they want or how they want to get it, but they do know that they want to seek more control over their destiny. They want something that's of theirs, something that's their own. Or in many cases, they, as I mentioned, they may not necessarily be sure, but they truly know that what they currently have is not working, or it's no longer working. But they're almost scared to want it so badly. I say, find out what your soul is yearning for and give it. Get to know you, why, the capital Y-O-U. Explore your beliefs. Find ways to reclaim those pieces of you that you've denied or put to the side and give it to yourself. Claim it for you. It is here for you. It is your birthright. When you fire your boss, you reclaim those pieces of you and your soul that may have been hidden or you've placed to the side. You reclaim your life. And I'd like to close with a quote, and it's, stop living on autopilot. Start living on purpose. And I thank you for listening to me. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Givni. That was really fantastic talk. So let's see if there are any questions. So I think there are no questions, and I would like to ask, I often feel alarmed when the words say Sunday blues or thank God. So, but how can I chase my hidden goals and business opportunities?
You said, how can you change?
Chase my,
Oh,
yeah.
I think one of the first things that I believe is that we almost have to start from a place of believing that it could be possible. Sometimes we get caught up in how we're going to get there. But what I tell folks is put the how to the side. Just get into what you believe you would like. What is that life you'd like to desire? And then you almost, I'll say, work backwards, because once you start from that position, everything else starts to manifest itself or work its way around, because you're going to take inspired action, but you're going to be open and allowing to that path to open up for you. And it may be expansive, and it may direct itself differently than what you had initially planned. So I would say that first thing is the belief, and don't worry about the how. And the other thing I would add, don't listen to other people. People will tell you why you can't do something instead of why you can.
Thank you so much, and a round of applause for Givni for a fantastic talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and I'm on social media, so feel free to connect.
Yeah, sure, definitely. And once again, happy Women's Day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Good day, yeah. So let's move on to the next speaker. So I would like to call upon Brana Wallets. Hi, Brana. Can you unmute yourself? It's
Sure, if you wanted to go ahead and introduce me, please.
great, great. So hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing great. Happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day. It's
Yeah.
wonderful to be here with you guys today.
Yeah, same here as well. So our co-host will continue with your biography.
Hello, Berna. Happy Women's Day. So let
Thank
me
you.
have a quick bio. Berna Vance is an autistic international life experience subject matter expert in human trafficking with 26 years of experience in non-state torture and 4 years of lived experience as a sex slave. Um, she certification in GBV. Berna teach about the struggles of people expressing human trafficking, highlighting the human side, and advocate for survivors and families with sexually isolated children, blending her experience into highly attended and rated training, including the developmental disabilities and sex trafficking, how they coincide, and the complex need of families with sexually isolated children. The Berna, the stage is all yours. All the best.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me. Esteemed guests, I'd like to welcome you to my little talk here. My name is Brenna Wallace, and I have autism spectrum disorder and fall in the Asperger's part of the scale. I'm 34 years old, and I would like to open with a quote from T.S. Eliot's The Hollow Men. While I share this poem with you, please consider how people with disabilities are seen by others, and often how they see themselves. We are the hollow men, we are the stuffed men, leaning together, headpiece filled with straw, alas, our dried voices, when we whisper together, are quiet and meaningless as wind in dry grass, or rat's feet over broken glass in our dry cellar. Shape without form, shade without color, paralyzed force, gesture without motion. I think that's one of the best descriptions of what it is like to live with a disability, because our wants and desires are often meaningless. People have zero respect for them. So now I have to ask you, what is resilience and what does it mean to you? We want to talk about breathtaking resilience. Look no further than to our elders. Our elders have survived things that we can't even comprehend. They have lived through the commercialization of the food chain. They've lived through world wars and global conflicts that those of us who are too young to remember any of them are truly learning what war is for the first time. And with that in mind, when you have a developmental disability, people act like the name of your disorder defines you. All too often, children with disabilities have it reinforced that they say, think, want, and feel everything wrong. Growing up, most of my teachers told me that because I have Asperger's syndrome, that I was a waste of a life. Then they made my social deficits even worse by keeping me from grades 7 through 12 in a closet alone, or with a teacher's aide who would tell me that if I did not react to children bullying me, that they would leave me alone. We call that reactive abuse, and it gets used against girls and women with disabilities everywhere, every day. Instead of admitting that the other person was in the wrong, the victim is forced to look at how they reacted. And these reactions can and will be used against the person with the disability forever. An example of this is when I was in middle school, I actually saw a movie that included a knife thrower in the circus. And being an autistic child, I wanted to go try it. So I grabbed a bunch of knives from the kitchen, went out in the yard, and started throwing them at a tree. One of my uncles came over and accused me of trying to kill my sisters. I wasn't, but as recently as last year, he brought that instance up like it was still relevant with me in my 30s. When I was a child growing up in Taber, Alberta, Canada, the world felt safer. I had a loving family until 1996 when my parents divorced. That made me vulnerable, especially when my mother went a little bit crazy. She would get mad at me and my sisters and scream at us about how evil our father was. Every time it was worse things that, according to her, he did. My sisters and I would talk to each other about how none of us remembered what she was screaming at us about. She would scream and chase us into corners. And one time when I was a teenager, I can actually remember my mother standing in the door to my bedroom and screaming at me that I was only alive because my father had raped her. When I would ask her why she hated me, she would tell me that I was too much like my dad, and that's why she didn't like me. I learned what parental alienation was and what neglect was. I can actually remember me and my two sisters being home alone, dividing a can of Chef Boyardee ravioli 3 ways perfectly, even measuring every single teaspoon of sauce, because that was all that we got for supper that night, and we were alone until the next morning. My paternal grandmother stepped in. She was the only person who stood up to my abusive mother. She ensured that I had positive memories, taught me how to laugh through the worst of times, and that as long as you are still breathing, you have already made it halfway and will make it to tomorrow, which will be better. When I was in grade 5, my whole world changed. When a week after the Columbine shooting, a boy who had been bullied until his parents had to pull him from school took a rifle and walked into W.R. Myers High School. He was seen by a teacher who thought that it was a sick joke, and instead of walking 100 feet to get the school police officer, she told him to go home and walked away. Less than 5 minutes later, this boy shot 2 other students in the junction of 5 hallways, less than 3 feet from the room where my eldest sister was. Everything around me changed. The people around me changed. The attitudes around me, the willingness of people just to listen to each other went away. Nobody figured out that the shooting affected the students as deeply as it did. To this day, many of us still have panic attacks if we get too close to the building. The thing that made us the most nervous was that the teacher who saw the kid with the gun before he shot anyone was still a teacher as we went through in following years. The boy who died was named Jason Lang, and he was the son of the pastor at the church my family went to. Why did this happen? Well, in a word, we could say bullying. At that time in Tabor, the teachers, principals, and even the school division would ignore bullying that happened in the presence of teachers, and would continue to do so until well after I had left Tabor. Through all of this, I developed learned helplessness. If you are told by everyone around you that you can't be successful, that you can't take care of yourself, that you can't live in the real adult world, I guess is the way that I should word that, when in reality, the truth is that you just have no idea what to do or who to call or how to deal with some situations because you just haven't been taught. Learned helplessness is extremely dangerous, and human traffickers have started to learn that people with disabilities are easy to break and manipulate because they are already halfway broken. When I was 15 years old, I actually overdosed on anxiety medication to try to get away from the bullying. And I did so while my mother was on the front step arguing with 2 social workers about how my eldest sister was not allowed to move out, according to my mother, even though she was over 16, which in Canada is way past legal age to move out. But I realized that I would never, ever escape Sandra and her desire to control her children. And to be honest, you will not believe how mad I was when I woke up in the intensive care unit 4 days later. When I was 17 years old, I was finally seized by Child Protective Services for my safety. Following 13 investigations, I had fallen through every single crack in the system. Through all of this, I had my grandmother, and I was finally free of my mother. I met a young man at this point named Chad, and every day we listened to Chad talk about how he wanted to hurt his mother. Everyone assumed that he was just blowing off steam, that it would never actually happen. Until 2008, when we all started having to speak to police about whether or not the murder of his mother was premeditated. That day, I learned never to take something as a joke. No matter how much the person wants to convince you that it's a joke, if they're talking about hurting somebody, you need to take it completely seriously. And especially when you're dealing with somebody who has lived through abuse. In August of 2008, I met my trafficker at the house of a friend who had bipolar disorder. She was his original target, but I was more socially isolated. Between August and January, he added me on Facebook and made me feel sorry for him. I don't want to get too much into my trauma due to trauma-induced migraines, but so you understand what he did to me and see just how resilient I am, I was manipulated, groomed, and had a sense of desperation that I could not live without him. It was instilled in me by him saying he was on his way over and not showing up for days. So you get absolutely desperate for them just to actually come and spend time with you. Then, after he convinced me that everyone played inappropriate games in their bedrooms, he gave me a contract. I had 3 choices: things I was willing to do, things I would be willing to try, and hard no's, or things that I never wanted to try. During this time, he was telling me stories about how he was a Jason Bourne, real life Jason Bourne. We're going to put that in quotations because I've heard it from a lot of people since that movie came out. He told me that if I left him, 2 things would happen. First, his enemies would come after me and kill me, or he would go on a killing spree and start with me. Every day, I had to take the bus for an hour each way to service him on his lunch break until his boss found out and fired him. Then the real degradation started. I was assaulted, mentally and emotionally tortured, degraded, love bombed, and cheated on constantly. I still could not leave. I thought that since I had autism, that he was the best that I could hope for in a romantic partner. The Disabled Women's Network of Canada, or DAWN Canada, released a report on violence against women with disabilities. This report states that 50 to 100% of girls with developmental disabilities will experience intimate partner violence. And the number one reason for this is because most people believe that we don't have intimate partners. That if you have a disability, that you don't have romantic partners. That they don't know who to call for help. And law enforcement consistently fails victims with disabilities. In July of 2011, I was convinced by my trafficker that we should go on a date and leave my best friend with my kids. I found out later that while I was in the bathroom getting ready, he got my best friend to call the police on his cell phone, saying that I had left my kids alone, but she also stated that I left before she did. The 2 of them had planned every detail of that night on Facebook Messenger. 2 months later, I saw the messages of the 2 of them planning everything, and he managed to convince me that because I had no family support after that date, that my friend had sent the messages to herself. And I fell for it, and things got even worse, if that was possible, which it was. He got me to work together with him to bring our children home. I lost my job, so he arranged for a man that I didn't know and had only met once to pay me $100 for milk and diapers for my children. The only reason that I am talking to you today is that the man that I was sold to was a good man who panicked, took me home, paid me, and called me next to give me a full-time job so I would never be put in that position again. I had my children home for over 2 months until the night before the temporary guardianship order was due to expire. First, my mother showed up to visit. Then the social worker showed up. While I had been working nights and sleeping while the children were at daycare, my trafficker was having meetings with the social worker without me. He had told the social worker that he did not want the kids and that he did not want me to have them either. That combined with an unknown mental disability and no more kids. I found out in 2021 that Children's Services had my letter of diagnosis dating back to 2001 in the file, but they refused to use the name of my disorder because it does not affect your parenting skills, it affects your social skills. In October, the friend who had betrayed me called me because my trafficker had found her at a bar and was telling her that her new, and I'm going to put this in quotations, master, owed my trafficker $300 for her because she belonged to him. I told her, don't even tell the new guy about this, but she did. The first time I had ever seen this person in person, he was coming out of my trafficker's bedroom, and when I went in, my trafficker was putting away $300. Then he told me that he could not keep up with me and that I should go get a friend with benefits. I called one of my friends and we talked about what I should do. Because we were spending a lot of time together, my trafficker contacted my friend and tried to charge him $350 per night that we were hanging out. My trafficker also tried to sell me to my friend for at first $30,000, but his final desperate price was $3,000. My friend point blank refused to pay my trafficker and even started spending the night to protect me. This enraged my trafficker, and my friend would wind up moving me out with a police officer standing in the doorway of my trafficker's room after he had punched several holes in walls and was walking around the house with a drawn sword, trying to argue and intimidate me into leaving everything I owned behind. I spent 2 years hunting the man down to go see his children until I couldn't do it anymore. He would answer text messages from me that the kids wanted to talk to him, but would not answer them calling him less than a minute later. I thought I was finally free and going to have that amazing life that comes so easily to others. I even got married to the friend who told me the truth and have maintained a fairly good relationship with my children until 2017. In August of 2017, my stepdaughter came to me and told me that her mother's ex-boyfriend had groomed her on social media. Then, when she was staying with a friend for a couple of days, he assaulted her. My reaction was immediate, and we went straight to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I sat in the interview room with her, not reacting for hours while she laid everything out. That was when I realized that what made me so different was one of my greatest strengths. The ability to separate emotions and keep my face blank is the only reason that I could be there for her. She went back to her mother's while I cracked her phone, laptop, and social media sites, screenshotting everything, organizing it, and finally handing it over to the police. 5 months later in January, my paternal grandmother passed away. I picked the kid up for the week for the funeral and found out that her mother had been telling her that it was her fault that mom's 35-year-old ex-boyfriend attacked her, and had received a call from the investigating officer who told me that for the 6 months following the report that the offender was still talking to her while she was at mom's house constantly. So I did the right thing, not the easy thing, and moved a 13-year-old girl with severe PTSD into my home, who was completely convinced that it was her fault and that she had to marry him. She had been taught that wearing clothing that fit her is begging to be assaulted. It took almost 2 years to change her mindset on some of those things. Through love, encouragement, and staying up all night to combat nightmares, we made it through 5 years of court to her graduating on time and going on to college to study nursing. After losing my grandmother, I started listening to survivors of the Second World War when I came across Eva Moses Kaur, who made me realize that everything is survivable. And if you want it to change, you have to go out and be the change. So how can you instill resilience? Well, I got a couple things for you on that. You can support those who talk when they are ready to talk. When someone brings up something that has traumatized them to you, be supportive. Validate their experience without blaming them. Get rid of learned helplessness by stopping it before it starts in schools. And if somebody with a disability is having an adverse reaction to a person, there is a reason. Find out what that reason is and protect that person. You can set up support systems for people with disabilities, because if it is a human, treat it like a human and not like property or a paycheck. Every member of the human species is equal and deserves dignity, respect, love, and sovereignty over themselves. Examine existing systems for cracks so that you can stop people from falling through, and look for people who have already fallen through and see how you can help them and see how they can help you address the cracks, because they're going to be really good at finding them for you. And I'd like to close by giving you another quote from the Hollow Man. And I'd like you to consider what the shadow is. And the shadow is the meaning of the action. So between the idea and the reality, between the motion and the act, falls the shadow. Between the conception and the creation, between the emotion and the response, falls the shadow. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story. I hope you learned at least a little bit. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Brenna. That was a truly inspirational speech.
Thank you.
And I appreciate talk on helping girls with disabilities who lose their sovereignty. Your use of personal examples, including being the first girl diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome in Alberta and experiencing abuse and exploitation, was powerful and moving. I was inspired by your demonstration of resilience and her your practical suggestions for educators and parents on how to improve the lives of the girls with disabilities.
Thank you.
And so thank you so much for your talk, and have a huge round of applause for Brenna.
Thank you very much. I was absolutely honored to be invited to participate today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And also, happy Women's Day.
Yes,
Hello.
happy Women's Day. Sorry, I hit my mute too fast.
It's okay.
But happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. And moving on to the next speaker, I would like to invite Rita Weiss.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Very good morning, Rita.
Good morning.
So how are you?
I'm good. How are you all doing?
We are doing great. Thank you.
That's great. That's great.
We'll take from here and introduce your biography.
Hello, Rita.
Hello. Good morning. Bonjour. Good morning, everyone. I am indeed humbled, and I thank God for being a part of the 5th International Wise Women Conference. This powerful conference offers the opportunity for women from all over the world to come together to network and share their professional experiences. My name is Rita Wise, and I'm zooming in live from Indianapolis. However, Paris is on my bucket list, and I can't wait to physically visit the city of life someday. I am so grateful to have this opportunity to be a virtual speaker for the month of March being that special Women's History Month. I will proudly share with you a little about my background and highlights pertaining to my newly released publication entitled Participatory Leadership and Brand Equity, a Blueprint for Success. I remember the last national conference that I participated in prior to the pandemic was given by my alumnus, the popular annual National Raymond E. Mason Foundation, continuing its support since 2007 by generously creating a permanent endowment by providing funds for the annual event at Franklin University. These symposiums' intent was to act as a catalyst for organizations and individuals also to launch and sustain long-term commitments toward developing leadership styles within various communities. Today, a couple of years after the pandemic, this is my first international conference that I have ever participated in, and I am so excited to be a part of it. I hope that the information that I share about my experience will be of value to everyone. I first attended IUPUI shortly after graduation many years ago when I first earned 15 credits toward my undergraduate degree. That was highly motivation to earn the associates in business first, and then go on to earn my undergraduate in communication. Many times when visiting my academic counselor, she would simply encourage me to keep up the good work. However, it was not long before taking classes in my spare time that enabled me to earn my bachelor's degree in communication from Indiana University, Purdue University at Indianapolis. During that time, it appeared inevitable that due to the circumstance of being a divorced single parent, but nevertheless, I found time to attend classes and work toward completion of my undergraduate degree. So I took classes on weekends, on my lunch hour, and by the grace of God, I graduated. It was not until 2012 that I decided to go back to college to earn my master's degree. My alumni at Franklin University allowed me the opportunity to take classes online, which was very convenient for my working schedule. I quickly embraced and appreciated the participatory leadership style that my instructors used while taking online classes. We participated in team building exercises where each student added value to the team as we delivered several presentations that were required for that degree. After the completion of the required coursework, I was so ecstatic to attend the state-of-the-art diversity graduation from Franklin University. The president of the university shook hands and took individual photos with over 200 proud graduates from all over the world. It was during that time that I was already employed as a strategic media consultant at one of the oldest African-American newspapers in the country, namely the Indianapolis Recorder newspaper, which is a 120-year-old African-American publication. After completing my college studies, I decided to publish 3 books. The first was a book of poetry, Wise Poetry Celebrating Life. The second was a book of short stories called The Window of the Soul. Thereafter, I decided to add some diversity to my publication, so I took the paradigm to another level, and the highly sought out publication entitled Participatory Leadership and Brand Equity, a Blueprint for Success, came into fruition and was published in 2019. Being published before the pandemic, it could be used as a tool to raise awareness for effective leadership. This book is truly a spiritual blessing. God gave me the vision and I took on the mission. which was empowered by, of course, turbulent changes that took place during the pandemic, which were both politically and social. Incidentally, I have applied the same leadership styles at work. When I started at the newspaper back in 1998, I was complex and worried whether or not I would be able to fulfill the job responsibilities. But it was not long before I realized that I needed to create an immediate rapport with my clients to assist them in fulfilling their marketing goal, because each client had different goals. Therefore, this resulted in a win-win situation in which the clients continued to come back to do business with the newspaper. In addition, I have worked at Indiana University, Purdue University, and Indianapolis. Currently, I am totally engaged in part-time teaching at Ivy Tech Community College. There, I have taught well over thousands of students during my tenure. The course that I teach is called Fundamentals of Public Speaking. This is a communication course in which all students must take in order to graduate. Naturally, I use the leadership style in the classroom. I encourage my students to encompass effective communication and technical skills. We also do team building collaboration exercises, which allow them to utilize their creativity by adding and talking about their professional aspirations, career, jobs, ultimately giving them the opportunity to deliver. They have to deliver several speeches: an impromptu speech, an informative speech, an introduction speech, an inspiration, and last but least, a persuasive presentation. Because of their commitment and their hard work, my students normally earn an A in the class, and I'm very proud to say that. Now, with much marketing needed for the newly released publication, a recent highly rated review from Kirkus Review, and I'll tell you a little bit about Kirkus Review. It is an American book review magazine that was founded in 1933. This review of my publication revealed that after reading the book, the reader will be encouraged and left with the impression why it is important to know your brand. Also, when you communicate and engage in dialogue with clients or team members, that there are 5 principles in which you must employ. Principle number 1, bring attention, intention, reflection to what you and your team are seeking to accomplish. Principle number 2, engage in the presence with total awareness while taking absolute responsibility. Principle number 3, use silence to create space for contemplation. Principle number 4, use creativity and imagination to enhance communication. Last but least, principle number 5, be mindful about the language that you use and why. Since language is a form of communication, you have to be mindful about the words that you use, whether you're doing a presentation or whatever the case may be. I would be amiss if I did not mention the research that supports the proposition that participatory leadership is the best universal style to use. In chapter 1 of the book, beginning with 4 penetrating questions, the author takes the reader on a fascinating defense of the proposition that participatory leadership and brand equity are effective operational concepts for any organization or business, and is ultimate a blueprint for success. On this journey, she presents a viable definition of this leadership style and illustrate how these 2 concepts can be an integral part of any successful organization. Another point that the book brings out is about PMO, which relates to the theory of the psychologist Abraham Maslow, going back to 1943. He insisted that in order for workers to be successful, they need to feel a sense of belonging. When they feel a sense of belonging, then they are determined to do a good work for that organization. The following needs also must be satisfied. Self-actualization. Humans need to feel self-esteem. Humans have the need to be loved and to belong. Human has the needs to have safety, and there are also psychological needs involved as well. Participatory leadership and brand equity explains why is it important to develop a leadership brand. It explains what competitive advantage means and why it is absolutely important. It explains the importance of participating in diversity and inclusive sponsorships. It explains how to recognize and incorporate positive brand evaluations. It explains the definition of accessible brand attitudes and attributes. It also explains the importance of maintaining consistent brand images. These are just a few. Ongoing research also is described throughout the book by announcing some leading brands such as Nike, United Way of Central Indiana, which is a local organization here in Indianapolis. And as we all know, McDonald's and Starbucks are leading brands, and they encompass this leadership style. Now that I have shared with you my educational, my working experience, my experiences as an undergraduate and graduate student, and highlights about this newly released publication, in closing, I would like to add that whether you are a student, a professional business person, a CEO, a college professor, or an entrepreneur, please consider participatory leadership style as a blueprint for success. If you are interested in getting more information from the book, I advise you to visit my website. My website is www.wiseintlpublishingco.com, or send me an email at rita@wiseintlpublishingco.com. Thanks so much for listening, and I look forward to hearing everyone's presentation. Thank you.
Thank
Hello.
you, Rita. That was a fantastic talk.
Thank you.
So let us see if any of the audience would pose the question.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm ready if anyone has any questions.
So I think there were no questions. So thank you so much once again, and happy Women's Day. And a huge round of applause. So before moving on to the next speaker, Vicky, so we'll have a coffee break for 10 minutes. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Gloria, were you supposed to be at 10? I can't hear you.
Hello?
Hi, were you supposed to be at 10? Did they just mess up? What is
No.
your time slot?
Us time slot is not till this afternoon, like
Oh,
4:00.
okay.
Yeah.
So am I now on at 10 instead of 11?
Hold on. I don't.
No, I'm talking to the star icon
Oh,
people.
Okay. Yeah, they said they had a 10-minute break. 10-minute coffee break.
I know, but y'all said that Vicky was up next. And
Uh,
Vicky,
Okay, Vicky, go ahead. Let me quickly introduce you so that you can have you talk, and after that we can have a coffee break.
okay, that sounds great.
Yeah.
hi, Vicky, can you hear me?
I can, Samantha.
Hi, yeah, so I'm just on WhatsApp with AJ from Star right now. And she said that she said to me the next speaker is Vicky. And then I'm straight after you.
Okay, that sounds fine. That works great.
Yeah, and she said I'm at 5:30 UK time, and it's 3:00 now. So what time's the break until?
So after Vicky's talk, there'll be a 10 minutes coffee break.
So it's 10-minute coffee break first and then Vicky.
No, right now Vicky will have her talk first, and after that we'll have a 10 minutes coffee break.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So welcome, Vicky Northling.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me on the Star Icon Conference on Women's Day.
Yeah, so happy Women's Day to you.
Thank you so much.
And our co-host will introduce you so that you can go ahead with your talk.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Vicky.
Hello. I'm doing well. How are y'all?
I'm good. Happy Women's Day.
Thank you.
So let me have a quick biography. Vicky has spent her life working and embarking on personal and professional development opportunities. The thirst for learning continued, and eventually she found herself working for a large transportation company in Atlanta. It was here where she was introduced to Toastmasters and spent the next 3 decades mentoring, coaching, training, and stepping outside that comfort zone. Her journey continues to be fueled with a passion for lifelong learning and helping others see their potential. It's time to stop fearing that next big speech, presentation, or sales call. Just remember, it's just a conversation. Vicky, the stage is all yours. All the best.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate that great introduction. The way that I wanted to start this was to just kind of ask you all to just think about your why. Whenever you ask people that are put in a networking situation to tell their story, it's amazing to me how people just freeze up and like, oh my God, I don't have anything to tell you. I don't have a story. And yet you do. Each of us has a story, and there's a reason why you are here on this earth. The why, no matter what it is, and if it's boring to you, is always interesting to us. That's what you have to remember, that your story is interesting, but it is just a conversation. I remember working with some folks years ago, and we just had to do, it was a manager training school that I was going through, and all we had to do was give a 3-minute talk on sports, news, or weather. And the small groups that we were in all were assigned times, and to graduate from this class, you had to do that 3-minute talk. One of the kids in our group was terrified. He was sick to his stomach about the fact that he had to speak in front of these 20 people for 3 minutes. It came to the next to the last day, and I went to the teacher and I said, you know, this kid has great skills. He's got great heart, but he is really making himself sick at the idea of speaking in public. Is there anything that you can do? And the teacher said, well, I got this. And the teacher went off and heard, and just the next day we all come in and we were chit-chatting around. And the teacher walked up to him and he said, hey, let's call him Rod. Did you see that game last night? Wasn't it great? And Rod's like, whoa, yeah, I mean, the team and all of it. And he went in to describe how the plays were and the players were. And he was talking with enthusiasm and excitement. And you were all just listening, tied to what he was saying. And then the teacher said, Rod, thank you for your 3-minute sports talk. The look on Rod's face changed my life forever. Being an introvert, I thought, oh my God, if everybody could just understand that it's just a conversation. It's not a speech. It's not a pitch. It's not a presentation. It's just a conversation. That made me think of another time when I was driving with my grandson, who was 4 at the time. And he is in the car seat behind me as I'm driving, and he's chatting to me, Oma, look out there. And he starts to tell me the story of what he sees, and he's imagining all of these things that are going on out there. And he's like using gestures, and he's got vocal variety, and he's bright and he's shining. And I thought, oh my gosh, it is so sad that at some point in his life, he's going to be taught to lose that. We do that in schools. We pressure kids to memorize and read word for word the topics that they have to present. Even whenever it's about them, they live their lives, they've experienced those things, yet they feel that they have to read it word for word because they have to present exactly what they wrote. I don't know what you wrote. All I care about is that you connect me to your words, to what you said, to your story. How can we keep that youth, that wonderful, innovative, creative feeling now that we're an adult? As I said, we all have our stories. Can you approach your next presentation thinking not of it as a presentation? Do you go to a restaurant or a bar and take notes before you go there to see, okay, this is what I'm going to say. I'm first going to talk about, my school or my family, and then I'm going to add this clever quote, and I'm going to wait for their laughter. No. It just comes organically. It comes automatically, authentically. So when you talk to us, can't you do that? Can't you just forget that you're talking to 20 people and find one person in the audience that's smiling at you? Find one person that makes you feel a connection and talk to them. Pretty soon that one person can be 3 or 4 or 5. And that conversation becomes more lively and give and take. That's what you want with your presentations. You need to engage it. You need to make those people hear them in your story. Now your story is their story. I want you all to think about, when I talked about that first Rod, was there a situation that you could recall when you had to go up and present at school or at work that you felt sick? Or of my grandson. You know, do you recognize how you were when you were a child and how you didn't care what you did or said when you were conversing with people, and how it changed when all of a sudden the need, the requirement to be perfect kept you from being engaging, captivating, interesting. You know, there are a lot of things that we can say that are bad about the pandemic. Lord knows, there's tons. But there were some great things. What we're doing today is an example of that. But when you think about this situation, and even in 2019, whenever I was going out as a region advisor talking to Toastmasters in California, I was in person at the beginning or the end of 2019. And I said, you know, to fight all of the travel and all that you have in the traffic, you should do some virtual meetings, extend it out. Oh no, you can't connect with anybody virtually. No one's going to pay attention. You can't have that engagement, that excitement. Can't have any fun being virtual. Well, that's certainly changed. All of a sudden in 2020, we had to. Now they saw I could train you, I could mentor you, I could coach you and counsel you in this little box, our little square, and I still could reach you. I still could move you to be impacted. There's some things that I teach also about speaking in this virtual world. You need to have the lighting that takes away from, dark shadows and things like that. You need to have great voice or a volume. So make sure your sound is great. You need to make sure that your camera is a good camera. Sometimes the ones that we have on our phone or our laptops aren't so great. So, you know, if you're doing this, consider that. The more that you make it seem like you're no longer talking to somebody in a box, but you're really getting into it, all of a sudden you forget, and it's not so bad. We talk about the fact that we need to be a community. We need to be in person. We need to talk to people. But when you can't be in person, then let's make this be as engaging as possible. Let's make this be a place where we can have those conversations, but in it, we educate, we inform, we entertain. We use our voice to be music with our words. Think about it. If you listen to a great song, that song has ups and downs, different notes that evoke different emotions. There are times when that song goes quickly, or that song has a great pause. Your next presentation, your next conversation does all those things. It is the orchestra of your own. How can you move somebody to do what they never thought they could if you don't use your voice? There's a book that I'm starting to write, and it's called The Gift Every Child Needs, Their Voice. And my goal is to teach adults and children that the gift that they have and have always had is there. It just needs some fine tuning. It just needs you to break away those past experiences that are keeping you from current performance. How can you be passionate if you talk in a single tone? Nobody has those kind of conversations. You can't tell me that you sat across the table at a restaurant and you just talked in a monotone to the person next to you. No way. You're going to use your face. You're going to use your gestures. You're going to use your voice to keep that person wanting to hear more. You all have passions. You all have projects. You all have expertise. Are you missing opportunities because rather than speaking with, having a conversation with that potential client, you are talking at them, talking to them, not taking the time to let them respond back? Can you truly engage somebody unless you listen first to what they need? The great part of a conversation is the part that you don't talk at all. The part that you listen. You hear, truly hear what they need. And you provide feedback, feelings, inspiration. There's so much that you can do to be more impactful. But you have to remember to take away the stress, the anxiety of having to be a perfect speaker and just work at having a conversation. You know, you might surprise yourself. You might find that that conversation opens doors, builds relationships, change lives, maybe even the world. So for me, it's all about having that conversation, being impactful, checking your lighting, checking your sound, checking your camera, leaning in, and making a difference. So, who's with me? Who's ready to have a conversation? If you are, you can find your leadership confidence. And that podcast is on YouTube as well. But to do that, you have to take action. You have to engage in conversation. And I'll be happy to take any questions that anyone has.
Hey, Vicky, that was really fantastic. And a huge round of applause for Vicky.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, so everything you have mentioned about the virtual conference, like the cameras, lightings and stuff is absolutely true. And also, thank you for sharing this information about the public speaking anxiety and the importance of effective communication for entrepreneurs and business leaders. So it is true that many people struggle with public speaking anxiety.
Yeah.
And even those who are comfortable may still struggle to hold their audience attention. So it is important to remember that communication is not just about the words we say, but also how we say them. Many of us look forward to learning more about the 6 simple steps that participants will learn to improve their message delivery and engage their audience.
Thank you so much. And it is all about how you say it.
Yes, exactly. And thank you so much for your time. And that was really wonderful. And let's have a 10 minutes coffee break and get back to this session. And after that, Samantha will take care. And Samantha will meet after the coffee break.
Hi there. I just wondered if I'm able to ask Vicky a question.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you. That was a really good talk.
Thank you.
As someone who's more well, I've you'll hear in my talk, I've been a teacher for a very long time. I'm used to talking to huge groups of students, huge groups of other teachers, but talking about situations which are really personal to me, or to, you know, which are new things that I'm launching in my business. I always find that being honest and being me is the best way to connect with people. I've spoken to a lot of people about this, and I was actually talking to my daughter about this last night. She's 15. Said to her, you know, if you were listening to somebody talk, would you prefer to have the most polished, perfected version of that person, or would you rather have a more real version of them? You know, someone who perhaps makes a mistake, someone who perhaps pauses, someone who, you know, even has tears, you know, depending on what's being spoken about. And she said, like many others, that she would much prefer a real person rather than a very perfect, polished, you know, person who's, you know, done the speech multiple times. And I just wondered what you thought about that and how your experience has been with that.
Absolutely. You know, and I do teach the youth as well. And I think, you know, from my own opinion, I love when somebody screws up, and I do it all the time. But whenever I screw up, that I make fun of myself, that I don't take myself too seriously. That authenticity makes people not as afraid to speak. And my whole goal is to take away your fear. So I want you to understand that I don't know what you wrote, and I don't know what you were supposed to say. And as long as you keep it on topic, focused, and again, you know, if I screw up, I'll say, oh, that was wrong. You know, I'm going to do that. I have made mistakes in front of crowds of hundreds, but it's never killed me. So, you know, there you go. I think you have to be that way. And I feel sad whenever I see somebody that is so stiff and trying so hard to be perfect that it doesn't engage me. I tend to start to wander off and not stay engaged.
Yeah.
So I would agree with your daughter that it's much better to do that and be vulnerable, be authentic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in what I'm going to talk about soon, you know, in my line of business, it's really important for the people I'm connecting with to get to know me and to understand who I am and to be authentic. You know, there's got to be the mistakes and there's got to be vulnerability. And if I'm too polished, it won't work. So I really appreciate you saying that and giving clarity on how you feel about that as well as a speaker. So thank you.
And that's really why I started my business in 2021, is I saw so many people that had wonderful ideas, and especially women, and they just let themselves be shut out or shut down. And they were too afraid to compete against this male-dominated world that we live in. And yet what they had to say was important. And so if at all I can help them, that's what I try to do, to make you get practiced and comfortable, practiced in the way that if you make a mistake, you don't die from it, you don't never speak again, but you just realize that it's okay to not be perfect. And people will enjoy you so much more when you show them that, hey, this is something you could do too, that we want to hear you.
Thank you, Vicky.
So,
I mean, it'd be great to stay in touch and perhaps have a
absolutely,
if possible.
So if you go to my website, the findyourleadershipconfidence.com, there is a place that you can connect with me, see my schedule, and we can have a nice 30-minute talk. I do check up on your setup. I also give you some time to practice a speech that you're doing, lots of different things. But again, it's findyourleadershipconfidence.com. findyourleadershipconfidence.com.
So
And
findyourleadershipconfidence.com.
correct, findyourleadershipconfidence.com. And check out my podcast. Again, it is on YouTube as well, but at that site, you can see all my over 120 different podcasts. But my goal is to empower you to take your business to the next level. And you have to do that with your voice.
Yes. Thank you so much, Vicky.
Thanks so much. Have a great break, everybody. I'll see you a little later.
And thank you so much, Vicky, for that and helping each other. So any more questions from the audience or the speakers?
I don't have a question, but I just had a quick comment for Vicky, and then I know we have a break. One thing I wanted to add is that in working with people and clients, I will tell them, can you remember the most embarrassing thing in your life? And of course, we all can. I mean, it's like right there. And then I'll say, can you remember your friends or your best friends or your sister's most embarrassing thing? And they never can, unless it's talked about a lot and was really profound. So whatever you're doing, you're into your own head, and whatever you do to mess up is only magnified to you. So I just think that helps people as they try to move forward with some confidence. And if you've worked with adolescents, it's all about me all the time, right? Well, it isn't. Newsflash, whatever happened to you, they're going to forget in about 5 minutes. So that's another thing to add as we work towards, finding our voice and trying to project it out there. And I loved your talk, Vicky. That was great. I'm probably going to go find you.
Thank you so much. Look forward to meeting up with everyone so that we can connect. That's my goal in life, is to empower women.
Thank you so much, guys. So Samantha, be prepared and be ready after 10 minutes. So we'll meet after 10 minutes. So we'll have a quick coffee session. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. So I'm Ebenezer. I'll be your co-host for the day. I'd like to call upon Samantha Higgins, our next speaker. I have her bio here. I'd like to read a few lines out of it. For over 24 years as a high school art teacher, Samantha has gathered a wealth of knowledge and experience in the field of teen-parent relationships. Having worked with thousands of 11 to 18-year-olds and their families by teaching her students how to use their creativity as a way to communicate and express their feelings and thoughts, Samantha has had the unique privilege of experiencing countless students opening up to her and talking about various issues that they felt they could not share with their own parents. As a single mom of two, having helped her own children navigate through and cope with mental illness, ADHD, bullying, and divorce, Samantha is skilled in empathizing with and providing support and creative solutions for both parents and their teens to have better relationships. Through years of interactions and conversation, exploring and examining the fragile yet crucial relationships between parents and their teens, Samantha has developed a vast array of creative strategies, tools, activities, and tasks that have successfully helped in her own parenting journey and helped many parents and teens finally enjoy their relationships. Samantha's passion is to help parents and teens have more meaningful and trusting relationships, which she achieves through her online courses, workshops, coaching, and public speaking. Without further ado, I welcome Samantha Higgins. You can take over now. Thank you. Samantha, I think you're on mute. Could you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, sorry about that. Just as life tends to happen when you work from home, the dog barked and Amazon Prime delivery happened. My son came home from school with his two friends because it was snowing and they were all super excited. So you almost got an Amazon Prime man and 3 10-year-olds and a crazy dog speaking to you all at the same time. First of all, lovely to be here and thank you so much for the opportunity. When I'm talking like this, I would love it if the people here could turn their cameras on so I can see who I'm talking. So thank you, Karen. Thank you, Genevieve. It would be great just to be able to see more faces so I can love to interact with people that I'm actually, oh, there we go. Thank you. I think it's just really nice to be able to see who's there. So what I wanted to talk about today, I mean, we've got International Women's Day, we've had Children's Mental Health Awareness Day, and lots happening at the moment. And what I really wanted to talk about is how I have, over the last few years, really reassessed my life and sort of looked at what I'm doing, look at what my career is, look at my marriage, look at everything, and how I've managed to change quite a lot of that in order to be able to start doing what I want to do. So I'm just going to quickly show you an image. I'm just going to change my background for 1 second because this is I'll just move to the side. This is my family. This is about 7 or 8 years ago. That's my son, my daughter, my dog, my husband, and that's us living in Singapore and basically enjoying life. Me and my husband were together we've actually known each other since we were small, and we were together for about 24 years and then had our daughter. We decided to move to Singapore and we were there for 12 years. Our son was born there. So I've got a 15-year-old daughter and a 10-year-old son. But about 3 years ago, me and my husband decided to separate. It was amicable. It had been coming for a long time. We just grew like that. Doesn't mean to say it wasn't horrible and nasty and messy at times, but that happened, which meant that I was living in, and I'm from the UK, so I was living in a foreign country in a different continent. You can hear my dog because I've put him in the kitchen. And so I moved into a place with both of my children, my dog, and he moved into a place by himself. A 2-bedroom place, didn't make room for the kids, and then quite quickly moved his girlfriend in. So we went through a separation, which took a long time. We wanted it to be amicable, but we couldn't agree on some things, and it wasn't always amicable. But then we kind of found a common ground and managed to get through that. But it was hard. At the same time, as when we moved, my daughter started high school, and she found an awful lot of challenges with that. Her mental health, I think due to the separation and due to other things, really suffered. We ended up seeing a psychiatrist and psychologist, and she was on medication. And to cut a long story short, I made the decision to pull her out of school and start doing online homeschool with her. Now, I've been a teacher, an art teacher for 24 years. I've taught in Manchester, London, Singapore, in lots of different types of schools. And to make a decision to do that kind of went against all the things I'd learned and believed. However, I also knew that it was the right thing for her, and started to look at my own job and realized that what I really, really liked about being a teacher, so I taught art from 11 years old to 18 years old, what I really enjoyed was actually talking to the kids, having students being able to open up to me and talk to me about things that they couldn't talk to their own parents about. And I found that that's what I really enjoyed doing every day. I've been teaching art for 24 years. I mean, there's only so many times you can teach someone how to make orange out of red and yellow before, you know, he gets a little bit tired, but I still enjoyed that. But what I really enjoyed is how they found a voice through their art and were able to talk to me and talk about mental health, talk about issues at home, talk about, you know, LGBT community, the things the situations they found themselves in that they just didn't feel confident talking to their parents about. And so with what was happening with my daughter, my home life, divorce, I made the decision to quit teaching after 24 years and decided that I would start my own business, which is essentially all centered around helping parents and teenagers have a better connection. And that stemmed from my interactions with my own students. It stemmed from the conversations I'd had with my daughter, what was happening with her, the fact that I was really lucky that she could talk to me about how she was feeling. I didn't feel she was getting the support from the school, which was the school I worked at, and her friends as well. I mean, I had a house full of teenagers every weekend, one in particular, her best friend, who stayed with me a lot because she found that she could talk to me. So my 10-year-old son's had ADHD, he was diagnosed with ADHD, and that's been fine. He was on medication, but I just really decided that, you know, I'm in Singapore. This was never a permanent thing. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to just let the dog out because he's going to go mad. One sec. And so I spoke to the principal of my school, talked to her about my plans and what I wanted to do. Because I've been there so long, they didn't really want me to leave, but at the same time, they took it as an opportunity to re-advertise my job and change the role, and combine my role with a different role, which meant that once I'd made that decision, that was it. It was gone. And I also decided at the time, my parents are from the UK, they're in the 70s, they live in a little village, which is where we are now. It's just started snowing. And so I spoke to my children a lot about this, and we made the decision to move back to the UK. So within 3 years, I'd gone from being married to being separated to divorced, living in Singapore as a married parent, to moving back to the UK as a single parent with both kids full time, starting my own business. And so I did a lot of learning, and my son has just arrived. And so essentially, I took a huge leap of faith, because the school that I was working at was awesome. They understood. My principal was very supportive, and she said, well, you know, you've been with us for such a long time. We understand all the things that you're going through. We would like to give you the next 6 months paid but off, so that you can have time to organise, because you've got to organise a move across continents, you've got to organise a move the kids, you've got to organise a lot. And during that time, that's exactly what I did. I started doing research. I started doing online learning for myself about how to set up my own company. I started writing a book on parenting. I've got a publisher. I've started creating online courses, doing coaching, and essentially building a business around that thing that I'm really passionate about, which is serving other people and helping other people. And what that's done has given me lots and lots and lots of challenges, lots and lots and lots of hurdles to overcome, but it's also given me the autonomy and the control to take back my life financially, my time, where I work, how I work, who I work with, and to be able to get up every day, be my own boss, and do something that I'm incredibly passionate about, which is helping parents and teenagers be able to communicate better, have better lives. And so I started to write my book. Sorry, that's my son. And I'm just going to share that with you, because so now I'm writing a book. It's called, I can't get it on the full screen properly, it's called The Push-Pull Syndrome: How to Get Your Teen to Open Up and Build a More Meaningful and Trusting Relationship Together. And actually, that's almost finished and will be published in the next few weeks. I've got to get my manuscript into my publisher very soon, and then that will be available on Amazon. It'll be available all over the place. And as well as doing that, I've been, doing things like this. I've been able to choose. And I think the most important thing for me has been the difference between working for somebody and seeing over 24 years in teaching, seeing different bosses, having different, I mean, I was a middle leader. So I had a group of people, and I led this group of people, but the leadership above me changed quite often. And so I had to then, there'd be a new policy, then there'd be a new thing, then there'd be a new thing. And I just thought to myself, divorce, single parent, want to move countries, want to change what I do. I don't want to be stuck in this situation where I'm working for somebody else for the rest of my life. I want to be in control of what I do, when I do it. But more importantly, I want to use all the knowledge, all the mess that I've been through, all the mess that I've experienced, and turn that into my message. And I want to help people. I want to spend the rest of my life helping people to not necessarily change things massively, but, if I look back at where I was 2 years ago, there are people who are in that situation right now. I can help them because I'm 2 years ahead. So I'm not an expert. I'm doing a master's in the psychology and neuroscience of mental health, just because I'm a lifelong learner and I want to know more. But I've never trained as a professional coach. I've never been an author before, but I'm doing all of these things because I just want to help people. And if I can make money from that as well, then that's fantastic. But really invested quite a lot of time and energy into this. So I've working with a publisher, working with people who create online courses, working with mentors, working with other people who are doing similar things, making connections with people. And for me, what's happened is that the things that I have had as kind of challenges in my life and mess, where I know that I could have gone, this is awful, I feel terrible, poor me, I'm going to wallow in self-pity, and this has happened to me, and it's, oh, I thought, no, I'm not going to do that. What does that model to my children? What does that model to the teenagers around me? What does that model to people I know? I can either be that person, I can either be the victim, and it has been hard. There were days when I didn't want to get out of bed. There were days where I struggled, but at the same time, so sorry. And at the same time, I also thought, no, everything I've been through, everything I've experienced, all the feelings I've had to overcome, all the emotions I've had to work through, I want to share that with other people. If I can make a difference to one parent and teenager's life where it makes them be able to communicate better, then that's a win. If I can do that on a bigger scale, even better. If I can do that through my book, that's fantastic. If that then leads to other books, which I've already planned, that's even better. If I can create online courses, low content courses, higher content courses, even bigger courses, one-to-one coaching, weekend webinars, then if the more people I can engage, the more people I can share my story with, and the way I've overcome the challenges that I faced through all of this, and use my experience as 24 years as a teacher talking to teenagers and being able to communicate with them and being able to get them to open up to me and share how I do that with parents. If I can make a difference to the lives of other families where I help the teens or preteens or even younger kids be able to talk to their parents, or parents be able to understand how to talk to their children. And if I can, do that, not just through my book, but through my course, all of that, then that's what I want to do. And so now, 8 months in, I've started my business. It's registered in the UK and the US. I am creating, writing, connecting with people, doing lots of different things. And the difference is I now wake up and feel excited. I feel fulfilled. I'm in charge of my own time. I can choose when I work. And I work really hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, I work really hard, but I can fit that around, like when my son comes home from school, I don't have to be working then because I can spend time with him. I can work when he's at school. I can work in the evening when he's in bed. I can choose. And I think the most important thing that this has taught me is that by taking control, by having the confidence to take uncomfortable action, leave a secure, well-paying job, and take a leap of faith into the unknown, it's actually given me fulfillment. It's given me peace. It's taken away anxiety that I had with working for other people. It's given me knowing the difference that life can happen to you or life can happen for you, and being able to just take that control. And the main message I wanted to share today is that if I can do that, I'm a teacher, I'm just an art teacher from the UK. but I've made some big changes and big scary changes, taken uncomfortable action. The message is that on the other side of that uncomfortable action lies the peace, the happiness, the fulfillment. And it's not quick, it's not easy, and it takes practice, as Vicky said, with talking, first time you do it, scary. Second time you do it, you get better. But the more time I spend on this, the more I work on this, the more I interact with other people, and like, I love connecting with other people and learning from them, the more fulfilling it gets, the more connections I make. And I'm so happy that I've done that and made that decision. Like, my ex-husband thinks I'm completely bonkers and insane because I've left a job. I would never have been able to do this if we were still married, because we needed the two incomes to, have the lifestyle that we had. But if I had a more supportive husband, he might have, it might have been a different story. Point being, if there's anything in your life that's not making you satisfied, fulfilled, happy, peaceful, that you're doubting, then I really do think that little changes can happen. Big changes can happen too, but little changes can lead to big changes, which can lead to huge changes, which can lead to a different life. And so my main message is that on the other side of that uncomfortable action comes a difference. And if I can help one woman here today to achieve that, I would love to be able to do that. Making small changes is possible. Making big changes is possible. And I would love to be able to share my email address. My website's almost up and running, so I can't share that just yet, but my email address, because if anyone would like to contact me, I have a lot of resources that I can send for free. I also have, and then once my website's up and done, I can share that. I'm also happy to send a free copy of my book as a downloadable, as a PDF, as soon as that's done, to anyone who's interested. Because I just want to share. I want, if I can do that, I would love to be able to help. And so my message is, don't settle. My message is to women everywhere, we don't have to settle. We don't have to just accept life as it is and say, well, this is my lot. We can change small things, we can change big things. But ultimately, when I get to the end of my life, I want to go, I know that I did everything I could to give the best to my children, to give them the best example out there, to do the best for me. I don't want to look back and regret things. And I want to help people be able to do that. And I want people to be able to feel that I can make a little bit of a difference with them, either with their parenting, with their teens, or just in general in making changes in their life. And so that is what I wanted to share with everyone today. And I really appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you so much, Samantha. That was really wonderful and inspiring speech. And a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
So request from my side that you can drop your email as well as the website link in the drop chat box, so that everyone can access it.
Yes, I'll do that now. As soon as I finish looking, I'll put my email address in there, and then if anyone that sends me an email, I'll send you some resources, but also a link to my website, and also we'll keep in touch, and a copy of the book as soon as it's ready. I'm also going to be creating some other books as well, and various other things. So I'll drop that in the comment box. But I'm also happy to take any questions if we have time. I'm not sure if I've.
So I would like to let you know, it's great to hear about women taking control of their own lives and becoming empowered to shape their futures. So it seems to have a great, job in motivating and empowering the participants to examine their goals and aspirations and to take steps forward achieving them. So self-reflection is a crucial tool for personal growth and development, and it's encouraging to see that. So you're emphasized its importance by reflecting on what we want from our lives. We can gain clarity and focus and take steps towards making our dream a reality. Overall, it sounds like the participants had a positive and empowering experience with the speaker. And I appreciate the effort the speaker made in encouraging women to take their control of their lives and pursue their goals with confidence and determination. And also, if any of the speakers or audience have any questions, you can shoot out to the Samantha, so she can, go ahead. So, any of you have questions?
All right. Okay, then I don't think anybody's got any questions. You can always reach out to Samantha. She'll be leaving her email and her website in the chat box soon.
Yeah. I'll do
Okay.
that.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Samantha. And
Thank you
next
for
up,
having me.
yeah. Next up, we have Dr. Karen joining us from Arizona, USA. Before she starts, I have her biography here, so I'd like to just read out a couple of lines from this. Dr. Karen is certified professional coach and researcher in the areas of consciousness and neuro-linguistic programming. She received her PhD from Walden University in 2006 in human services and counseling. Karen published online counseling and behavior practices. She has been featured on several podcasts for consciousness-based coaching and newly emerging quantum-based protocols. Karen is very passionate about researching and participating in scientific groups and affiliations that promote consciousness-based studies and application. She provides professional coaching through her website, www.beginitnowcoaching.com. Did I get that correct, Karen? All right. And is also a group facilitator for online support. Karen is a mom and grandmother and enjoys connecting to nature and animals to travel, hiking, and walking. Over to you, Karen. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you guys for that great introduction. And I want to thank everybody for listening and being present. Also the STAR conference, I appreciate that they have been able to provide us a platform for this. Just do a little mic check because I'm thinking of Vicky. Can everybody hear me? One thing that I'm really noticing, I'm glad I'm going at this point because number one, I love to follow Samantha, although I'm going to miss her beautiful British accent. I also am hearing such a common theme for all of us as women, starting with Pastor Heart Love. What a wonderful name, right? I mean, that just is inspiring. And then Genevieve, each of you, Brenna, these stories, I can really relate. Both of my parents are in a care facility. They're in their 80s. My sister and I still have to help with them. Every person that talks, I think as we take a little piece of their heartfelt message, we're able to incorporate it into our own message and network, like Vicky talked about, and push it out, like Genevieve talked about, to touch more people. That's how, as women, we change the world. My presentation is going to be a little different. I do have a PowerPoint. I'm going to try to share my screen so you can follow along. So I'm going to start that now, see if I can get that going. Okay, so let me get to it and then we will start slideshow from the beginning. Okay. And I'll be talking, of course, as we go along. There's a little introduction. I already had a great introduction by those guys. I appreciate the opportunity. This is really a brief overview of an evidence-based method for assisting clients and patients in the field of mental health to help them overcome barriers to personal and professional success and heal emotional trauma. Listening to Brenna's story, I also have family members on the autism spectrum or Asperger's. It's a challenge. I appreciate her honesty and forthcoming to help us have the empathy to reach out and help people and listen to their stories so that we can understand the best way to empathize with them and help them. This type of counseling, I kind of had to research and learn on my own. That's why I call it a method of accessing healing and transformation for manifesting a new reality by accessing the field around us. So if you kind of open your heart and your mind, you might get a little small sense. It's just a tip of the iceberg, but I'm hoping some of you will go on and research it on your own. Several years ago, it occurred to me that we're on the 3rd generation of Star Wars, and they've given us 70 years of the Force without millions of people even being aware that it's not science fiction, but it's actually science fact. Now that sounds a little crazy, but the definition of the Force is described by the creator George Lucas as an energy field created by life itself that binds the galaxy together, created by all living things of which are connected. As I think back to the 70s, where I was 10 years old, 8 years old, I was so interested in the Force and it all seemed so fantastical. But as I got older, there's a little show there for you, for all of you who are, everybody seems to know what it is and even around the world. But, I started to get an interest in what if there is a field out there that somehow we can access and help ourselves understand how to better transform and manifest. I think Genevieve used that word. My coaching is all about manifesting a different reality for yourself. Even Einstein called this quantum field of physics spooky action at a distance. He didn't know what it was, he just knew it was there. And this quantum field of physics has really been around for 80 years. We haven't really talked a lot about it because Newtonian laws and mechanics, especially in the healing field, is all about pharmaceuticals and invasive type surgeries to heal us first, looking at the cellular structure as a mechanical model. Quantum-based healing energy is this. Number one, there's a field of energy that connects all of creation. I'm not going to go into the mounds of research out there about quantum mechanics. If anyone's heard of the CERN Hadron Collider in Switzerland, I believe, you'll know that this type of research is going on right now. Particles of light being smashed into matter. When I heard this, I was like, what? I was so curious how this field around us, the Force, what is that? It's a real thing. We may not be able to see it, but we can't see viruses. We can't see bacteria. We can't see lots of things, but we do know it's there. So I started to research this and try to understand how it could affect us on a healing level. Number two, the field plays a role of a container, a bridge, a mirror for the beliefs within us that manifest our physical reality. Number three, the field is non-local. Every part of it is connected to every other particle, even if it's separated. This is called entanglement or string theory. I'm not a physicist, but I found it fascinating that even people separated could still have a connection. All of you have stories about your intuition, about your abilities that transcend anything that can be explained. Why can't we tap into that all the time? We just haven't trained ourselves how. Number four, we communicate constantly through this field using energy and frequency. I also came to an observation that human emotion produces effects that defy conventional laws of physics. What does that mean? That means that we are an emotional being having a physical experience. So, that being the case, there's so much evidence about this and research into this new science, but it's really just beginning to take a foothold. It isn't woo-woo science anymore. And we need to try to make that shift so that we can help other people access this field. It's not limited to anyone. It's no respecter of persons. We can all access it. Research in the area now indicates that we have an actual heart-brain connection that's based on neural activity in both the heart and the brain. Yes, I said neural activity in the heart as well. Research indicates there's been a discovery of over 40,000 cells that are sensory neurites in the heart, that are brain-like cells that learn independently from the brain. This information is passed to the brain back and forth. A thought is an actual physical energy that has been measured and demonstrated, and so is an emotion and a feeling. This energy sends information out to the body and it manifests itself in our physical reality. In fact, research indicates that each cell produces a biophoton of light energy that is measurable. It has been very well demonstrated that our belief system affects how we behave, how we perform. It also affects our lifestyle and all our relationships. So if we don't believe we can help ourselves, we probably won't. When we have positive thoughts, certain chemicals are released into our body, serotonin, dopamine. And when we have negative thoughts, certain chemicals are released into our body, cortisol, other adrenal producing stress hormones. We all know about the placebo effect, but we've kind of ignored the significance of the biology of belief, even though that is a commonly accepted scientific variable. This slide illustrates how we can actually access the quantum energy field, the force, that exists out there. The first picture on the left is a materialistic Newtonian model that it's limited us up to this point in our evolution. We're really just using our own thoughts all the time. The second picture illustrates that we can actually access a field of energy beyond our own brain, beyond our own body. To do this, we need to first align our heart and our mind so that we can access a higher level of consciousness and manifest it into our physical reality. This is a model that sounds like it's new and not evidence-based, but I promise you there is ample evidence. I'll supply at the end. And if anyone would like to go delve into it, I think you'll be amazed. This is a slide that kind of shows what I'm talking about. The dendrites and synapses and everything that's energy going on between your brain and heart is happening all at once, all the time. And when they're out of alignment, we're not able to be as resilient and to be as open to solutions and manifesting our reality that we hope and believe in. This is a little slide here about the paradigm of science being accepted. One, normal science. I won't go through everything, but number two, model drift. Three, model crisis. I think with this particular model, we're kind of in a revolution. It appears to be a crisis of discipline, struggling to accept that this actually exists. We need to get into paradigm change where the new model is established by early supporters like myself and others that will incorporate this into healing models. I work in the mental health field, but there are lots of biological applications for this type of model of healing that doesn't have to always include pharmaceuticals or invasive procedures. It doesn't mean it should exclude them if that's been what's recommended, but it's another way of accessing a field of healing. Nikola Tesla said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, light, and vibration. I found that so fascinating, especially as you think of our heart as a battery. Our body is run on electrical impulses. It goes all the way down to our DNA. These biophotons are produced as light emissions. Light and frequency are part of our body and out in the collective universe. This suggests that there's a thought field out there. There is some way that information is transferred that is not accountable for the conventional Newtonian model of cause and effect. I know each of you, if we had the time, could write down or discuss different things that's happened to you, whether it's through dreams or intuition or whatever that you couldn't explain, but you knew it was real. And somehow, if you grabbed hold of it, you were able to put it into your life and manifest it in your physical reality. There is a lot of research on sound, light, and frequency healing modalities. Some of my favorites, I list a few here, you can just quickly read through, but some of these have to do with meditative type apps where there's healing frequencies built into the app. There's so much on music and sound and light and frequency that we're accessing this field and bringing it into our mind and our body. And we're able to use that as a new modality. Some of my favorite research is found with something called the Maharishi effect. This was a study done between 1974 and 1976, where the results indicated that a large group of people practicing the advanced transcendental meditation program were associated with a decrease in a violent crime rate. How could this be explained? Imagine if a significant number of people in the world focused an intent on this type of practice around the world. I thought that was just absolutely astounding. Another of my favorites is done by Dr. Masaru Emoto. He spent 20 years studying water droplets. He has a book called The Hidden Messages in Water. This study produced results from studying droplets of water exposed to positive thoughts and intention, joy, love, gratitude, that formed into beautiful symmetrical crystalline structures that almost looked like snowflakes. The droplets that were exposed to malevolent, negative intentions of anger, fear, rage, they formed a chaotic, disfigured, malformed crystal. He has some amazing pictures illustrating these effects. I find this fascinating. One last study that I really love was done at Princeton University's Pear Lab, where a plant was put in each quadrant of a room, one quadrant at a time, with a hanging light that could move in the middle, facing straight down. We know that plants will follow light, but in this case, the light followed wherever the plant was placed. It was as though life itself could affect and manifest its intent in the physical reality. The field of matter can actually be altered by this force. The force is real, my friends. This slide explains just a few touch points on how quantum physics is replacing the Newtonian model. Once we start looking at how matter actually exists, we can study how to look at biological models in healing both mind and body that does not exclusively use age-old methods that are invasive or pharmaceutical. Mind, body, intention. This is a new and transformative approach, but it helps people manifest their desired reality through belief and focused intention. This is done with a set of protocols that allow us to create our own reality and healing by mirroring back what already exists in the field we're connected to, or quantum field. How do we apply these healing modalities and access this force field? I have found with clients that meditation through sound and healing frequency of 528 hertz, there is a lot of research suggesting that this is the frequency to activate healing at a cellular level. This can be built into apps, music, all sorts of things to focus on an intention. I think Genevieve, somebody else said working it backwards. That's one of my favorite statements, to have a focused intent and work it backwards. What do you want to have happen? Believe that you can manifest your own reality. See it as already there. We need to change the energy to change the outcome. Intention, belief, manifest. To stop negative thought patterns during this process. They are degenerative to your mind and body on an actual cellular level that ages your body and your cells. Positive thought patterns are regenerative. They have their own energy impulses. This is not just my opinion. There is a lot of research about this. What are the tools? Many modalities exist for meditation. It's great that we have apps we can put right onto our devices, 20 minutes a day with focused intent. There's other light and sound wave technologies. I use one that's called Brain Tap. This is a VR type headset that provides both light and sound frequency and also comes with an app. It's a fascinating new healing modality. And creating a self-care plan to include nature, being outside. Research suggests that the light from the sun and vitamin D is imperative to our mental health. Diet and exercise needs to be part of this plan. I have found that if you create a plan that helps you eat clean with limited processed and sugary foods, this aids your mental clarity, your energy levels. Create an exercise plan that keeps you moving every day. As we age, we need to keep strength, balance, flexibility. I personally love yoga and Pilates. It helps me focus my body and my mind. Learning to breathe properly. My next slide is about that, but there is so many benefits from deep breathing exercises and drinking a lot of water. Making time for yourself, find joy and peace. Meditate or pray knowing that you are connected outside of yourself to an energy field. And work with a therapist or counselor to shift your consciousness level out of trauma. Because there, as some people have said in today's presentations, there is a lot of barriers that come from trauma and they need to be worked through, and you need to find those skills to help yourself not have a learned helplessness. And I love that Brenna shared. Some of the health benefits of focusing on your breathing. 1, stimulate brain growth. We all need that. 2, improve heart rate variability. Heart rate variability is the interval time between heartbeats. That can actually improve your resilience and immunity. Again, lots of research on that. Lower your stress levels. Take a minute to sit quietly. Focus on your breathing. Help your body achieve a calm state in your brain. Alleviate anxiety, negative thoughts, and emotions. It can actually lower your blood pressure. And my favorite, research indicates now it can alter gene expression. A recent study states that mind-body practices can trigger the body's relaxation response and can counter the negative effects for people like anxiety, depression, all the things that get expressed when we have negativity in our mind and body. These are just a few of the things. There's a lot more research on this that could be covered today. I encourage each of you to use this as a springboard to maybe looking into this. It's not something people have to pay for. This is something people can do on their own. They can download a free app for meditation. They can go outside. They can drink a lot of water. They can learn to meditate. And even if they need to work with a therapist or a counselor, what a great investment in your future and in your health. The thought is an energy impulse sent out of your body. Belief is the energy itself that's around you that you can access, or the force. Quantum physics states that all things are arising out of the quantum void. This is an energy containing all possible outcomes and infinite potential. Again, I love that Einstein knew this was there. He just didn't know what it was. A field that actually connects all things. We can access this to manifest our own reality using sound, frequency, and light, and certain meditative practices. I also am working on finishing my book this year. It'll be titled the same thing. I want to thank Star. I love that it says start talking about research. That had me hooked. I think all of us can relate to each other and continue networking to be part of this great movement. And if anyone has any questions, I would be welcome to take them. And here is some of my research, which is just a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. That was a fantastic talk, and a huge round of applause for Karen. And also, Karen, this is a learning opportunity for clients and attendees to understand and access a quantum-based energy field where all the things are connected. Attendees will be taught protocols and techniques to tap into this energy field and apply it to their daily lives in order to transform and build resilience in all the areas for their physical reality. Thank you so much, Karen. And if the audience, any of the audience have questions, please post.
Any questions for Karen?
Anyone, do you have any of the questions? Please post to Karen.
Sure. All right. So let's move ahead. Next, I would like to call upon Tara Beasley Stansberry.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Robert. Just a second. I guess Tara will be joining us later. So we will proceed with Mr. Robert Caldwell. I'd like to introduce Mr. Robert. Robert grew up in Birmingham, Alabama, and has a green thumb. He is a versatile individual, skilled in various areas, including handyman work, caregiving, cooking, science fiction writing, photography, research, self-advocacy, journalism, web design, and art. He is truly an all-rounder. Yeah. So you can take over, Robert. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
All right. I'm trying to share my screen. With my presentation, I can hit the green button and my screen, but it's not showing what I have. It just shows Zoom.
Bottom right middle, you can find the share screen option, which is a green icon. Yeah. Perfect.
We see your screen, Robert. Oh,
I don't see the screen.
Can you click on the share screen, which is pointed at the right bottom?
At the green button, then I see screen, photos, iCloud Drive. I hit screen. Then I got a black thing on here. This is Zoom is checked off, but there's nothing else that can be checked.
We can see you bottom right corner of your screen. You see the option, the green button.
Sorry this is taking so long.
That's fine.
Okay, I still can't get it to do what work right. I don't know.
Looks like you've turned off the camera.
Ah. I should just go along with my speech even without pictures. I guess I have to do that. I don't see anything that shows me. Last time I did, it just popped up pretty easily. Gave me the.
Let's try one last time. Do you see the upward arrow?
Yes.
The green upward arrow. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Just hit that. That is the screen share option.
But when I hit the choice of screen, I don't get to see what I need to see. That's what I'm trying to figure out why it's not.
Okay, Robert, for this, like, if you have few minutes, like, you can send us the PDF file through chat or WhatsApp so that we'll play it from our end.
Yeah, you could do that.
We'll play it from our end. You can have your speech.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could do that. So our team is, sending you the email address. Please, send the PDF file so that we'll play it from our end without any interruptions.
Please bear with us for a moment. Okay, we see a screen
Okay,
now.
I think it's about to work. I think it's about to do something.
Okay, try to click on the Zoom. Instead of stopping the broadcast, try to click on the Zoom.
He says you're sharing screen, share
Okay.
device on.
Okay.
It was no longer green. It says
We see a screen, Robert. Just hit on Zoom.
your sharing screen is that it shows that little blue thing underneath, but I don't see anything else.
Do you see Zoom? Do you see these options there? Screen broadcast, Zoom, stop broadcast. Do you see these options on your screen?
I say you are sharing screen.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
A big white screen, and underneath a little blue thing with the half circles on it, but share device audio on.
Exactly. The half circle which says Zoom. Is that it? The blue thing?
It doesn't say Zoom, it's just there. It just doesn't do anything.
Okay.
And I have tried to switch camera. That doesn't work either.
You know what? We have sent you the email for our customer support. Could you just share that file quickly via email? We can present the screen. We can,
I could just go on without it. I think I don't want to take away either delay me for later,
Okay.
or I could just do it without it.
I mean, we could try. If you could send us the presentation.
I'm making one more try.
Okay.
7, 9 is counting, but counting upward. 12 to shows Zoom with a little I'm busy sign and go 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Well, I can see, I'll just go through my notes and do it manually without the screen share. Since this will take up too much time. Okay, now I need to be able to see my screen. They did a pretty good job introducing me, so I'll skip through all that. I do have
Can you please turn on your video, Robert?
What?
Can you please
What?
turn on your video?
You put off the camera. We lost you there. We cannot see you. Could you please turn on your the camera? And if you could just
Okay.
send that presentation to our
Yeah,
team,
perfect.
we will, we can show it up on the screen.
So a few minutes back, you have just got the WhatsApp number, right? So you can send the PDF file so that our team would be, presenting the presentation over here, and you can have your fabulous talk. So if that is possible, you can share it through WhatsApp. That would take a few seconds.
Okay.
Just copy the file and paste it on the WhatsApp chat.
I have to download WhatsApp install it onto my iPad. And it says unable to install WhatsApp.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Would you be comfortable sharing it via email? Could you email
Yes.
your
but okay, I have it up right now. I guess you're not seeing it. I really think I ought to go on another person, put me on later. I could just do talk without the screen. It's really take way too much time.
Okay. So please turn on the video and start your talk. So you can go ahead with your talk. Please turn on your video.
Okay, that video back on.
Okay. Perfect. You can you can start your talk. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Can you see me? Is my video, is my face still visible? I'm looking at
not
my
really.
presentation,
We see
so
it here.
I can see you guys, but I can't see the.
No, we can't see you.
So when I put up
You
my,
need to turn on your camera, Robert.
I did. I turned on the camera on Zoom, and then when I pull up
We see you now.
my presentation, am I still there?
No.
I
just
guess,
lost you.
Robert, when you're trying to, go ahead with your presentation, your video is getting turned off. So do one thing, turn on your video and start with your talk. If possible, we'll later publish the, your presentation at the back end. So right now you can turn on your video and you can start your talk.
Yeah, I guess I have video, but you won't have my pretty face.
Hi there. Yeah, we see you now.
Yeah, we can see you now. You can have, start your talk.
But now you can't. Now
Yes.
you can't see me.
Yes, now we can't see you.
We lost you again.
Every time I pull up my PowerPoint, my video goes off.
Yeah. Don't go to your PowerPoint. Just turn on the camera and let it be. Do not hit PowerPoint or anything else. Just turn on the camera once.
Yeah, I have to do it without my face because I can't have my notes. I can't have the presentations app running, in which I need that to make my talk. So you're just going to have me without my face. But I grew up, I was diagnosed when I was 48 years old. So I lived a whole lot of my lifetime not knowing that I was on the spectrum. And
Robert, how about this? Do you want to do this later? Probably somebody from our team would get in touch with you, and we'll figure this out for you, and you can come back later. Would that work?
okay,
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, we will probably try in an hour. Okay. With
Okay.
okay. So I don't think we have any more speakers lined up currently. We can go for a lunch break. We can take a break of 30 to 40 minutes and we'll be back soon. All right.
Okay.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hi, Robert. This
Yeah.
is just to let you know your microphone is still on.
Okay. I go to
Mr. Wal-
Zoom and turn it off.
But also, I'm still here. So if you want to reach out for any help with the getting the presentation sorted, just let me know.
Hi, welcome back to World Women Forum Conferences by Star Conferences. We have Robert joining us for his presentation. Robert, are you with us?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Next, you'll see the Robert's presentation on screen. One moment, Robert.
I can't do the video.
Can you see your presentation? on your-
Yes, I see it.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Robert Caldwell. I'm not sure why I was picked to speak at this conference. I guess they wanted a diversion from their topic, but my name is Robert Caldwell. I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome when I was 48 years old, which means I've lived most of my life. And I always had trouble making friends. I always had trouble trying to have girlfriends, with bad luck with women, romantic department. But I always had higher vocabulary than other people. I've always been interested in things that other people weren't, like ancient history or things that would make people roll their eyes if I talk about it with them. And then I was 48 when I got diagnosed. Click, move to next slide. Move to next slide. It was like an aha moment. Click on the red dragon, yes. There, yes. It's like an aha moment. I'd slayed the dragons that had been bothering me, that I didn't even know that I'd had, that had been the problem. It's now things fit in place. Next slide. They kind of covered me already in the introduction the first time I tried to do the conference, but you see, I am modest, have a green thumb, I'm into gardening and houseplants. I'm somewhat of a handyman, a chef, a writer, a researcher, a photographer. I'm an all-around Renaissance man. Next slide. One of my hobbies is growing carnivorous plants. Next slide. Collecting fossils. I'm a member of the Paleontology Club in Birmingham, Alabama. Next slide. I collect 19th century photography such as daguerreotypes and tintypes. Next slide. I like games. This is a Chinese chess, a giant key. Like I play that if I'm waiting in line while other people are playing Fruit Ninja. I'm playing this game that's one of the most popular board games in the world, but the most people in the United States don't know about. Next slide. I've also dabbled in things like I have a video course on Egyptian hieroglyphics, and this is my attempt at learning hieroglyphics. Next slide. I also have like history, but not necessarily the most common historical subjects. Like I'm interested in the Mexican-American War, which is one of the forgotten wars. Next slide. And I'm a writer. I've published on Amazon. I got fed up with the obstacles I had to go through to try to get books published otherwise. So I'm published on Amazon, and these are just some of my books. Next slide. Next slide. This is my cat, or one of my cats is a bandit. And next slide. But when I was growing up, some of the issues I faced was that in grade school, my second grade teacher told my mother that I was retarded and I should go to a special, I should be put in an institution. My mother said no, and she fought for me to keep me in regular school. Next slide. And with my experiences with dating, the common refrain when I entered into a girl would be say, "You're a nice guy, but," like usually that she likes some other guy better. And sometimes I'm attracted to someone and I don't act on it, like there's some man in my head knocking on my forehead saying, "You idiot, you say something. Why don't you say something?" And I don't know why I don't. I get too shy, sometimes afraid of failure. But when I do go after someone, I seem to pick the wrong people. I pick the women who are stuck on themselves, or I'm a good listener. So I kind of get stuck with women who are conceited and don't realize that they're conceited, that they're narcissistic until I'm really well into a relationship. Next slide. And I'm doing a sorry to bring you a Jerry Springer moment, but this is a woman I had a relationship with who read my the clues that I am an autistic person, though that's not what she realized she was doing. She said that I had certain mannerisms that turn people off, that I would never have very many friends, and that I needed counseling. And but without her, I couldn't accomplish anything. And I was just I flabbergasted that. Like this is the first time I'd kind of put my foot down with her and said, "No, I'm not going along with you." She said, "You freaked out on me." Notice that how self-centered that is. You freaked out on me. But after she made that diatribe, that long speech, the first thing that popped in my head was, "You're not a friend." And I said that. She attacked me. She literally assaulted me. And I just turned around and walked away. And I never looked back. Next slide. Now I've had experience with two job placement things that put people in work. Say that the person you place in a burger flipping job will one day be 65 years old. The job people, I see they're so proud of putting people in a restaurant working job or in a retail job. But there are people on the spectrum have more to offer the world than that. But the agencies that do the placing, that do job placement, don't know how to, don't try to find. I have skills that are hard to market because I'm a creative person. I'm not a computer whiz where people can, obviously, as you could tell earlier. So here's my kind of a pet peeve, but that also agencies are so focused on children and young adults, but not on grown people who are 30 or older. So much of obvious intelligence, I've hardly ever been able to land a job that is full-time, that uses my talents. Like whenever I walk in the door, wishing I could walk out soon, I get stuck there. Anytime I walk in the job, hoping I stay there forever, I end up leaving quickly. Next slide, please. The first actual job was at Food Banks. I'd gone to college and went to work at this job and worked on people who I found out that was a foreign country to them. I just casually making conversation told someone that I'd go to college. It became like a big gossip. And people come to me, "I work at college. What are you doing here? What are you doing working here?" Now that's a lot more common for people to go to college or going to college working, but back then in the early 80s, it wasn't as much so. And next slide. And finally, after I went to graduate school, got a degree in journalism. My specialty was newspaper photography. And I thought I had it made. I got a job in Greenville, Mississippi. And you notice the Delta Democrat Times is DDT, and DDT is a poison that's very appropriate for my experience at that place. Now, one day I went out with a reporter that they got the message on the scatter that a pickup truck had been hit by a train. And we went out to get a picture of it. He was driving, he saw a wrecked pickup truck, he stopped, he got out, he took a picture, and I wondered, what did you bring me along for if you were taking the picture? But then we got back to the office, I developed it, and it was run in the paper, but then there was one problem. It was the wrong wreck. It had nothing to do with the wreck of that train hitting a truck. And the editor was gone for a few days, and this reporter just fretted. Oh, we're going to come back. What's going to say when I come back? Oh, I'm in so much trouble. We come back. Well, when we went to the office to talk to the reporter, all he told the reporter was, don't assume anything. Well, if I was to judge how he treated the reporter, how he treated me, I was greatly mistaken. The reporter was one of them. He grew up in Greenville, Mississippi. He was neurotypical. He was someone who's not an outsider who'd come in. He was one of them. I was from outside, and it must have become pretty obvious that I had some strange mannerisms that set me apart. Next slide. This phrase, "got a minute," became the most terrifying phrase in the English language because the managing editor would walk up to me rather casually, say, "Got a minute," to take me to his office, close the door, and then lecture me on whatever mistake I had made that day or recently. That no mistake, no matter how small, was the death penalty. And when you're in dreadful fear of making a mistake, the thing that happens is you're going to make more mistakes. Next slide. And they brought in a new person, an editor. I figured out later he was a hatchet man. When I saw him, this strange feeling came of revulsion that came over me. That a guy who looked like he'd been dipped in grease, and it was really strange, that reaction I had. But I guess being naive, I at least tried to kind of make friends with them. I went out to take feature pictures. If I had some time, that else to do, but go looking around, see if something interesting is going on, to get a picture like a human interest story. And I just had a bad day one day. When I came back from that, having not been successful, I told him that I was really frustrated. Went out today, I just didn't find anything. He saw, aha, I've got dirt on this guy now. I'm going to go tell the managing editor that he was goofing off on company time. And by the way, these pictures are my pictures, and this is one of them that I shot for the newspaper. Next slide. Well, they called me in the office and they fired me, which is just flabbergasted me because I've never been fired before, never been told I was a failure before. And I went home to lick my wounds, and after a year of recuperating from that disaster, I got a job at Wendy's. Now I had a master's degree, and here I was working at a Wendy's. That they assigned me to work the super bar. At that time, Wendy's had a super bar. You could get salad and soup and other things. And I've been working on it for a while before I discovered that I was supposed to hate it, that people hated working the super bar. Yeah, I told I was the best person in the super bar. I didn't know I was supposed to hate it. It was just a job. I told to do it, and I did it. And I took some pride in the fact that I will do what other people hate and not have a problem with that. Next slide. But while I was working at Wendy's, I still tried to get some work at newspapers. And I went around showing my photographs, my portfolio, to art directors. And this picture here, the one with a little strip like a big turnout, that's my picture, my contribution to that ad. But I could go And some of them were to art directors because I was trying to market something that I was passionate about, as a project that I did, and took my work to people who were looking for photographs in the market for it. And that one only got some limited success with that. So one guy told me, he suggested I go to a certain school. Next slide. Yeah, this is one of the newspapers I worked for. One of the pictures I took there had that worked at the newspaper, and they made this casual comment one day when our checks were going to be late that if I don't have it, I can't spend it. And one lady indignantly replied, well, I don't get, I can't eat. And I'd come across as someone who's arrogant. I just think is what I thought was a silly comment. And I guess because of my certain mannerisms of how what I just interpreted as being a haughty or whatnot. And that's newspaper, the editor liked me, but when he was fired, they didn't need me anymore. Next slide. So I went to this school at Manco Portfolio Center, and this was the first time in my life where I was around people that I fit in with. They were creative people. And one guy I got back in touch with on Facebook, and he's when he come to Birmingham, visited him a few times. I think he's autistic. His son is autistic. But I really was the first time of people I got along with. Well, is that, yeah, that's, yeah, now next slide. And but then the people who taught it, the professors, they acted rude, and I could do the favor by being rude. They had strict rules to follow. Sometimes they like the hard and fast rules that are retroactive. You're already supposed to know that. He'd tell us something that no one was really paying attention. He wouldn't call out and say, "Hey guys, listen." He said, "Well, I told you," and just the way they acted, it is kind of like here I was, like back in the Delta Democrat times again. After been there for 4 quarters, he judged my work as not being sufficient enough, suggested I start all over again because I wasn't doing well. I've had enough of this. I'm just gonna quit this school. Next slide. And it was odd looking back on it, strange how the very thing that made me creative, the very features of my personality, my autism, was the thing they attacked. They think they were the market, they would make money. They would have put graduates, they wanted every graduate to be the same. I could try to take people and mold them into what they want them to be, but they not find people what they do best and have them be who they are. So totally ignored and attacked the very features that made me who I was and made me the creative person that I was. Next slide. And since I was still in Atlanta, I might as well go look for a job there. So I got a job at this home decor place. They were setting up a new store. They needed warm body to come in and help stock it before they opened. And I was successful, and I got to stay on there 3 years. Got along with the managers. I found out the managers could actually be nice people. It was like astonishing. You mean you really can get along with a manager? He's not going to be a terrible person. He's not going to say all these bad things to you. It still, to me, the manager, he says compliments me. You think I don't deserve the compliments, but it still just comes in this, it's still kind of like is astonishing to me, even now. And yeah, for any time I ever got promoted to senior sales associate, and I got along with, had friends there. Next slide. And then I got a job still in Atlanta at Riches. The manager told me that she could just tell me what to do, go off and leave me. She doesn't have to come back and keep checking on me. She knows I'd get the job done. And I overheard one of the managers saying to someone, hey, you have to go to management. You have the skills. You need to go. You're good at this. And he had some problems with some conflicts. And we could work around them. But no one ever approached me and said, hey, you could do that. If I don't do that, in fact, I tend to get stuck in something. If I'm good at something, I get stuck in it. Next slide. Well, I got tired of feeling like if something working retail, I might as well go back to Birmingham and work retail and not have a problem with getting off on holidays or having to not be able to come home on Thanksgiving. So I got a job at a Target store. And this was a case where I got stuck on something. I was so good at doing the cart to the part lot that I got stuck on them. I asked to be moved to sales associate. They wouldn't do it. I asked to get some more work on the register because most people did the carts and register too. They stuck me on the carts. I had to threaten to quit unless they gave me a sales associate job. Next slide. And while I was working there, I thought, well, maybe I can still do something with my creative talent, and web design seemed to be the obvious choice. And combine photography and writing. So here I'd been to master's degree, yet I went to junior college. Now, one of my teachers kind of asked me, what are you doing here? You've been to a master's degree. Well, I wanted to learn the skills of web design. And I caught on to that. I did well in that. I made straight A's and I graduated. Next slide. But when I went out to do web design, I found everyone's nephew does web design. It's not a job where they have listings. Hey, we need a web designer, job listings. I ended up going around to businesses to try to go door to door selling. But I found I had absolutely no aptitude for that. This was different from going to art directors showing my work, because I tried to go to place, going into a business, trying to tell them they need something they didn't know they needed, rather than when I was going to people who were looking for something. That I didn't have the aptitude. I'm actually the worst salesman. I'd be just totally scared to go in and to get more scared even after I walked in one store, and I did not make it even harder to go to the next store. And I finally just had to give up getting any job in web design. I did work for some charities, particularly one of them that was a therapeutic course program, but that was the most that I did with web design. So I was back in retail and I worked at the Macy's, and I liked this job. That the supervisor really liked me. He's something like some expression like I was cool as a cat or something like that. Another one said I'm a quiet kind of guy. I might be a mass murderer, or I might walk in with a blonde. No, he didn't get to see me walk in with a blonde, but next slide. Oh, I would go around when collect sensor tags and things, and one lady always said that I look at her hair, because I look at people, I have a hard time making eye contact. So I just focused on some aspect of her face. I mean, look at her hair. She was subconscious about her hair, so she was always wondering, what's wrong with my hair? Why you look at my hair? And I really couldn't explain to her why. I was doing that. Well, a place in Birmingham that works with people on the spectrum, help them get jobs, took on my case, and they thought they had found the perfect job for me at a warehouse. It was full-time, it had benefits. And well, it turned out they could have picked the worst job. They thought they picked the worst possible job for a person on the spectrum. Because the place is like an ant colony. Everyone took the breaks exactly the same time. I was coming back from break a 2 minute late. They jumped on me because I'm 2 minutes late, come back to the break. There's like a big steel cave. There's a buzzer that went off, there's a conveyor belt that ran buzzed off, and all times I jumped every time the buzzer went off. Only got 30-minute lunch break. There's not enough time to for me to unwind, to have some downtime. And they had me working 11-hour days, like at least 3 days of the week being 11-hour days. And despite what they told me, they had more 6-day weeks than they did let on they had. And it was on, got me where I was just walking like a walking dead. I was numb, and I got this very bad headache that wouldn't go away. And I finally just had to quit. And my headache, it was bad, and I went to special headache clinic. I took a drug. I had a drug that put me in brain fog. I didn't know till I weaned off the drug that I'd been walking on the brain fog, but that drug didn't really work. They put me on another one. As I transitioned from one to the other, I messed up on the transition. They put me in a semi-coma state. I got put in the hospital. I woke up. I was fixing dinner for my parents and just went out. I woke up 24 hours later at the hospital. Altogether, that was not a very good experience. Next slide, I got made Publix. I got the job on my own, but that agency did have a counselor with me who would come in and talk to a boss and check on me. And this was the first job I ever had where the boss gave me a bad rating, because when I worked stocking the shelf, I get so caught up in what I'm doing that I don't notice what's around me. People come up and need help and have to break me out of my concentration. And our Publix is supposed to be aware every time we greet people when you see them. But he was the first person who ever gave me a bad review. And that first person in retail could give me a bad review. Next slide. But now I'm at Walmart, and I feel like I'm going back to like my first job, which is at the Food Max grocery store. Is people who are like, most of the people there smoke cigarettes or vaping. Not quite as high a level as even the people at Publix were, but they are able to make accommodation. I started working at Walmart. They unload trucks. They've unloaded trucks, but they have huge trucks. They have this special conveyor system for unloading and have to keep at it. They can't get behind, and to go for like 3 hours straight on that. And I got worn out. One of the day there, I just had 2 trucks to say I just barely finished one truck. I have another truck. I had to tell the boss I can't do another truck. I just can't. I got to do something else. And I wasn't going to be able to continue that job unless I got an accommodation. They gave me a reasonable accommodation, and I got a doctor's note telling me I'm not physically capable of doing the truck. So I got to keep the job, but I'm kept off the truck. But now I feel like I'm a little bit alienated from the other people because they have a shared experience the truck, and they get off on break after the truck, and that's the time I'm off on break. But I was able to keep the job. Next slide. And I had the first counselor that I had for go to for an autism made this statement: the most of my position would have given up. That's surprised me because it never occurred to me to give up, particularly if I didn't know I was even autistic. It's just there's always tomorrow. There's always another day. There's always another person trying to be a friend. Next slide. And now, after I've been diagnosed, it's actually opened up doors. And now I have a new purpose in life in being an advocate. But sometimes I feel like, hey, he's our token. I'm on the board, several boards and councils. I kind of feel like sometimes I'm the token autistic person. I walk up at them and, hey, here's our cute little guy who's on the spectrum. Next slide. But at least I'm to think of the musical Hamilton, where at least I'm in the room where it happens. I never had that opportunity before to be in the meetings, to be in the council. So at least I'm there, and maybe every now and then people will listen to me. Next slide. Now, this is one of them I'm on at AIACC, the Alabama Interagency Autism Coordinating Council, while picking pickled peppers. And government appointee, no less. This meets quarterly. Next slide. And RAN, the Regional Autism Network, the state divided up into 5 regions, and they have a board. I'm on that board. Next slide. And I'm an Autism Society of Alabama and at the board of directors. Next slide. And say autism is invisible disorder. I just try to live my life, make friends, to date and to work. And I find myself being disliked, taken advantage of, and abused. The behavior that marked me and asked me like I had a star on my head and a sign on my head. Next slide. Well, I don't want to be all doom and gloom. So I kind of have some ideas for what is work about jobs and finding placement. Since I don't think that autistic people fit in the system for what they're finding jobs. Next slide. I don't think that trying to train, interview training, training to what I make eye contact, that you really just can't do. And trying to make us fit in, look like there's something we're not. I don't think that works. I think it's the bypass the usual methods. Next slide. It'd be open and let people know, tell people right off that you're an Asperger, let them, the world needs to get used to autism, not autistic people get used to the world. That's the great quote I ran into. Next slide. I think go with someone, like having a counselor go to interview with, they can be your back. Tell the person why you're autistic, they can see if you miss something, if you get asked a question, they can kind of tell your eyes, see there's something wrong that you don't catch. Next slide. And tell the employer, what do you have to offer? Putting up, what are the benefits of a person of respect. Could you go back to the slide, please? The benefits of the person on the spectrum, what do they have to offer? Next slide. Now, what are the strengths the person has to educate them about neurodiversity? Build on their strengths, not your weaknesses. Focus on your ability, not your disability. Expand your concept of what is normal. There are different kinds of normal. Next slide. This book I read, this interesting, this guy, he said that back in his days of working at a hotel, my manager's wife discovered that I was adept at proofreading business ads. She would run hotel coupons by me by submitting them for publication. I would point out weaknesses in the wording of each offer, potentially mitigating financial losses from guests who might take advantage of loopholes. If you're a business owner, an autistic employee can be an asset to your bottom line in more ways than one, precisely because he or she sees the world in ways that you cannot. Next slide. And so my idea is that I would like, well, the other people to not have to experience what I did and have to work in low-end jobs their whole working life, and find what their marketable skills are, and even have offer classes if they need classes in order to improve those skills. Next slide. And this is me. Next slide. The questions. You can find them on Facebook, Instagram, and Amazon. Okay.
Yeah, Robert, that's really, truly inspiring story. And that was really awesome. And thank you for sharing your experience. So speakers out there, do you have any questions for Robert or anything you would like to express to him?
My camera doesn't work. My audio video doesn't work.
Okay.
You might want to turn it on. You see the camera icon, just hit on it once and.
Well, I click it and it says you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it.
Okay, one moment.
Now I can't hear you.
Yeah. All right. Does anybody have any questions for Robert?
I see something as a comment.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of comments.
Yeah.
I would suggest you go through the comments. Great comments.
Now I'm on video.
Yep, we see you.
So most of the speakers has been inspired by your talk. And
I do want to, can I say something to
Yes.
Robert?
absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Robert, your story was very touching. I have a nephew, he's 7 years old with autism. And it's very hard. It's very hard because there's people that do not understand him. So this really touched me. I want to say that I'm very proud of you. I'm proud of your accomplishments. Continue to be great because you are an amazing, amazing person, and never forget that. So thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. It has really touched me, like to the point where I wanted to cry. So thank you.
Okay.
Could we have a huge round of applause for Robert, please? Good job. More power to you, Robert. So let's move ahead. Thank you so much, Robert, again. Next up, we have Tara Beasley Stansberry. A quick intro about the next speaker. Tara is a transformation coach and a small business owner based in Northern California. Tara began her journey by serving on various boards and commissions to better understand the challenges business owners face personally and professionally. Tara delved into the small business world with a very little support and backing. However, she insisted that no one should experience being isolated from resources. Tara built strategic partnerships with business owners by serving as the vice president of Solano County Black Chamber of Commerce. In her role as vice president, she coaches business owners on the importance of establishing business credit, sales, and marketing. In addition, Tara has a passion for politics, in which came naturally as she watched her mother work tirelessly to combat the disparities and tragedy in Richmond, California, by running for city council. Tara recently announced her campaign to run for Vallejo City Council. Her passion for the undeserved community and small business owners is the reason why she works tirelessly to support the patronage of small businesses, creating a safe space for merchants to discuss ways to adapt to new business practices during the global pandemic. In her downtime, you can find Tara gardening in the community garden, volunteering at veteran resource program, and teaching young ladies ages 12 to 35 about becoming an entrepreneur and how to run a small business. Great. So the stage is all yours, Tara. You can now go ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. That was such a warm welcome. And thank you so much, Robert, for sharing your story. It certainly inspired me. I also have a nephew who is autistic, and he is 4. And there have been some early challenges. And so I just want to thank you so much for being an advocate. And God bless you. I am going to present. One second. All right. As your host mentioned, my name is Tara Beasley Stansberry, also known as Tara B, the Transformation Coach. I'm really excited to be here today. My talk today is simply my life, my terms, and my rules, because it is your life. I mean, you do have to live your life on your terms. I included a song here, but I won't play it, but I encourage you to look up on YouTube Carrie Underwood, and it is also a duet with Carrie Underwood and Ludacris, and the song is titled The Champion. And during my life, I have been through, as you heard in my bio, and we'll go a little bit deeper, but I have been through some hurdles and some challenges and some pitfalls and some stumps. But what I must say is you will always, and I mentioned, I'm going to tell you this now, you will always come out the champion because you are destined to do just so. I basically went from, being broke to woke. And that is not something I take lightly. It is very serious. It is very real. I literally went from broke to woke. And how I did that was, no one's doing it. It was all my doing. It was all, poor decisions that I had made early on. But the power of the mind is something that you cannot take away. The power of the mind is so powerful that you have the power to change your entire life. You have the ability to change the way you think, the way you eat, the way you speak, and the way you greet others. And by that, but the way you change your mind and changing your mindset, others will have no other choice but to follow you. I want you to walk with me on a journey here back to 2014. Okay. It was a late Friday night on in April of 2014. But it wasn't just a normal Friday night. I was sitting on, I can see it so vividly. I want you to picture a pretty nice looking gray suede couch in about a 500 to 600 square foot 1-bedroom apartment. That 1-bedroom apartment, albeit it was very nice, it was actually below market rate. So it was below what a normal rate would, a normal renter would actually pay due to my income at that time. And I was sitting in that apartment watching 2020, a newscaster show here in the US. And at that time, a well-known NBA owner was accused of making some racist remarks. And as I watched that interview, I watched his mistress, oddly enough, making remarks about, you know, his racial allegations case. And I watched that segment for about maybe 15 or 20 minutes. And I became so bored, you know, out of my mind. And I kept thinking, there's something I can do better with my time. There is something I can absolutely do better with my entire life. And I am wasting it here watching this pop culture over sensationalized story that has no effect on my life. It had no bearing on my life. It was never going to make me or break me. It wasn't going to educate me. It wasn't going to give me any money in my pocket, quite frankly. And so I thought, there's something else I can do. And in fact, I did that. So earlier that day, my now ex had encouraged me and wanted me to hang out and wanted me to go to the bar and have a good time. It's a Friday night. That's what you're supposed to do, right? And I just kept saying, no, you know, I'm on a Kool-Aid budget and I have this champagne lifestyle. And I know this about myself. And I say, you know, no, I'm going to do something different, because we know that in order for you to change, and if you want change to happen, you have to change. And something in my mind told me that I was tired and that I needed some change. I needed that change. I needed something different. I was longing for it. I was hungry for it. So I sat on that couch for a minute, really in a complete trance. And then it really just hit me, sort of like what you would call maybe an aha moment. And I opened up my laptop and I immediately started Googling how to start a business. Just out of the thin blue air, how to start a business. I had already been baking pies for whatever reason, you know, just because I had this recipe that I knew was delicious. Keep in mind, I really was not a pecan pie eater at all. Like, I had never in my life tried pecan pie, but I was baking it because I knew people who liked it. And I kept thinking, there's something in my mind telling me that I need more. There's something more to life. There's another place for me to transcend. There's a higher level for me to obtain. And how do I do this was the question that I kept asking myself. I was going to church, I was praying, I was talking to parishioners, I was talking to priests, I was talking to childhood friends, I was talking to my mother, I was talking to my sisters, you know, anyone who would listen to my sob story. And I call it a sob story because I know that I was looking for, I was, you know, victimizing myself. And I know that now. And I was looking for a pat on the back, and I was looking for someone to open up and sort of feel sorry for me and make them feel bad about this position that I was in. But truthfully, the position that I was in had nothing to do with my mother, my father, my sister, or my brother, because I chose to make decisions that impacted the rest of my entire life. And at that time, no, sometimes you will not realize that those decisions you make at 20 and 30 years old will affect you moving forward, but they do. And so it was imperative for me to live in that moment, to experience the hurt, to experience the pain, to experience feeling downtrodden, to experience feeling victimized, and to figure out, how do I bridge? How do I make this bridge? How do I cross that bridge? How do I make these changes? So I opened up that laptop and I started Googling how to start that business. And I figured, I know for certain I'm going to need a website. Somebody has to reach me somewhere, somehow, some way. I'm not going to be selling pies by the phone, right? Now, remember, I still have the champagne taste, right? But I am still living on the Kool-Aid money, okay? The Kool-Aid budget. So I went to Squarespace. I remember so clear watching the Super Bowl. And there was a commercial about Squarespace. I had never heard of it in my entire life. Why that stuck in my mind, obviously we know now today that I needed that bit of information, but that stuck in my mind, Squarespace. If you ever want to build a website, you're going to need this. And I did it. I did just that. I went straight to Squarespace, okay? And I started this website. I'm going to go to the next slide here. But before I go there on this website, I want to bring you to some of the hurdles. I want to remind you of some of the hurdles before I go a little bit further. At that time, I was earning $22 an hour. Here in the Bay Area, that is not a lot. Even in 2014, it was not enough for me to pay rent. It was not enough for me to pay a car note. As you can see, I was 2 payments behind. I had approximately $20.49 in my bank account, okay? So it is reflective of how much money I was making. I was living in that below market rate apartment, albeit it was a blessing in disguise. And then I had also simply dropped out of college for no reason and no fault to anyone else's but my own, right? So now let me go back to the website. I started this website, I clicked on it, discovered, I said, well, wait a minute. In order for me to start this website, I need an email address. So I go to Google, I said, oh, they're free. I created Just Pies by Tara. Just that simple, just that fast. I said, well, I'm not cooking bake, I'm not doing pies, cookies, I'm not doing cakes and pies and none of that stuff. I simply want to do just pies because that was all I was good at the time. So, you know, I had mastered pie making, I had mastered dough making my own pie crust from scratch. So I figured I will do just pies. And similar to Just Desserts here in the US, I did the same thing. I said, yep, I just want to do just pies. So I created Just Pies by Tara at gmail.com. Fast forward, I bought and secured the domain justpiesbytara.com. Entered all of the information, but I thought, okay, now I know I'm going to need business cards. I entered in all of the information that I needed. But then I thought about it, well, wait a minute, I'm on Vistaprint. And again, I keep telling y'all I had this champagne taste, right? And y'all know I'm still on this Kool-Aid budget. And I know this, y'all know it now. And I said, you know what, forget it. I'm going to pay the extra money to have this Vistaprint's stamp removed. I said, nope, I don't want it. I want to go out in the gate prepared. I want to look legit, and I'm going to try as hard as I can to do what I can. Don't advise that. I don't advise it, but however, that was the route that I took. And so what did I do? Well, you already know. I paid that amount. Remember, I have $20 in my checking account at that time. So when you add up the free website, but you have to pay the hosting fee, when you add up the I think it was $9, but the shipping was free for the Vistaprint for your business cards. And then you start to add on the little bells and whistles that you need for your website. Well, I'm past $20.49, as you can well calculate, right? And remember, when you have that champagne taste and that Kool-Aid money, at some point, your taste winds up being your standards. And that is the beauty of having a standard set for yourself. I wanted that stamp removed for one simple reason. I did not want people to think, oh, well, she's just using free resources. I didn't want anybody to know I was broke. That's just the simple truth. I didn't want them to say, well, she used the free resources. But at the same time, guess what? There was nothing wrong with that. But sometimes our eliminating beliefs will tell us we are not enough. Michelle Obama coined a phrase that I love so dearly, the imposter syndrome. And it is so true and it is so relevant in our lives today. All right. So back to, we're still in 2014 and I started this pie company sitting in my below market rate apartment. Credit cards are maxed out at that time, the few that I did have, still having the $20. And how did I start that business with a negative $13 balance in my checking account? So that was a Friday. So let's fast forward to Monday. I now have negative $13 in my checking account and some change. How did I do that? It was sheer faith and belief in myself. I gave myself permission to believe in me. I live by these words. If I'm going to bet on anybody, it's going to be me. It is always going to be me. I'm never going to bet on someone else. I'm always going to believe in myself first. And it took me some time to get there. And how I got there was eliminating those limiting beliefs. It's very simple. Some of those eliminating beliefs that I was telling myself was that I was, of course, too broke to start a business. I was too old to start a business. I was well into my 30s. I didn't have good credit. I didn't have a business plan. I've never ran a business before, never started a business before. I don't know anyone in the business world outside of family and friends, and they were not willing to help me at that time because, quite frankly, I had dibbled and dabbled in 20 million other things. So to no fault of their own, why would they risk on me? It was time for me to take the risk on myself. Those eliminating beliefs were causing me to sit in that apartment night after night, day after day, week after week, and year after year with no vision and no purpose and no plan for my entire life. So once I started getting rid of those eliminating beliefs, I started journaling. To this day, I have the journal from 2014, and I literally have checked off every box. I have crossed out every goal. I have crossed out every affirmation and everything that I said I was going to do in 2014. As we sit here today in 2023, my God, I am so fortunate and blessed to say that I have actually crossed those off, but it was not overnight. It was not easy, and it took time. It took perseverance. It took a lot of failures. To my point, use the resources that you had that are free at this time and ask your people to help you. Ask a network, start to build a network. You have to barter sometimes if you don't have the money. I would barter with other up and coming dessert, people in the dessert business. Rome wasn't built in a day. And so your business can literally, you start it, but it will not be built and have that solid foundation in one day. Having that spiritual connection was the key to it all. It was the nucleus. It was the focus point, however you want to say it. It was what kept me grounded. And so if you don't have a connection with a higher power, meditation, prayer, whatever, I highly suggest that you do that as soon as possible. Because the reality is you will not be able to float. You will not be able to fly until you actually serve someone other than yourself. Selfishness is the ultimate betrayal to your heart. It is the ultimate betrayal to yourself. And so when you're not in a capacity to serve, when you're to serve others, when you're not serving a higher purpose and you are not checking and having that check and that balance with yourself, you will continue to climb and sort of really just climb on that hamster wheel, if you will, that motionless wheel, that tireless wheel, and that destination of repetition. Repetition, unfortunately, sometimes can be our downfall. So here is Just Pies by Tara. Okay, so I fast forward to a couple of months later, I was fortunate enough to afford a logo. Here are some of the delights that I was able to purchase. I was fortunate enough to find myself being the persistent person that I am. You know, I was calling grocery stores. How do I get my pies in the store? Do you do pop-ups? You know, are you open to helping, young entrepreneurs make it? And finally, it broke. I actually landed a position, a pop-up with Nordstrom, a very fine retailer here in the United States of America. And the cost was absolutely free. And I was traveling in about an hour distance from my home to Nordstrom, which was in a city called Palo Alto. That was an hour rate. I had about 3 or 4 coolers full of pies. And I sat there one day and I literally cried. I was counting, I never forget, I was counting the money and, my mother says, "You okay?" And, I was overwhelmed with emotion because at that point I knew I had made it, to myself, I made it. I felt I am a success. I am proud to say this, and I am living my ancestors' wildest dreams is really how I put it. Through years of perseverance, through years of hard work and busting my butt to get up at 4 a.m. to bake pies, freeze them, get ready for work, get to work, get off of work at 5, get home at 7, just to do it all over again. Where did that land me in 2019 of February 1st? It landed me to the beginning of today, which is Nooney's Place, a restaurant and bakery that I started with my now wife called Nooney's Place. Nooney's Place is Just Pies by Tara's, Just Pies by Tara is the parent. And I'm proud to say that Nooney's Place is a spinoff from my dedication, from my hard work, but more importantly, my resilience and me believing in myself. Here we are at my ribbon cutting, which was one of the most beautiful days of my entire life here with my mother, my grandmother, who's now 90 years old, my sisters, my aunt, my wife here, who's standing alongside me. Here we were able to purchase a vehicle that we use for deliveries. All that to say, you can achieve whatever you put into your mind. If you speak it, you are speaking it into existence. What happens is you put out those words into the universe. We are energy. We are human beings, but we are yet energy. And what happens is we attract who we are. We attract what we want in life. We attract what we want, we attract what we need. But if we're speaking negative about what we don't have, we will not attract it. The universe doesn't agree and it's not in alignment with that. You have that gut feeling and you have that inner voice. You have to use that. That gut feeling, that inner voice, that tap on the shoulder is you. It is your intuition. It is your subconscious begging you to believe in yourself, begging you to take a chance, begging you to take that leap forward, to change your mindset, to have permission to think differently, to think fearlessly, and to get rid of the imposter syndrome and to walk alone in your purpose. You will not walk with anyone. No one will hold your hand. No one will guide you. It has to be you walking on that journey alone to get to where you want to get. How do you do this? It is to simply act. Action changes things. Very simple. If there's no rhyme, there's no reason. Action changes things. That is very true. Some of the things that I go through working one-on-one with a lot of my clients are, we do a personal assessment, we do an 8-week one-on-one session, and we also give them a journal so they can start their journaling process. We do a number and a host of things to help them get ahead, in their entire life with their business. So today I have a surprise. You will have, everyone who has participated today, you will have free access to my Mindset 2.0 Eliminating Limiting Beliefs e-course. So if I will get with the moderator today, and I will have your email addresses, and I will go ahead and send you the Eliminating Limiting Beliefs Mindset 2.0, the e-course, and we will send that out to you this week. My name is Tara Beasley Stansberry. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And remember, if you are going to bet on anyone, please bet on yourself first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tara. That was inspiring talk. And once again, I wish you a happy Women's Day.
Thank you so much.
So, Tara, your message emphasizes the importance of self-confidence and mindset in shaping one's life. And you encourage listeners to recognize their worth and establish their own rules to live by, which can lead to a more fulfilling life.
Yes.
And also, so if you have any questions, so you can you can post the questions to Tara, so that she can take through the details.
Perfect. Anybody has any questions for Tara now? Tara, you could also, the course you were talking about, the e-course, you could, if you have a link, you could just drop it in our chat box for the other speakers to have access to it. All right.
And also,
Awesome.
thank you for giving the free access to our speakers.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
That means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a huge round of applause for that.
Good job. Good job. Perfect. All right. So let's move ahead now. And next up, we have Carmen Carvajal. A quick intro about Carmen. Carmen has over 20 years of experience in the private school industry as the former director of Thomas Jefferson System institutions in Mexico, which she helped found. Carmen is an educator, leader, and business administrator with over 5,000 students and 800 employees. She is passionate about creating teams where trust, teamwork, and talent thrive. Carmen has her bachelor's in education at Drake University, marketing diploma from University of California, Berkeley, management program from Wharton, women's leadership, NYU, executive certificate in innovation and transformation from MIT, and also advanced management program from IPADE. Oh, lovely. All right, Carmen, the stage is all yours. Go for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a lovely introduction. I don't know if you could, if I could see my presentation. I'm not sure.
No.
No? Okay, well, don't worry. How's everybody? Thank you for taking the time to be here. And I have a little bit of a cold, so if I sneeze or anything, don't. It just will be something I'm dealing with. And what I wanted to talk to you a lot is a lot of times when we're in a leadership position and we're in a different, and nobody teaches us how to become a leader. And only if you're maybe in these huge companies and they have a very set and programmed, way of how you're going to go and advance. I feel 90% of the time we're just thrown there and you just have to react and learn. And that's part of life. And there's some simple things that we can all start doing that it's like, oh, if I just knew this, it would have made my life easier. I remember 15 years ago when we were opening one of the schools, we had to do a whole construction in a new city. Nobody really knew us, and we were starting. And I remember we finished on time, and we had our back to school, and all the parents were there. And suddenly it started raining and raining, and there was this huge mudslide. And most of the mountain, all the mud went into the school, the cars, and it was just a huge problem. And I was like, I never planned, never thought this could happen. Didn't really have a program, or like we had trained how to resolve it. And in the moment, you have to go and say, okay, what do we have to do? And with my partner, he was like, I'll see the outside, you'll see the inside. And so while he was fixing how we're going to get all the mud outside of the school, I was inside and seeing some of the staff members going hysterical. And it's like, okay, whoever doesn't feel they can be right now present, go into my office and stay in there. And whoever feels they can be present here, come and let's figure out what we can do. And working and figure out, we're like, why don't we call the parents? And one of the psychologists said, why don't we call the parents that didn't come, we have the list, and tell them not to come tomorrow because there won't be any school for a couple of days until we solve this. And I'm like, great. And another teacher said, why don't we do the activities where our students in the first day or first week of classes, to integrate them, why don't we do it with parents? I mean, they're here, we're stuck, we know how to do them. And it's like, yeah, perfect idea. So everybody was doing different things. And at the end, we finally got all the parents out at 3 in the morning or something like that. And I was later on pondering and thinking, like, what would have happened if nobody would have given me all these ideas, and I wouldn't have believed in them, and everybody was just doing their own stuff. And it really is the power of having a team and working with them. And one of the things I've learned is first building trust, and that they can trust you. And at the beginning, I remember when each role I had, I would always put a distance between myself and my team members. And I thought, I don't want to become their friends, because if not, then I can't see or make better decisions. But I realized that it's not that they will become friends, it's just that they want to be close and build a team and get to know them, and that they can trust you, because all eyes are on you and you're the expert and they are the experts, but everybody is following and seeing your lead. So one of the ways to break down that they're scared of you is do something differently to get to know them. And one technique I learned when I was at MIT with Ethan Shapira is to ask people, tell me something quiet about yourself. And that sort of changes the situation, because you don't expect it. It's really easy to say, I am so-so, I do this, I do that. But when they ask you to tell you something quiet, something that you don't tell a lot of people about, and you can do it one-on-one, you could do it with in meetings, you decide. And that really makes the other person feel listened to, and you're also learning about your team members. And that makes you more approachable. And the more approachable you are, the quicker they come to give you solutions about problems or what they see. Because just like in an orchestra, even though you're conducting all of the musicians, they are the experts in what they're doing, and they know what's going on. And you need this symbiosis of listening and also you knowing, because you have the whole picture of what's going on and they have the specific picture. Another technique is I've learned to, and it's usually is we don't ask a lot of questions, and it's a technique from the visual arts. They use it a lot. So they see a painting. So for example, I would suggest a painting that is a figure, or not something really abstract, but you can put a painting, let's say the Mona Lisa, and you're looking at that painting and you ask them, what do you see? And what else do you see? and why would you say that? And it takes about 15 minutes of asking questions and going on and asking and asking and asking. And other people start getting involved, and it's like, and they start adding to the idea that somebody else did, and it starts breaking the barriers. And then you can start constructing new ideas and making a space where people are not threatened of saying something and as the boss saying, oh no, that's not a good idea. That a lot of times I tend to do that, and when it's like, no, that doesn't work. So you just like innovate, and it's better to ask, okay, why did you say that? Because maybe they come from a very different approach, and they're seeing something you're not seeing. So before jumping into conclusions and saying no so quickly, it's okay, why? Just ask why. And sometimes it's a really quick why, or sometimes if there's a huge problem and you need to focus and you need the team, take your time of asking why. Why do you think that? What made you think that? Tell me why. And another part at the end is the thank you. Say thank you. So think right now on somebody that or you're having problems with at work, or you get along perfectly, or you feel they're sacrificing something for you to be here. So I would suggest to jot down the names, and then once there's a break, you can give them a call and say thank you. I've done it for example, with usually it's an administration that I have more tension, and saying thank you. Thank you that you are there. I can be here doing this. And you'll see a huge relief in people, how it's like, wow, I really appreciate it. Or you can call your spouse or your partner or whoever you want to, but just say thank you. And I remember when we were doing the construction for the same school that got the mudslide, we weren't going to finish on time, and 1,000 students were going to start on Monday, and we were 2 weeks behind schedule, and it was just a very tense moment. And I remember asking the construction director if he could give me the names of all the construction workers, and I sat down and wrote a specific letter to each one, and when it was their payroll, I gave them that thank you note to each one and said thank you, because you're doing a difference and you're changing children's lives, and they're gonna be the future leaders, and you're being part of this. Thank you, I appreciate it. I tried to say something differently, and it was impressive. I didn't know years after, but I met the construction director years later, and he said, you know what? Doing that plus just encouraging them renewed them of so much energy that we could finish on time. Of course, finish on time was, sweeping the floors 5 minutes before the kids would start arriving, but we finished. And a lot of times we don't realize how powerful saying thank you is. It is, and being very specific and to that person. So it's just try it and see how it works. And once you have this connection with your team members, you also have to, set them and show them how to prioritize, because you're the captain of the ship, and everybody's just like really excited, and all their eyes are on you. So it becomes a point where it's like, okay, I have to teach you where we're going. And a lot of times is communication and telling them, okay, let's work on this, but we have to, how about if we improve in this area, or do this or work on this, and giving them that steering wheel where you want them to go helps a lot. And some tips that worked for me is teach your team to prioritize. So I've read it in a lot of books and heard it in several speeches, but it does work. Is ask them every week to write down what they did. And it's, it's a short, it's not really long, just a short 10 bullets of what they did and what are the 3 things they're going to work on the next week. And it has several advantages. One, you read it and know what everybody in your team is doing. 2, sometimes there are things going on that you had no idea that were going on, and it really, really helps to know. And also you can see what their priority is. And the thing is, they're working on one thing, but you have the view of so many other things that are going on that if they don't send the budget on time this week, then the corporate office won't have time to process the budget, and then the authorization for the next year won't be ready. So they're doing their own stuff and really are not thinking about how important the budget is. But if that's a priority and you don't see that they're working on it, teach them, you can right away talk to that person and say, hey, I notice, you're working on this, but I don't see that you have to have the budget, and the budget has to be done by this date. So it gives them, again, okay, I have to, work on this. And a lot of times explaining why. Right now, the important area is the corporate section. Right now, we have to give them that. That's, a priority. Another thing is we're used to telling people twice a year what they're doing good, and they're good, these evaluations that HR sends, and they're important. But the reality is, it's important to have feedback all the time with your team. And one way, usually we need 5 positive comments to 1 negative. And it's really easy just to say, no, you didn't do this, work on that. And I think it's human nature, and it's very difficult to do it differently because you just see it in the moment. But if you start building and saying what you like specifically of good things to your team, when you say something they have to correct, they don't take it so personal, and they do the changes more quickly. So just, hey, I really like you sent me the report in time. I really like you did this. I really like you called the customer. Just simple things that you like, and then when you just have to say something, hey, you know what, this presentation, you could have, tweaked it better. How about do this? Then it won't be such a problem. And another tip that I learned is do things in the moment. So a lot of times I realized I was in a meeting, we would get into all these agreements, and we would meet again, and then not a lot of things had advanced. So many times in the moment, think, okay, you haven't called this person, write the email right now. Just do it right now. And if you do it in the moment, things start getting up to pace instead of just waiting until the next time and another meeting. Like, teach them to solve in the immediate moment. And instead, then if they don't do it, it stays lingering somewhere, and until it becomes a huge problem. And when you start a project with your team, and it's there's a lot of confusion and a little bit of power, fight, and everybody wants to be the protagonist. And so it's important to set the rules and who is going to be responsible for what, who is doing that, and why at this moment this person is the leader. And then they'll know, if what has to be done. And at the beginning, you have to see and be there a lot until it starts getting its own rhythm. And then once it has its own rhythm, you could start, letting go. But you have to be there and just see, be close, and then go apart, get yourself a little bit of distance, and then get closer again. And when you see all these emails going back and forth or WhatsApp, After 3 or 4 times that you see people are not understanding, it's stop, take your time, call the person, let's have a quick meeting. It doesn't have to, but let's set the rules right. The other day I was going to meet a person, and she was explaining me how to park, and I was going to take my car, and I decided to go to take an Uber instead. And I was like, no, I'm taking an Uber. And she's like, no, you have to park and do this. And I'm like, no, but where's the entrance? I'm in an Uber. And after 2 or 3, it's like, just call and say, hey, I'm in an Uber. Oh, I thought you had your car. It's like, no, oh, so the entrance is here and here. So sometimes we just rely, on technology and using this, and not really taking the time and calling the person, and it solves you hours of just emails and going back and forth and back and forth. And also, nowadays, with so many things that are changing, you need to pivot and change your strategy quicker than before. So with your team, with your connection, and that they're the experts and you value them as the experts, and they're telling you something and you listen and you see, and then you have to decide quickly. But the one who has to decide is you. So you as a leader have to listen, value people's opinion, and then you have to make the decision with all of the big panorama, and then explain why, if you need to, why you made that decision, because sometimes people will understand it, but a lot of times they don't have all the information that you have. But do listen, do take in, and then you're the one who has to make the decision and what's the best for this situation. And I hope that some of these tips help you as leaders. I know it's difficult because there's so many things going on, and there's just so much turbulence all the time. But when you have a strong team and they feel your support, and you take the time to know what's going on, and you take the time to listen, and also to see where you're going with your team, that will make a huge difference in your day-to-day. So thank you very much. And don't forget to, right now, you can do it right now, call somebody and say, thank you because you're doing this, I can be here. And I thank all of you, because you could have been doing something totally different, and you're here listening to all these incredible leaders. So I'm not sure if anybody has any questions.
Next hour.
Well, thanks, Carmen. Thank you for your fantastic talk. And once again, happy Women's Day.
Thank you.
So the speakers in the audience, do you have any questions to pose to Carmen? Okay. Carmen, your message emphasizes on leadership in complex and highly emotional environments, requires a straightforward approach, but builds trust and commitment, which can overcome personal, family, and professional changes. And also, thank you for your fabulous talk, and a round of applause for Carmen.
Good job. Okay, I think we can move on to our next speaker then. All right, so next up we have Carolyn Brooks. A quick intro about Carolyn. She is #1 best-selling international author, organizational proponent, and CEO and founder of M. Carolyn Brooks Collins, LLC, a multi-dimensional coaching and consulting specialty, fashioned to develop and educate professionals on how to eliminate personal and financial profligacy. I'm sorry, to experience persistent victory in their own lives. Her mantra is simple. She is passionate about empowering women to transform their lives, set up into their purpose, and become financially independent. Yielding an undeniable propensity for leadership, Carolyn holds memberships with several organizations, including the Black Speakers Network, Innovation Women, the Advisory Panel for the Women in Leadership Certificate Program at Georgia Southern University, and the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, along with the GA chapter of the ACFE. Carolyn, you can take over now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure the sound was good. But so thank you so much for that introduction. So I wanted to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, just wherever you are listening to this conference. I just want to give you a hearty welcome, and I am excited to be here. So I just want you to sit back and relax. In fact, let's just take a deep cleansing breath. Boom. Your life just ended. Yes. So where are you? Where were you? What were you doing? And more, maybe what were you planning to do, but you hadn't started? What dreams were you dreaming that you hadn't acted upon? Were you living a life that you love? More importantly, is that how you wanted your life to end? But there's been a mistake and you survived. And now is the first day of the rest of your life. And so what life are you choosing to live now? Yeah, you heard me correctly. What life are you choosing to live? Because it indeed is a choice. I want you to write this down right now. In fact, you can put it in the chat. You can yell out loud. However you want to do it, I want you to say, raise the bar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to raise the bar, to find our purpose, to increase our value, and maybe perhaps to others. But more importantly, it is time to increase our value to ourselves. It is time for us to raise the expectations that we have on our life. It is time for us to live fulfilled lives. You know, so often we undervalue what we bring to the table, and that's in all avenues of our lives. We accept what others tell us that we bring, and sometimes it's told to us directly. Sometimes we infer it by an attitude or a comment or a look that they give us, but in the result is we dull our shine because maybe we're afraid to make a mistake, worried that someone else is going to have a negative opinion of us. But I want you to remember this. No other person has ever or ever will have the unique blend of talents, strength, and perspective that you have. You know, each of us has a talent that makes us unique, and it enables us to excel and have an impact on the world. And sometimes, though, it just takes a while to determine what that is. But you have to remember that you are unique. You know, when we raise the bar, we just set higher standards for ourselves and on our lives. We set higher goals. We fight through our failures and we start focusing on ourselves. And I contend that we do this by finding our purpose in life. And knowing that purpose, it'll pull us on a different course and towards living a more confident, fulfilled life. You know, I believe Madame Marie Curie said it best, that life isn't easy for any of us, but what of it? We must have perseverance and above all, confidence in ourselves. We must believe that we are gifted for something and that this thing, at whatever cost, must be attained. Imagine that. This was her thought that many, many years ago, and it is still valid today. So what is your special gift? What life are you choosing for yourself? I want you to remember that we have the power to choose and select the direction of our lives, regardless of where we are now, regardless of what has befallen us, regardless of our education and our experiences. We can all choose the life we live. I know that may sound sort of foreign to some people, because indeed it was foreign to me. So how do we choose the lives we live when there's so much chaos around us? We have so much responsibility. There's work and school and family. We have cultural traditions that dictate our lives. So how can we possibly choose something different? Especially when sometimes that life is chosen for us. Yes, you heard an introduction of me, but for those who don't know me, I'm a mother of 3 adult children. I'm divorced. I'm widowed, now 16 years. I'm a CPA, and I've worked in corporate spaces for over 45 years, recently retired at the age of 68. But I'm a speaker, I'm a coach, and I specialize in guiding women, particularly those over 50, to know that it's possible to overcome their failures, to focus on themselves, and to live these confident, fulfilled lives. And it is important to me for women to be fulfilled personally, professionally, and most importantly, financially. You know, as I said, I understand. I totally understand how this may be a foreign concept, because my life wasn't always like this. You know, though I told my children, oh, you can be anything you want to be, that you can dream big and nothing can stop you. I didn't believe it for me. In fact, no one told me that. I mean, my parents, they were supportive and they celebrated my wins. They were cautious due to their own life's experiences. And so in some ways, their message to me was, oh, don't dream too big. Do the right thing. Oh, but stay in that safe job. And, you know, so I internalized this. And even from a little girl, the meaning to me was always do the right thing. Do what's expected of you. Don't rock the boat. Don't embarrass the family, but be that good girl, whatever that meant. So I became a people pleaser most of my life, or at least I learned to conform to the expectations of people around me. I was indeed that good girl, that person who didn't rock the boat, didn't even feel like I should rock the boat. And when I did, I immediately felt guilty, you know, and I just thought there were times maybe if I pushed the envelope, I retreated back into my shell, back into this cocoon of safety, back into my comfort zone, where I stayed in that good girl role. You know, in some cases, that meant that I didn't talk. I stayed quiet. And I learned not to ask so many questions, even though they just swirled around in my head. Did any of that sound familiar? Can I be the only one? I mean, raise your hand or just write in the chat and just say me. Yeah, I thought so. Even if you're saying it quietly, I hear you. You know, so I live my life a bit quietly, but often in survival mode, because like many other women, I spent most of my life focused on raising a family. I worked in a stable, safe career that would provide financial security for me. I was married. My husband's career took precedence, so we moved around a bit, but no one was around me that normalized the idea that it was okay, if not downright imperative, that I expect more from my life. It just didn't occur to me that I could live a life of my choosing, where I excelled at everything, where I could dream big dreams, where I could step out on faith in a different field, a different life, or a different me. You know, it's because our experiences shape our lives. And we've all had what I call the winters in our lives. You know, those winters, those traumatic experiences, or whatever these experiences are that we go through, they help us grow, they help us learn, they help us to be better. And I'm reminded of a winter in my life. And my mind goes back to 2006 when my husband of 20 years passed away after an 18-month-long battle with lung cancer. I mean, it was a very painful experience. And there I was, widowed at the age of 52, at a time where many people are even beginning to think about retirement. But I had to be on autopilot. My focus was, how do I maintain my household? 50% of our income was gone. I had one child who was graduating from high school, about to start college. I had one child in college. The oldest one was just getting started in his career. And I'll be honest, I never anticipated this, didn't plan this. And I was angry that I was even in that position. But I knew I needed to stay focused. I kept doing what I was doing to earn a living as an accountant. I took another job to reduce the level of travel I was doing, and then only to find and experience another winter. 3 years later, that department was unexpectedly downsized. And I scrambled and I took whatever job I could to keep afloat, you know, still believing in myself to know I would land on my feet. But I still wasn't in control of my life. I wasn't believing that I could choose, and I wasn't raising the expectations I had on my life. I was in survival mode. My focus was on surviving, not thriving. I mean, thriving wasn't even in my vocabulary. So I ask you, what causes us to do that? What causes us to stay in survival mode? What causes us to live a quiet life? What causes us to stay in our comfort zone? And I will tell you, it's fear. It's fear of failure. It's fear of thinking we're too old to do something new. It's fear that our time has passed. And maybe even it's fear of success and what that success will bring to our lives and how it will just upset the apple cart. And we'll have to still live to a different level of expectation. It's fear of what other people think as we begin to compare ourselves to others and how well they speak, what job they're doing, what business they've started. Fear of just making the wrong move and thinking we're not ready. And I call that fear. It's really just part of the clutter we have in our minds and in our lives. It's that baggage that we carry, that negativity that we carry. It's those past experiences where we've failed at something. Maybe we were rejected, but we keep playing it over and over in our minds. But I tell you, we all have baggage. We all have had these winters in our lives. We all have stuff and issues in our lives that we need to address. Because if you don't address it, we're just going to allow it to fester. And it slows us down, it takes us off course, and it prevents us from being our best selves. I had to think about that. I had to come out of survival mode and get into the mode of thriving. You know, someone asked me a question about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, was I living the life I love? They asked me, what was my dream? And quite honestly, I had to admit that I had stopped dreaming. Oh, that's something I did when I was younger. I was beginning to coast, thinking about retirement. I was focused on, putting the money away in my 401k, making sure I had enough money to live on, doing all the analysis, saying, okay, if I save this amount, then I could have enough money to live and take care of myself until I'm 80 or 90. I wasn't thinking about thriving or dreaming. But what did I do? I started studying. I started reading. I changed my paradigms and those limiting beliefs that I had. I started thinking about the possibilities in my life. As Earl Nightingale says, we become who we think we are. And I've learned to add, however great or small. So I changed my mindset and increased my belief in me. So 2020 was my coming out year. I started focusing on me and my dreams, and I stepped out of that comfort zone. I invested in myself through some training and coaching. And after 45 years of working my 9 to 5, I knew I wanted to transition to helping women come into their own. I wanted to help them find their purpose and start living fulfilled lives. Yes, I have said that over and over, to live a fulfilled life, and started thinking about what that means. Again, I started to think about what it would mean to thrive, and I started to dream. I started to live versus drifting through my life. Some of the research I found was that Wealth Research Group said 98% of people die without ever fulfilling their dreams. And I knew that I didn't want that to be me. My mentor, Les Brown, said, people are born and then they die in their 40s or 50s, but they don't get buried until they're 70 or 80. And all I could do was just say, wow, they just keep moving or drifting along, but they're not really living. And I knew I didn't want that to be me. So I started thinking about all the things that I've done over the last 2 years, the last 18 months. And I come to maybe 3 steps, and that I want to offer you that will help you to raise the bar on the expectations in your life, to start living life on your terms, where you live a life from within, where you ignore everything external to you, where you are in control and you're living your best life, however you define it. Just remember, we are only limited by our ability to imagine a better life. So these 3 steps are, number 1, candid. Be candid with yourself. Assess where you are now and where you want to be. Let go of your past failures, limiting beliefs. No, let go of that baggage that you might be pulling behind you in a pickup truck. And you think it's so small that you got it in a little carry-on bag, but it's weighing you down. There's so much, the load is so large. I want you to embrace the freedom that's intended for you. I want you to think about your dreams, your goals, your passions, your purpose. As Stephen Covey says, start with the end in mind. And if you think about your last day on earth, what legacy is it that you want to leave? Where do you want to end? So after that candid conversation with yourself, I want you to have courage. Have the courage to take another path, to move in another direction. I want you to give yourself permission to focus on yourself, to dream again, to put yourself first, to practice self-care and self-love. I didn't know what that meant. I'd never heard of the word self-love. I was in a group that we met on Thursday mornings, and one of the ladies said, all right, let's go around the circle and talk about what we do for self-care and self-love. And I'm going to be honest, I sat there and thought, self-care, self-care, self-love, self-love. What do I do? And I had to realize that was not a focus of mine. I want you to remember that life doesn't stop when you're 40, 50, 60, or 70. I think about Toni Morrison, a Nobel Prize winner at the age of 66. And she didn't start writing just because she turned 50. It is time for you to do you. And I feel like we've limited ourselves based on what we think we can do. We think our time has passed. We think we're too old. But I'm telling you, have the courage to find your tribe, find your group, find that group of women or people that are going to accept you, encourage you, and help you to grow. When you think about the law of action, it says you need to take action steps toward your wants in order to manifest them. So take that courage to move forward after you have the candid conversation with yourself. And lastly, have the confidence that you will be successful. Believe in yourself. Believe and know that you have the abilities, the skill set, the knowledge to accomplish your goals. And know that if not now, you have the ability to gain all of this when you start moving in the direction that you'd like to move. Train your mind to focus on what you want to do, what you want to be, how you want to live, and hold that mental image. There's a Robin Sharma quote that I love is know that everything is created twice, first in the mind and then in reality. And Peter McIntyre says confidence comes not from always being right, but from not fearing to be wrong. So I want you to raise the bar on the expectations you have in your life. So if you plan, I was thinking about Robert Maslow, just giving you one more quote, that if you plan on being anything less than what you are capable of being, you will probably be unhappy all the days of your life. So if you know you are meant for more, but not quite sure those next steps, if you're ready to find your purpose, if you're ready to build your dreams and not someone else's, but maybe you need a guide or a mentor or a new community, please reach out to me. You can reach out to me at Carolyn Brooks Collins, carolyn.brookskollins@gmail.com. You can reach out to me at carolynbrookscollins.com, or you can join my new Facebook group, Confidence with Carolyn. And there we'll introduce my new 12-week program, Confidence with Carolyn. I am waiting for you to reach out for your destiny. Thank you so much.
Hey, Carolyn, that's really, an energetic speech.
Thank you.
And once again, happy Women's Day and a huge round of applause. So, Carolyn, your message emphasizes on by raising the expectations women have for themselves. They can break down barriers and pursue their dreams with confidence and determination, leading to personal fulfillment and success. So additionally, by recognizing and valuing their contributions, women can also increase their influence and impact in their communities and societies as a whole. So speakers out there, if you have any questions, please post to Carolyn so that she can reply.
Thank you, everyone.
You could also mention your contact details in the chat box down there for the others to get in touch with you. All right. Perfect. Any questions for Carolyn, please? Okay, I don't see anything coming up. Perfect. So let us move forward. Next up, we have Anna Bass. A quick introduction about Anna. Anna is a woman of God with serving heart that has a mission to impact lives all around the world and bring them to the feet of Christ. She was born and raised in the Bronx. Anna is also a wife, a mother, of three amazing boys and award-winning author of the book From Existing to Living: How to Discover Your Worth in God and Live a Victorious Life, which was released in November 2020. In 2021, the book was translated in Spanish and in Urdu language, and it was also published in Pakistan. Anna is also one of the co-authors of a book called When Wives Pray, Something Happens. She is also a member of House of Restoration under the leadership of Christian and Erica Rosario. Anna is also a praise dancer and international chaplain and ordained minister. One of Anna's passions is to encourage women and help them discover their worth and true identity in God. She also has a passion to help the new believer in their walk with God. Her goal is to continue to impact lives all over the world and guide them towards a life of victory. So without further ado, I present to you Anna. You can take over from here. Thank you so much.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So I want to thank you guys for having me here today. I am very excited. It's truly an honor to just be a part of so many amazing women and amazing people. So thank you for having me. Happy International Women's Day. You guys are all amazing. Just want you to keep that in mind. But I want to read something here first, and then also a quote that I really like. So International Women's Day is celebrated in many countries around the world. It is a day when women are recognized for their achievements without regard to divisions, whether national, ethnic, linguistic, cultural, economic, or political. And I like this quote from Oliver Gall. It says, "There's no force more powerful than a woman determined to rise." So again, thank you for having me here. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little nervous, but I wanna thank Carolyn for that presentation. It was amazing. She actually said a lot of things that I wanna say. So we are definitely on the same page. It was very encouraging. Thank you for everything that you do, and everyone else here. Besides the bio that the moderator just stated, I also teach discipleship classes for new believers, and I am a minister, so everything that I speak about is going to be about God, because I am a minister, and everywhere I go, I have to preach the gospel. That's just who I am. So I am going to speak about God. I teach discipleship classes for new believers. I'm also a Bible study teacher at my local church. I wrote a book, From Existing to Living, in 2020. It's a book that basically, it will help you determine if you're really living or just existing. A lot of people think that just because they're here, they're born, that they're actually living. And little do they know is that you might just be existing. So I get into details. In the book, you'll read details on how to discover if you're really living the life that God intends for you to live. And I also speak about, we're living in a world that's very chaotic, but there's also hope. There's also hope out there. You can live a life in victory in a chaotic world. You can. Why do I say that? Because I'm living my life now. I'm living a life that's full of victory. Doesn't mean that I'm perfect. I'm never going to be perfect. Only God is perfect. I am going to make mistakes, but I can honestly say that I am actually living in my purpose. I am serving my purpose here on earth, because we all have a purpose to serve. And a lot of people don't know what the purpose is. I wrote that book during the pandemic. The book was translated, as they just finished stating, 2021, and also in 2022 to Urdu language. I was also an assistant director of one of the ministries on my local church. And I also have a podcast that's called Bias Impact Podcast. And you can find that in different platforms, Anchor and Google Cast and many more. I say that to say that all of these things that I am now did not come easy at all. There were a few things that I had to go through, that I had to endure. And it really was not easy for me to push past the fear that I had, to push past the doubt that I had. And all of these things come from somewhere, and it comes from the past. It comes from the childhood. And I want to get into that now. Who was I when I was a child? I want to share this testimony because it's very important for you to know where I came from and where I am now, and how I discovered my purpose. What are the things that I did to discover who I was in Christ, to discover my true purpose here on earth. So this is the reason why I'm sharing this. So I grew up with a single mother. She raised me by herself, me and my other sister, my sister, and I didn't have a father figure in my life. I didn't have a father figure. I had a father that basically was always in and out of jail. He was never around to do the father things, to be a father figure to me. So because of that, because I didn't grow up with a father in my life, I grew up without an identity. I was suffering from a lack of identity. There is such thing as a lack of identity. So I didn't have an identity. I didn't know who I was. I didn't know why I was born. Why am I here for? I basically grew up in trying to please people to feel accepted, because I did not feel accepted by my father. So that's who I was when I was growing up. Always, my father was, again, always in and out of jail, and never there to experience my graduations or experience the big events in life, right? So that also, it created a void in me without me knowing why. There was a void that I had, that I needed something to fill that void, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was, but I knew that there was something that I needed to fill that void. And because I had that void, I would seek to fulfill that void in all the wrong places, with all the wrong people. I got into a domestic violence relationship. I also became promiscuous. I was seeking validation from everyone. I also became a teenage mom. I had a child at the age of 16. My son he's 20 now, and he's serving in the Army. And then after that, I had another child at the age of 22. These are the things that I did back then, because I didn't have an identity. I didn't know who I was. So I was looking basically for my father in all the wrong places. There was a time in my life that I said to myself, there's something missing. There is something missing. This cannot be life. There is something missing. I don't know what it is. I also want to mention, before I continue, that I didn't finish high school back then. I didn't finish high school, and stay with me because I'm going somewhere with this. When I became a mother at the age of 16, I was basically forced to drop out to be a mother, to be a full-time mother. And I was a teenager. I did not know what it was to be a mother. So it was the scariest moment of my life, where I had to quit high school. I even tried to get into another high school with my child. They provided for daycare. I actually got into this high school, and I would take my son with me to school while they had a daycare downstairs. And eventually I ended up dropping out because my mind I wasn't focused. To be honest, I didn't want to be in school. I lost a desire of wanting to be in school. I was also battling with some depression as well, that I know now that it was depression. Back then, I did not know that it was depression that I was battling with. So I did all of these things. I went clubbing. I used to drink every weekend. Even when my son was born, he was like 2 or 3 years old, I would leave him with my mom, and I would go clubbing, drinking, and just be promiscuous. But at the end of the day, at the end of it all, I was still empty. I was still the same person I was that morning. because there was something missing. There was something that I was lacking, but I didn't know what it was. And I named this presentation, Stepping Out of Your Comfort Zone to Lead, because this is exactly what I needed to do to lead others. I needed to step out of my comfort zone. I needed to overcome fear. I needed to overcome doubt. I needed to overcome rejection from my past, from my childhood, in order to be able to discover my purpose, to be able to lead others. I had no one that in the beginning of my walk with the Lord that was leading me. I was under some pastors, and they were amazing, but there were still certain things that I needed to learn on my own. I needed to figure out, how is it that I'm going to push past this fear, this doubt, of just everything, all these negative things that I felt about myself. So the reason why I want to speak about this is because I really believe that there's a lot of people, especially women, that do not see the value that they have. They don't see that they carry life. Women carry life. Just picture us having a baby, right? We have life in us. We were created by God to carry life, right? And this is just in general, not only having a child, right? And I think that sometimes we underestimate ourselves, right? We begin to think about how the things that people would say to us in the past, just like Carolyn said before, right? We just think about that. We continue to think about those things, and you start believing these things, these negative thoughts that you have about yourself. That's not true, right? But there's something that we have to do to overcome those things. A lot of people, a lot of women do not do anything about it, unfortunately. They remain where they are, believing that they're not worth it, believing that they're not able to do nothing, believing the lies, right? Dealing with rejection, because again, the reason why I bring up the past is because it was because of my past and how I grew up. That was the reason why I felt the way I felt about myself. Not finishing high school also, you know, I always said to myself, I'm not good enough. You know, I didn't finish high school. I ended up back in 2021, I finished my GED. I got my GED diploma, and now I'm in college, my freshman year in college. I'm doing my bachelor's for biblical studies and theology, and I will continue until I reach my doctorate. I will continue. I am determined to rise no matter what the past said about me, no matter what people said about me, no matter the labels that they put on me. I will rise. I will get to where God wants me to get to. And I say all this to say that I have a few pointers that I want to mention. Why women are needed to step out to lead or to make a difference, because women are needed to step out and make a difference. There is a testimony that we all have. We all, each and every one of us here have a testimony to share with someone. We have a story to share with someone, just like everyone else. Everyone here is sharing today, right? There's a story that's going to help someone. And everything that we go through in life is not only for us, but it is for someone else. It's to help someone else that might be going through the same thing you went through before, and you have the answer. You have the answer to their problem. And the reason why it's very important for us to step out of our comfort zone and begin to walk on purpose, right? And begin to lead, it's for others. What happens when that doesn't happen, right? There's gonna be people out there that are waiting for our story. And because we're not opening our mouth or doing what God said to do, or how you feel that you need to do, then it's gonna be very hard for other people to be delivered, or they need help. People need help. People need help, and we have the answer to that. We all have a story here that can minister or that can help someone in need, all of us. It can be from the past, it can be something that you went through, but we went through it for a reason. And that reason is not only for us to keep it to ourselves, but it's also It's not for us to of course, we're being built. We're more stronger, right? When we go through it, when we overcome it, but it's also because of others. There's someone that needs to hear your story. And sometimes we're so afraid to share our story because we're ashamed or because we feel embarrassed and we feel like we're not worthy enough. And that's a lie. That's a lie. People need to hear what you went through, because you can be the answer to someone's testimony. You can be the answer to someone's prayer. Someone can be praying right now for a miracle, and you can be that miracle. And I also want to remind you all that you are valuable. Women have value. We are valuable. It's something that we have to remember and keep in mind, that we have rights, right? It should never be taken for granted. Sorry, I can't read the comments because I get distracted easily, but we are valuable, and we have to always remember that. Now, the reasons why, these are the reasons why some women are fearful to lead or fearful to step out of their comfort zone. I was that person. I was there where I was stuck. I felt like I was in a box, inside of a box. This is the reason why I wrote the book, From Existing to Living, because I thought that I was living, and I was not living. I was just existing. I was just another number. I was just a person, just I don't know, roaming the streets without a purpose, not knowing who I was, not knowing why I was born, not knowing why God created me. Why is it that I'm here? What's gonna happen when I die? Or what am I supposed to do here on earth? We are all supposed to do something here on earth. We're not here for a coincidence, because of a coincidence. We're here because there's a purpose that we have to serve. There's people here on earth that we have to serve, right? So some of the reasons is for fear of not being good enough. I had that fear. I always felt like I wasn't good enough because growing up, that's what I was being told, right? From not my father. I don't want to say my father really just used those words, but his actions showed me, well, to me, based on his actions, I thought I wasn't good enough. I'm not good enough for him to stay and really raise me. I'm not good enough, for that. So I felt that my father always saw me as, oh, you're not good enough for me to, to stay and raise you and just spend time with you and be a father. I was told by teachers that I wasn't good enough either. I was told by so-called friends that I had back then that I wasn't good enough because I didn't finish high school, because I became a mother at the age of 16. These are the lies that I believe. I believed these things for years. So because I believed these things for years, I was entertaining the thoughts. When we believe negative thoughts that are said about us, we're entertaining those thoughts. That's what we're doing. We're entertaining them and we're believing them, right? So the mind is very powerful. I'm going to get into that soon, but it's very powerful, and also the words. But not just, let me just stay in order. I believe those lies, and because I believe those lies, I saw myself as I wasn't good enough for anything, not knowing that God saw the total opposite. God saw me and he chose me. And he said, you have a purpose in me. There's an identity that you have in me, right? And I'm going somewhere with this. Also, we feel that we begin to doubt. We have this fear. We have fear. That's one that cripples us, right? Because fear cripples us. But also doubt. We begin to doubt. Can I really say this? Can I really do this? What's going to happen? What are they going to say? What are people going to say? We begin to want to please people all the time. I was a people pleaser before I came to the feet of the Lord. Before I came to the feet of Jesus Christ, I was a people pleaser, and I didn't like it. I felt as if I had to continue to do things that they wanted me to do just to please them. Even if I didn't want to do those things, right? I was unhappy, but I wanted validation from these people. And because I wanted validation from them, then I would just make sure that I do whatever it is to please them. If someone said something about me or didn't like me, it would bother me. Now it doesn't. I don't care because I know who I am. I have an identity. I found my identity in Jesus Christ when I accepted him as my Lord and Savior. I found my identity. I found my purpose. I am living on purpose now. I am smiling on purpose. I am serving on purpose. I am helping on purpose, no matter what people say. I am doing these things on purpose. Why? Because I was there once. Those people that need help now, that need guidance now, I was that person and I wanted help. So I invested also in my spiritual life. I believe wholeheartedly in investments, right? In investing in your life, investing in your spiritual life, investing. So I invested on a coach. I invested on mentorship. And these are people that helped me get to where I am now, that I will always honor them for the work that they did. I believe in that. A lot of people don't invest in their growth. When you invest in your calling or in your purpose, you begin to grow because you're investing in something that you believe, right? You're investing in your growth, in your spiritual life. So because of those people, I am who I am now, and I am where I am now. So I always encourage people to just invest in their growth, invest on a mentor. They're amazing. These people are here to help you. They are really taking out of their time to help you walk into your purpose, right? And also fear of failing. We have this fear of failing. We have this fear of making mistakes. We have this fear of the unknown. These are all things that I went through before I became who I am now, which I don't care about. I don't care nothing about titles. God is my witness. I don't care about titles. But I went through these things. I am who I am now because I went through a lot of things. And I'm still going through a lot of things. We're never going to be exempt from that, no matter what. You know, but I was afraid of the unknown. I was afraid of, again, what are people going to say? What if I really start believing in myself? What if I really start walking into my God-given purpose? Are they going to like me? Are they not? Are they going to stop following me on social media? Are they not going to like what I say? I used to think that way. I was afraid to fail. And I want to remind you that it's okay if you fail. We're not perfect. We're never going to get perfect. We're never going to be perfect. But the important thing is, do not stay there. Do not stay on the floor. Get right back up and ask for resilience. That is one thing I always ask God for, resilience, right? These are people that bounce back. They don't stay on the floor. They continue to push past fear, the doubt, the obstacles, the trials, the tribulations, all of these things that we all go through, right? Do not stay there. Do not be afraid of what's ahead. Do not be afraid of what people are going to say. Do not listen to the negative voices. If you have to change your circle, change your circle. Because in order for you to get different results, you cannot do the same things, and you cannot have the same people in your circle, the people that don't believe in you, the people that does not value you, the people that underestimate you, the people that speak negative things against you. You don't need those people in your circle, because your circle matters. The people that you have around you matters. You're judged by those people. You are who you hang around with. So be very careful who's in your ear saying things to you. Be very careful who's in your circle. And I just had to share that part with you. It's not on my notes, but I know that I needed to share this. The reason why I felt all of these things also is because, once again, I was lacking an identity, a true identity. A true identity, not Anna the author, or not Anna the speaker, not Anna the leader, not Anna the minister. My true identity was hidden in God, in Jesus Christ, in the only God. It was hidden there. And I had no idea that in order for me to find out who Anna was, I needed to find God. It was there that I found who I was. Getting to know God in my walk. It's been 12 years of 12 amazing walk, 12 years of this journey that's amazing, but I went through hell and back. I went through the fire to get to where I am now. And he's still gonna put me through more fire but I wouldn't have it any other way. I would not have it any other way. Because of God, I found out who I really was. I found out my purpose. I am serving. I am helping women all over the world. I am leading them. And this is not for a pat on my back, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for God. I always give him all the glory, no matter what I do, where I go. He deserves the glory. It is because of him that I am here now. It is because of him that I wrote a book. It was because of him that I persevered. It was because of him that I continued to get back up. And he was there waiting for me, even when I didn't know that he was waiting for me. But when I found God, when I found Christ, I discovered who Anna was. I discovered the reason why I ran to men to fulfill my needs. I discovered the reason why I ran to drugs. I discovered the reason why I went to clubs, and the reason why I kept feeling the same way, empty. Empty. I was still empty. But until I gave my life to God, I became whole. I became full. Now I wasn't lacking an identity now. And that's a process. That doesn't happen overnight. Doesn't happen overnight, but I was lacking an identity. I knew now, okay, this is who I am. This is what I'm supposed to do. It took tears. It took a lot of prayer. It took a lot of prayers on my knees, day and night, tears, trials and tribulations for me to discover who I really was, who God said I was. That no matter who said what about me in the past, I am who God says that I am. And this is something that I will always carry with me no matter what. I know who I am, and I know who goes before me. And because I have God in my life, I am able to lead with excellence. I am able to serve my community. I am able to go to the prisons. I do Bible studies in women prisoners, in women prisons. And isn't amazing? It's an honor, it's a privilege to be there for people that I don't even know personally, right? Because I have the heart to serve. I have the heart to just, people that know me know that if they need anything, I'm there in a blink of an eye. I am there in a blink of an eye. You don't want to accept Christ as your Lord and Savior, that's fine. I'm still going to be there for you. I am still going to be there for you. I am still going to hold your hand, because I'm not better than you. I am not better than you. I am not better than anyone. So I love what I do. I love to be a minister. I love to be a chaplain where I can go into the prisons, right? And no one can turn me back. But I have the credentials to go into the prisons and be there and share the hope of God and the love of God and just be there for those people that don't have any family that visits them, right? I'm honored to go into the hospitals, and no one can tell me anything because I have my credentials, where I can pray for people to be healed, where I can be there, where I can just listen. I don't even have to pray. I don't even have to say anything about God, but to be a listening ear. A lot of people need a person that listens. That's it. That's it. That's the type of leader I am. I will help you, but I will also hear you out. A lot of people don't have that. And I also want to share what happens when we don't step out of our comfort zone. When we don't step out of our comfort zone, we stay stagnant, we stay stuck, like in a box, or stuck where you are. You don't fulfill your purpose. You're not able to find out, again, who you are, what you're supposed to do. We're all here for a reason. We were all created by God for a reason, and there's something that we have to do. But what is it, right? Maybe you don't know. Maybe you don't know. Maybe you still do not know. And I'm not saying you guys here, but in general, you probably don't know your identity yet in Christ. Maybe that's the reason. Once you discover who God is, you'll discover who you are. It is so powerful. If you discover God, you will discover who you really are. And then if we don't step out of our comfort zone, there's not going to be any growth. You're not going to grow. And we're not here for just to stay stuck. We're here to grow. We're here to do amazing things. You know, again, we can live a victorious life in a chaotic world. We can, because the choice is yours and the choice is mine. How are we going to react to certain things, right? We have the control to, how do we say this? We have the control in how we're going to react to certain things. So no matter what you're going through in life or how bad the situation is, you have the control to react towards that of your reaction. You have the control over your reaction. You might not have control over what's coming your way, but you have the control over how you're going to react to it, what you're going to think about it, and what you're going to say. And also, when we don't step out of our comfort zone, other people won't, like I mentioned that before already, other people that are waiting for help are not going to be helped, because we all have a specific audience. That is something that I learned. We all have a specific audience. Your audience might not be my audience. The people that you're helping may not be the people I can help. Maybe I can't relate to their situation, but you can. We all have an audience. This is the reason why we go through what we go through, because people want to hear a relatable person, a person that can relate to what they went through. So we all have an audience to serve. And if you don't open up your mouth, if you don't step out of your comfort zone, if you don't overcome fear and doubt, those people are not going to get the help that they need, because they're waiting for you. And this is why my quote is that you are the key to a lot of prison doors. You can be the key to the prison doors of these people, spiritually speaking, right? And if you don't open up your mouth and you don't step out of your comfort zone to do what you need to do for them, then they're going to stay incarcerated. And that is the truth. So I want to mention that also, like I stated in the beginning, if you want different results, you have to do different things. You cannot get different results doing the same exact thing, thinking the same exact thoughts. Impossible. So I was tired of the same thing. I was tired of the same results. I was tired of just being the same Anna, feeling the same way, the same things that I was feeling about myself. I was tired of the negativity, of the negative thoughts about myself. I was tired. And things don't change until you get tired of the same old thing. Things will not change until you get tired. And I'm almost finishing. How to step out of your comfort zone, right? How do you step out of your comfort zone? There's two main things that you have to do, and I'm going to break them down. The first thing is to change your thoughts. The mind is very powerful. Change the way you think. When you change the way you think, then you change your actions, because the things that you think about, you begin to feel it, you feel them, and then you act on those things. So the mind is very powerful. When you change your mindset, then everything else will follow. Then your actions will follow. Then that's when you'll get different results, because you change your mindset. And that's very important. This is with everything. This is not only spiritually, this is with everything in the world. Change the way you think, and you're going to see that your actions will also change. Discover your identity. Once again, your identity. Once you discover your identity in Christ, you're going to discover who you are. You're going to discover who you are. Once you know your identity, who you are, and who God says you are, you will not fear. And if you do fear, because we're all going to fear, you're not going to allow fear to cripple you, because fear cripples you. Fear cripples you. Fear keeps you stuck. Fear keeps you stagnant. Fear keeps you in a box. Fear underestimates you. You feel underestimated with fear. No, when you know who you are in God, when you know your true identity, you're not going to allow fear to stop you. You're not going to allow doubt to stop you. And whatever negativity comes your way, you're not going to allow it to stop you. When I started teaching my class, or discipleship classes, I had a person reach out to me, and she said these exact same words. She said, you're not capable to teach. You don't have the credentials to teach. And everything that this woman said was so discouraging. But because I know who I am, because now I know who I am, my true identity, and I know the purpose that I serve, and I know the value that I carry, I ignored those thoughts, those voices, I should say. I ignored it. I continue to do what God told me to do, which was to teach. And I had 12 women that I was teaching in their walk with God. And now they're serving God. They're, oh my God, they've grown tremendously. They're doing things, amazing things. They're feeling different about themselves. They changed their thoughts. They changed. And it is not because I taught the class, but because God was guiding me. Again, I give him all the glory for everything that I do, because apart from him, I would not be able to do nothing, absolutely nothing. Everything that I have now, everything that I have accomplished in the past, everything that I overcame now, and even those things that I'm about to overcome are because of God. And that's it. If I didn't have God in my life, did it before years ago, I would be a total mess. Another thing, what you can do it afraid. Whatever it is that you're gonna do it afraid. And I'm almost finishing. Do it afraid. Second thing, change your language. Your words have power. Speak edifying things to yourself. Your words have power. Speak life and not death. And also know that it is not always about you, but about others that need you. The last point, remain teachable. You don't know it all. To be a great leader, you have to be a great student. To be a great leader, you have to be able to remain, you have to be able to learn new things every day, because you don't know it all. And we continue to learn each and every day. So I'm gonna end with this to remind you that women, you are important. You are needed in this world. And I'm gonna put a link here that you can go to if you are led to go to the workshop that I'm gonna be leading, a workshop on stepping out into ministry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much for your fabulous talk. So Anna has acknowledged that chronic stress can have negative impacts on the body. Chronic stress can lead to immune dysfunction and DNA damage, which can contribute to skin aging and inflammation. Mind-body techniques like mindfulness and meditation can be helpful in reducing stress and promoting relaxation, which can help to minimize the effects of stress on the skin. These techniques can improve immune function, reduce cortisol levels, and increase antioxidant activity, which can all contribute to healthier, more youthful looking skin. And thank you once again for for your fabulous talk, and a huge round of applause for Anna. So do you have any questions out there for Anna?
All right, perfect. So Anna, you could always leave in your details in the chat box down there, and the rest of the speakers can get in touch with you. Okay, then let's move ahead. Next up, we have Dr. Eva Klezek, Senior Vice President of Commercial Analytics and Data Curation at Target. Previously, she was a Vice President of Advanced and Custom Analytics at Symphony Health. With 20 years of experience, Dr. Klezek has been the healthcare industry's analytics and operations leader, with a proven record for establishing high-performing teams and delivering innovative analytic solutions. She has also published in multiple academic and industry journals, contributed chapters to several academic books, most recently on endometriosis, and has been a board member of several peer-reviewed publications. Dr. Klezek earned her doctorate degree in agriculture and applied economics from Virginia Tech, Blacksburg, as well as an MS in resource economics and policy, and a BA in economics with a minor in mathematics from the University of Maine, Orono. She is originally from Warklaw, Poland. All right, then, Dr. Klesik, you can take over now. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction and Anna, wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. I've truly appreciated and enjoyed all of the presentations. And I think the common theme is women can do everything. We just need to persevere. We cannot think about our circumstances as the crutch. We have to move forward and really change how we are thinking. So I'm going to share a deck. I prepared a few slides for this esteemed conference, and so please let me know if you'll be able to see my slide deck. Hopefully you can see my slide deck. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm really honored being here today. It's on the International Women's Day. By the way, happy International Women's Day. It's always very important for us to get together and talk about the topics that are important to us, whether it's how we progress in our careers, how we balance work and life together, how do we become inspirational, how do we pursue our goals. What I'm going to be speaking today is, as I was thinking through what on the topic of the International Women's Day this year, which is embracing equity, I wanted to think about it and talk about the power of women networks and how the getting together can really help us in accomplishing what we need to accomplish, and also provide some feedback on how to do this, because very often that's not known for many individuals how they can start it. So happy International Women's Day. You can see on the left-hand side, embrace equity is the sign of hugging yourself. At my work today, we had collected several pictures from across the organization, and there were women hugging themselves. They were hugging their mothers, they were hugging their daughters, husbands hugging their wives, partners hugging themselves, and really embracing what equity is. And I think being a woman, we also recognize the struggles that we have gone through, and we know that we are the force for bringing others in the marginalized groups and in minorities to help them get to the levels we are in. So a couple of points that are very important to me as I'm thinking about it, what it is that this Women International Women's Day topic is about. Equity isn't nice to have, it is a must to have. It has to be in our DNA, it has to be in the DNA of our organizations. Gender equity is very important. And then it's also very important for us to think about equality and equity and how they are the same and how they are different. Very often, everyone talks about equality, but the moment you ask them about equity, they are silent, they do not know what to say. So my topic of the presentation will be really focusing on that aspect and trying to bring that in the forefront. So few things, as I was thinking about it and I was doing presentation, I was hosting a women's event at my organization. I was the host and I had a panel and I had to talk about equity versus equality as the opening remarks. I was thinking and looked at women in healthcare and how women before us and who are still here with us, how they have impacted the advancement that has been provided in order to ensure we have the right treatments, the right diagnostic processes, and we can access the care in the right way. Believing it or not, there is, if I'm thinking about the women in chemistry that got Nobel Prize in chemistry, medicine, and physics, there is 60 of them, and they received, and they were awarded in the area of 61 prizes. What struck me the most is, before I even looked at what these women did, is that the number of men that received the prestigious award of Nobel Prize being heartbroken in one way. That really presents it that we have a long way to go. That's not even 10% of the community of the Nobel Prizes being awarded. And I don't believe that it's a lack for that's because we don't have talented women. I think we have many of them. It's just that they are not able to leverage their resources or be able to be presented in a way that they can accomplish and bring the work to forefront. So let me give you a little statistics related to the 60 women. They were 18 women that have a Nobel Prize, Peace Prize, which constitutes 16% of the Nobel Peace Prizes being awarded. 16%, and that's the highest number, which is it's not even 1/5 of them. A Nobel Prize in Literature, 14%. Only 17 women won out of 119 awards. Not very good. Number-wise, maybe a little bit better, but percentage-wise, not better than the Peace Prize awards. When it comes to medicine, which I am always interested in, only 12 women received it, and you can see their pictures of them here, which constitutes only 5.3% of the awarded prizes. 5.3%, that's very, very small. It doesn't get better, unfortunately, when you go to chemistry and you look that only 8 women were able to get Nobel Prize in chemistry. That constitutes 4.1% of all of the awards, Nobel Prize awards being recognized in chemistry. And finally, physics. We all know physics is difficult. We all know that there are many different aspects of physics. But as we are thinking on it, it's only 4 women. You can see those 4 beautiful faces of women who really did the unthinkable. They really led us through the area. And that constitutes 1.8%, not even 2%, shy of 2%. And when I was thinking about it, and then I looked and did more research, one of the quotes given by one of the women in those pictures, it says, "I don't believe that there would be any science at all without intuition." Men don't talk about intuition. Who does? Women do. And I think this is the difference between women and men. We talk about the intuition. We know that something is right. We know that we have a hinge and we're going to go pursue it. What do these women do? Interesting statistics. Marie Skłodowska-Curie is shown twice as the only person, the first female to get ever an award, in the Nobel Prize award. She's the leader. She comes from the country of mine, of Poland. So we are very proud of that. But she is also the only person, which is also a very good fact for women, that won 2 prizes, Nobel Prize winners in 2 aspects, the chemistry and physics. No one else has done it in the history of Nobel Prize. The only one. Her and her daughter, which is on the left-hand side, the second to the left, on the left there, that's Irene Joliot Curie, and that's her daughter, her elder daughter, very talented. Her husband was also a chemist. With him, the 2 of them are the only parent-child in the whole Nobelist situation, the whole awardees, that are related, that there is a parent and child connection. No other male and female have that. They're the only ones, which is a pride in itself to say it. But all of these women contributed to what we know today is medicine or treatment or designs of treatments and clinical trials. For example, Maria Skłodowska-Curie found radium and polonium, which ultimately created radiation. She did a lot of research in radiation, giving us the pathway towards X-rays. She done a lot of them during World War I. She died out of the radiation herself at the end of that. We have other women who also helped looking at how treatments, how drugs are interacting in our bodies, ultimately giving us the opportunities to develop processes for clinical trials. Where we would be without clinical trials? If you think about what happened, how quickly we were able to get COVID vaccine, that's are the basis these women gave us. We all heard about the HIV and how in the early 80s, 1980s, HIV was a death sentence. Now HIV is a disease that you can live with for the rest of your life. There's plenty of therapies. You can also be on drugs now where you can pretty much, your testing is going to come out non-existent. You might be pretty much cured from that. One of the ladies here actually found the human immunosuppressant various. So in 2008, she got a Nobel Prize Award for this part. There was another woman who did a lot of studies related to glucose and how it was digested in our system that provided us with the options and the opportunities then to think about diabetes. All of these women here gave us the basis and the foundation for the cure, for the treatments, for the diagnostic processes we have right now. And we owe them our big applause for that. But also, I truly hope that these women are inspiration to all of us. Like the previous speakers were saying, give your story, fight for what you believe. If you have intuition that something works, go for it. Don't allow anyone else tell you that it's not going to make sense. So as I was thinking about more about what equity really is, I was looking at the recent news about individuals and women in corporate area. McKinsey and Company and Lean Organization, many of you probably know Lean Organization is the one that Sheryl Sandberg is sponsoring, is really providing the opportunities to talk about women in corporate area and really supporting them. Well, the recent report that was published has presented quite a surprising, but also very difficult to swallow for many of us in corporate area, facts about women leaders leaving their organizations at the highest rate since 2015, when both McKinsey and Lean Corporation started tracking these numbers. And the gap between women and men leaving the organizations is increasing. For those of us who have been in the pipeline and going up and up and up, and we've been hearing many of the previous speakers here talking about their pathways and journeys through that, it is very surprising and also heartbreaking. Furthermore, for every young woman stepping into the director level position, 2 of them are leaving. Think about it. There is no pathway. There won't be enough women. There won't be enough women in director level positions to be able then to fit into to be promoted to presidents, VPs, C-suites positions, CEOs, board members, prime ministers, leaders of their countries. Women are not taking on. The primary issue that all of them cited, the reason for it, is that they are feeling they are not getting support in the organizations. I'm sure many of us heard it. I know that sometimes I feel that, and we discussed that many of you heard it, that felt it, and we were discussing what you need to do to change it. But more importantly, many of these women, as a result of lack of support and organizations not thinking about the needs of women, are feeling burned out. And at the rate of 43% of women leaders leaving as a result of burnout, they are leaving the organizations, but there's only 31% of men. The gap is just large, 12%. Someone computed that, and they said that at the rate that women are leaving their senior positions, it's going to take another 300 years for parity. 300 years. I was hoping we would have it by the end, but by the time I'm going to be meeting God, well, it's going to be many of our generations before that's going to happen. It's very disheartening. It's very concerning. And furthermore, for the leaders, the brave women that gave us that led by example. The Prime Minister of New Zealand was pregnant. She got a lot of backlash, but now she and hers and Susan Wojcicki and Marv Levine decided to leave their leadership positions either in their countries, leading the countries, or their companies, because they cited burnout. They decided that they cannot do it anymore because they feel not supported. And what happened? They got a backlash. They got a backlash in the media, or maybe women are not meant to be in senior leadership positions, versus thinking about it. What did they say? They had they were conscious enough about how they were feeling to raise their hand saying, I have enough, I need to take a break. They are not saying that no, we're going to come back to corporate life or leadership life, but they are just saying, I'm done for now. And the message instead was, maybe women are too weak. It's very disheartening, very concerning. So when we are thinking about equity, it is very important to think about it, because we all talk about equality. Equality is always there. We women made a big strive to talk about equality. However, do we talk about equity? Do we talk about how lack of having resources or support in your organization ultimately is disadvantage or removes you from the ability to actually aspire for equality? During today's session, where I was leading with my organization, someone made a comment. Equality is the outcome, equity is the vehicle. And I'm thinking about it, that's what it is. We are analyzing. If you look at the slide and the picture on the right, on the left-hand side, equality is everyone has the same thing. They all on the same stool. Equity is looking at what are the privileges that some individuals have versus others, and recognize there is a varying access level to resources and those privileges, and ultimately accounts for it, gives those opportunities. Anna was talking that she was told that she might never teach because she didn't have a PhD. But she overcome that. But someone told her, right? They told her that as a result of that, she will never be at the equal stool with someone else who has a PhD. Well, she overcame it, but she did it herself, and now she's teaching others how to do that. That's what is very important. This theme of this year's Women's International Day, it's very important because it starts bridging these two and finally giving us the opportunity to recognize that there are many people at our organizations, because of their circumstances they are coming from, that might require more help from us, giving them the resources, providing those resources so they can be successful. So how can we do this? How can we really bring the equity into workplace? Before I talk about it, I want to show you something that really struck me during today's presentation. During one of the March Madness reporting, they presented men and women's gyms. And these are Connecticut, Duke, wherever, on each side there is, women tend to be at the University of Connecticut, and then Duke tends to have a lot of awards there, champions being won. You can see that men's gyms are long, big, with equipment all the way. Anything that they need is there. And then women get, when I showed my husband this picture, he said, is that someone's room, or is it a closet, or is it a bathroom? What is this? And that's exactly how it describes. That lack of equity is ultimately disadvantaging women in the sports. But what can we do? What can we as leaders, whether it's leaders in our churches, in our communities, in our companies do? First of all, from the corporate point of view, make job descriptions accessible. Every employee should understand what it is that they are looking at. They know that if we are recruiting externally, internally, that there is opportunity for an internal person to do this. And what are the requirements? What are the salary ranges? What are we allowing them to review it and see, can they apply it? Or what would we need to help them with in order to be able to do that? Provide equitable access to all employees. And that means is being able to show them how to access that information. But more importantly, very often we don't talk in all of these discussions about physical and mental disability. That's extremely important because if you think about someone on a wheelchair trying to get across to the boardroom or to the bathroom, across the cubicles, what if they are two not only positioned? How are they going to do this? That's inequity. That's right there, a way of not allowing someone to be successful in their job. The same might be with mental health, providing them the environment for individuals who might be autistic or who might be depressed or bipolar. How can you give them the resources in the offices or in the place of work that they can really succeed, and what it is they require? And finally, even though you might give them all of these resources and you are now making everyone equitable, they won't be equitable until we empower those employees to really utilize those resources. Ask them, did you apply for the job? Did you really understand that we have opportunities for you? You can, while you might not be able to, you might think you might not be able to do something, you can, because there are all of these aspects for you. Can do LinkedIn training. We will send you for courses if that's what it's needed in order for you to get the next job. So as we are thinking about where else are we going, and I'm checking my time, I have 10 minutes left. So as we are thinking about where we are headed, the one thing that is very important to bring equity is women's networks. Men are very good in meeting, social, doing golf clubs. It's very known. They go for drinks. Women don't do that. So I am part of the Chief Network, many of you probably have heard, which provides opportunities for corporate women to gather together and talk about the issues that are rising when it comes to climbing the ladder and having support in the organization. And you can see some of the things that are beneficial for women networks, but it's not only women networks. It can be for minority groups, for marginalized groups. Anyone can think about it and leverage them to their own advantage. First of all, a great way to find valuable contacts and gain ideas, and also a safe place to be discussing these challenging, having these challenging discussions without any judgment. In order for us to make a progress and understand what the gaps are, we need to be able to have an honest discussion and do it in a safe environment. Once employees feel supported, they will be able more inspired to sponsor others, talk about and champion the networks, and talk about the next phase that is needed in order to bring equity as a vehicle for equality at the end. So where can you start? So first couple things to think about it, give a structure. If you want to open a network, give a structure. Should you be meeting monthly, quarterly? That's fine. You can meet weekly if you believe it, but you have to understand it. What is that core focus of your organization? Are you doing it because you want that? Are you because you want to have chats every single week, or is there a purpose for it? Once you understand what's the purpose on the core focus of it, invite the right people. And then think about launching the organization with a great event. You can see our International Women's Day flyer here. That's what we did. It was our second event. I'm actually the founder of the network, because coming from my previous organization, we had it. And I thought it was a great way to bring women and just really celebrate everything that women do and bring men allies and connect everyone together. So think about these aspects and really start to think about it. What is the gap that you are having? Who you can help? Who is going to be there with you? And how often would you be meeting? So where do you start? If you're thinking about opening an organization, a network, talk to your HR or C-level executive to gain support. You want a champion. You want someone that is going to stick with you and tell you what you can do within the aspect of your organization, your community. And in your community, it might be the mayor of your town. It might be someone else on the board, educational board, or some other boards. In your church, that might be the pastor, the priest, whoever it might be. Talk to your colleagues, friends, whoever else, to understand the gaps. What is it we're trying to do? Is that focus here? Excuse me. Understand what activities would be very helpful, because you don't want to have an organization that people just meet without any purpose. You want to be driving them towards the next level. And then think about finding members who can help you with setup. It cannot be on you. If it's only one person doing that, it's extremely tiring and it's a lot of work, but also there is no perspective on when to go next. And then start small. People always want to have big, I want to have 10,000 people in my group. No, start with 3. Talk about it, what you want to do. Let the word of mouth start getting out, people coming in because they want to join your group and they are willing to do the work, because they have to do the work. They have to step out of their comfort zone. The best way to become a leader and do something that you have never done is join a network, join a group and be part of it. Some of the topics that I have to think about, women's networks can talk about parental leave policies. We all know that many of our companies have an issue with that. They either don't have it or it's very limited. The pay parity for men and women, very important. Career advancements, great topic, always to talk about. Unconscious bias training. That appears, many of us struggle, especially women struggle with that, or minorities or marginalized communities, they're struggling with that. That's a very important aspect. Continuing education, mentorship programs, how do we develop? Financial advice sessions. I see many women, especially single women, not knowing what to do, how to save money, where to start. Can a $5 every single month can help me build my wealth? Well, it might. It might start small, then figure out your prioritization, learn where your money is going, learn how you can finalize it, how you can eliminate certain things. Career pivoting, and then the interdepartmental skill shares, building that framework. So as you think about it, as we are thinking about where we started, talking about equity and this year's theme and how networks can help you, network can be the vehicle for equity, and equity is the vehicle for equality. You can only have equal opportunities and really take advantage of them when you have the right resources and you know how to access them and they're beneficial to you to gain to the level that is equalizes you with someone else who already had that privilege previously. So with that, I'm gonna end my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. And I truly appreciate the opportunity speaking with you and sharing my experiences. Thank you. Okay, I don't know whether here they are.
It was an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for your fabulous talk, and happy Women's Day.
Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that the presentation was helpful in conveying the importance of women's networks and providing practical advice on creating a supportive network for women. in leadership positions, and it's important to continue advancing women in leadership roles and promoting diversity and inclusion in all aspects of society. If you have any further questions or feedback, please feel free to ask. So, speakers out there, do you have any questions? Please post to Eva.
All right. So yes, like my colleague here has mentioned, you can post your questions down there in the chat box, and we will take a quick 10-minute coffee break, and we will meet you all right here. All right. And
Thank you, everyone.
thank you so much, Eva.
A round of applause for Eva.
Thank you. And I'll post my email address inside. So if anyone would like to have a further connection and chat, please do. Please email me.
Great.
Thank you.
Please feel free to use the chat box, everyone. All right. We'll see you in 10. Cheers. Hi, welcome back to World Women Forum Conference by Star Conferences 2023. Next up, I would like to call upon Nicole Magnus. Nicole is an international speaker, certified high performance coach, and senior technical program manager for an innovation company. She coaches how clarity towards your goals, communications, networking, and a trailblazer mindset are the keys to building a successful life and making a difference for others. Nicole is on the board of directors for Girl Develop It. She spearheads multiple networking communities focused on serving and supporting women in numerous locations worldwide. In addition, she has also been dedicated mentor in STEM community, including empowering women and the underrepresented by creating online communities. Nicole is focused on helping people develop their courage, innovation, communication, organization, and leadership skills because these are the game changers to playing bigger in the world. I am living my dream coaching people towards better outcomes so the world can win. Nicole enjoys many hobbies, including outdoor activities with her spouse when not fueling her passions. Over to you, Nicole. Go for it. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you. I also have a slide deck. There you go. And share. Okay. Today's discussion is on women's leadership, trailblazers. This is a really big topic, but I've broken it down into the smallest pieces to start the conversation, and I'd love to continue it if anyone would like to contact me later. I often have clients who come to me saying they have a goal, they're not sure how to get there, they don't know the path to follow. And the first thing that I ask, do you believe or do you see yourself achieving that goal? Do you actually, when you're able to close your eyes, do you actually see yourself with that goal and have accomplished it? And sometimes it's mixed. Yes, they do. No, they don't. But the idea is that if you can see it, then there's no doubt in my mind that you will achieve it. If you are saying that this is your goal, but you don't picture yourself there, then perhaps backing off just a little bit to a goal that you can at least picture yourself. And then as you move along, the bigger goal becomes something that you can see yourself at. So today I want to talk about trailblazing. I want to share what holds us back, why, and how we can achieve our dreams. Additionally, evolved leaders are not only trailblazers, but they help others do the same. So get started. My journey has been as a trailblazer, but I was looking for consistent happiness, and I got tired of random success. I made the same mistakes as any unprepared explorer. Something looked like it was a goal I wanted, and I would run after it. Sometimes I succeeded and sometimes I did not. When I decided I wanted to trailblaze smarter, I hired an amazing coach, actually more than one. I learned why my successes were random and how I could navigate my life to remove the barriers that I was facing that I didn't even realize were there. I love this quote because it talks about a must believe and must be attained. Throughout history, women have been essential leaders in various fields: politics, science, as we heard about earlier, art, and business. Women leaders have played significant roles in driving our social and political and economic progress. And you can see how women's contributions have shaped our modern world. As we look at some of these other first and trailblazers, we also note that our work is not done. We've made incredible progress. Based on 100 years ago, some would say it's absolutely amazing. But there are so many women whose voices are not heard, so many gifts that are not shared. And the need for not only equality, but the insurance that women can feel empowered to share and achieve up to their full potential is still missing. So I want to talk about those barriers that I have run into and many of my clients have run into that are really hurting us. Research shows that women practice and experience these barriers more often than our male counterparts. I won't read them all to you in the interest of time, but there are some that really stand out when I look across clients and even myself in the past. Safety and likability. Being likable is more important than going after that heartfelt dream or goal, oftentimes. And again, it's just holding us back from what we truly want. Avoiding criticism or avoiding really tough criticism. I could take a little criticism, but not a lot. And realizing that anytime we do something different, any new adventure, some criticism is going to come. It could be some horrible criticism, but we have to be able to properly utilize criticism. Do I care what this person is saying? Are they a subject matter expert in the area? Is it a criticism I can take and use for fuel or improvement? But avoiding all criticism or fear of attacks is holding us back. All of the items listed in the good student habits. I grew up that all of these are good. Just keep your head down, do good work, somebody will notice. Those are not empowering. It works fantastically in school. But when you get out of school, it does not work in corporate. It does not work even as an entrepreneur. If you just do good work and you don't tell anybody about it, then you're relying on someone else to tell someone about it. And so you're not in control of your success, even as an entrepreneur. Looking outside yourself for answers. If you truly know a topic, you don't have to read 40 more books. You don't have to ask 40 more people. Speak your voice. Someone is out there waiting to hear. We often look outside of ourselves more than we trust our hearts and trust our knowledge. Making light of accomplishments. When someone says, wow, that was really great work you did, that must have taken you a lot. Oh, no, it was nothing. It was something. If you worked hard, months, weeks, days to get something done, never shrug off. Don't make light of the work that you've done. Because when you do that, you diminish your work right in front of someone. Say thank you. Yes, it was a lot of work. I'm really proud of it. But acknowledge that. And then more preparation than improvisation. Today is a perfect example. The plan didn't go exactly as we intended, but working through it anyway. There is a time for preparation, but there's also when you have to throw the plan to the side and work with what you have. And being able to do that is key to overcoming the barriers to trailblazing. So everything in this good student habits, once you're out of school, we don't need it. We need to step above these habits and eliminate them as much as possible. The last one I'll talk about is other people's feelings being more important than our own. And that could be maybe in a situation of taking over or doing what parents may want. It's like, oh, you know, I'm following my parents' dreams to be a doctor or to do some career or get involved with some organization. And it's not in your heart. If it's not in your heart, but you're afraid to hurt someone you love's feelings to tell them, it's holding us back. And remember that people who truly love us, even if they don't agree with us, they want us to be happy. So I always suggest when I or a client run into these barriers, take one, take two, and start to work them out of your day-to-day, week-to-week, or just your total behavior as soon as possible. The process of overcoming barriers, the comfort zone is a fantastic place to celebrate achievements, prepare for the next challenge. You know, we like the comfort zone because we know all about it. And just outside of it is that fear zone. And that's where that lack of confidence starts. And the self-judgment and maybe exterior judgment. But if we can, one, know ourselves, know that this is what I picture for myself. This goal is bigger than my fear. And two, all I need to do is step to learning. I need to just step forward and start learning what I don't know, what I fear. And when you step out past that fear zone and into the learning zone, you develop more clarity. As those new skills start to develop, you extend your comfort zone because you're starting to innovate to overcome challenges. Your creativity goes up because you're taking in new information and starting to solve your own problems and problems of those around you. For me, this is that point where I got a coach so that I could understand why I had that random success. And after you start learning, you get really excited because your creativity is developing and your comfort zone is expanding into that growth zone. And you start dreaming bigger and you want to share in mastermind groups, which I'm a huge proponent of networking groups. Your empathy develops because you're working with others, and the barriers that you felt before start to get smaller and smaller because you see other people achieving, going past their own barriers, and you start honoring your clarity. So powerful. I want to be clear that this happens in every time we face a new challenge. It could be a challenge in our physicality or our health. If you wanted to do something different or new with your health, there's that fear of what if I fail? What if? You know, if your career, if you want to advance in your career, there's that fear, what if? But just past that is that learning. And just past that is that growth. And it happens over and over for each of us, every major decision that we make. So I want to give you a strategy to help overcome the barriers so that you can have something to work with. So the very first thing is admit your goal out loud to yourself. And what's really important is giving yourself permission to be honest. If you want to speak, give yourself permission to be honest about that. Share what you have, your gift. Even if you don't know how you're going to accomplish it, it's important to give yourself permission to admit it. Understand your why. Whom does it serve? Yes, it will serve you, and that's totally great. Does it serve anyone else? And it doesn't have to, but if it does, then it's more powerful. Because if you're doing it for you and you're tired or had some resistance, you might push back or sit back. But if you're doing it for someone else that you also care about or want to make a difference for, it's a more powerful why. So ask yourself, does it serve anyone else? If not immediately, later. Fears, they're going to come up, so write them all down. Sometimes you have to leave, come back, and write down some more. And this is an important part, that people leave the fears in their head. Maybe if I don't see them or say them, I won't feel it, but they will still be there. And then the other thing, write down what you will feel if you don't go for it. Regret, possibly, less of a full self, something missing from your heart, maybe just feeling settled. Write that down too, what that feels like to not go for it. And so then you work into the reprogramming phase of create a plan and actions to push past those fears. So what if I fall? Get back up. Enlist a cheerleader that's there for you to support and say, you got this, it's okay, you know, you're learning, you're gonna make some mistakes, but that's all right, get back up. You know, be true to you. For every fear, write something down that you could try so that it's not a surprise. When that fear, and you know it's going to come, you have a plan. And it won't be as big if you have a plan. Understand what skills you need to learn. You may not know them all, but write that down. You might need to learn how to communicate more clearly. You might need to learn some specific skills to achieve your goal. Write all of those down that you know of, and know there's skills that you don't know about. But to feel better, write down the skills you already have. You already have your story. You already have your experience. Write those down. They're not to be negated. What help do you need? Like I said before, a cheerleader is fantastic. Maybe there's a partner that you can enlist, someone who wants to do the same thing that you do. You'll have your individual experiences as well as your joined experience. You can enlist a coach or a mentor. And if you need money, you might need an investor to get to your goals. So it could be that an investor is observing, okay, you have your business plan, or you have your plan on how you're going to go forward. Let's see how you spend your money before I give mine. But you may need to enlist these folks, and one of these team members, because I think of this as your team, may be able to bring in another once they see what you need. And then I always say, I want you to focus on the first two steps you need to move forward. So if you are running a marathon, for instance, doing something for your health, what are those first two things you need to do? Go get some running shoes and sign up for a race. Those are two things well within your control. Don't think about steps 50 and 60 and 70. Just think about the steps that you can control, the first two, and then add two more. And it will evolve and you will learn what you need to do from your team and from the skills that you develop. And once you do that, just go. Don't look back. So what does Trailblazer learning look like? If you get a coach or join a mastermind, increased focus, productivity, and more developed relationships, all of those are fantastic. And they're all great things to do. So many people try to do it all by themselves. We don't have to do that. As you learn and develop your curiosity, you'll gain more competency. And I'm not saying necessarily only from books, just you'll learn about yourself, you learn about other people, you learn more about your the skills that you need to reach your goal. You build up your resistance as you take on new challenges because you feel more competent to do so. And when doors open that in the past, or at least recently, would have been terrifying, you start looking at them as opportunities instead of, can you believe that this came to me? I can't believe it. This came to me. This is amazing. I'm thinking about it. That's how learning takes place. And growth, this is that point where you want to share it because you've had some success of your own. And we have to share, even if it's scary. Again, now that you've pushed past, you might say, oh, I'm comfortable where I am. No, go back through the fear zone and share. With a group, you communicate, you influence them to go for their goals. You learn to negotiate and you learn win-win strategies. As you share ideas, one of the biggest things is that you start to realize we're all the same. We all want the same things. We want greatness. We want opportunity. We want to feel empowered. And what was previously an individual goal, start to see that others can benefit from it as well with that service mindset. How can I help others get where they want to go now that I'm going where I want to go? And I might help them even more because it feels so good. Dream bigger. And then self-assess, not criticize, because it's nice to look back and say, what did I do well? What did I not do as well? How can I fix that? Again, we're learning from ourselves so that we can have a more balanced and fulfilled life. But don't do it alone. What I want you to take from this is that Trailblazers believe the mission is worth the challenges. Accept the criticism, but use it as fuel, not as a barrier. Surround yourself with supporters, and that includes other Trailblazers, other people who are doing something that no one they know is doing. That's okay. Do it anyway. And then self-assess so that you're constantly improving. And be that role model because someone else is seeing that when you're blazing a trail. It is your turn to create a plan. Assemble your team, whomever that is. Refine your plan as you and your team learn what your needs are and use your gifts. Speak your voice, get out there and help someone when you get where you're going. My name is Nicole Magnus. I'm a certified high performance coach, and I am rooting for you. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you. Trying
Hey,
to.
Nicole, that was fantastic. So Nicole Magnus is emphasizing the importance of seeking out coaching and developing a trailblazer mindset in order to achieve personal and professional growth. The idea is that by building strong relationships with coaches and other support networks, individuals can push beyond their current limits and develop new communication skills and solutions that will help them reach their desired outcomes more quickly. If you have any further questions or any feedback, please get back to Nicole. So audience out there, do you have any other questions? Okay, so a huge round of applause for Nicole.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
I'll put my contact information in the chat.
Okay, you put down the information, like drop down the information on chat so that every speaker can access it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nicole. And next up, we have Leslie Latimore Lorpils. A quick intro about Leslie. Leslie is a proud native of Washington, D.C., proud and busy mother of 12 children, and first international and Amazon best-selling author, #1 international and Amazon best-selling author. She is an entrepreneur, founder and CEO of 2 companies, Girls Organize That Life Productivity Coaching Program and Elise Enterprises, offering business concepts and life solutions. Leslie serves as a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army alongside her husband and 3 children, and is the secretary and Maryland State Ambassador for Top Fight Defense and nonprofit organization for female veterans. Leslie is a certified speaker, coach, and trainer with the John Maxwell Leadership Team, a certified behavioral superpower specialist and coach with Dream Start Academy, and a certified online coach with the Virtual Coach Program. Leslie enjoys teaching Zumba and cycling, serving in her church music ministry, reading, shopping, and spending time with family and friends. She is active in all her children's extracurricular activities, even holding a position on the school's PTA. This spirit-led woman and leader has a servant's heart and is committed to building and uplifting people, and she is genuinely kingdom focused. That is undoubtedly one of the best bios I've come across. Over to you, Leslie. Go for it. Thank you.
Hi, first of all, thank you for the amazing introduction, but I am scheduled for tomorrow. I'm actually at my Army job listening in to everyone.
Okay. The virtual conference is just for one day. There might be a misunderstanding. Would you like to continue, or do you want to park it for the end of the session?
Can you put me towards the end?
Sure, we could do that. We could do that. We'll get back to you later. All right. Just a second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, we have Gloria next. Gloria, would you be willing to take this slot? All right. Please bear with us for a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. Thank you so much. Hi again. Thank you all for staying connected. We have Andrea Isaacs joining us. Before she starts, a quick intro about Andrea. She is founder of Emotional Mastery Institute and is also called a Master of Change. Successful thought leaders and entrepreneurs in 29 countries have sought her out when they are navigating growth and change in their business and personal lives. She enlives their life purpose with passion so their decisions are aligned and moves them towards the business and a life they love. Her unique system bridges the Enneagram, embodiment, and neuroscience. She takes you on a journey from emotional mastery to life mastery. Please welcome Andrea Isaacs. Over to you.
Hello, and thank you so much. I'm so delighted to be one of your speakers here and to be a part of decision making. Do you know that research has determined we make at least 35,000 decisions a day? Probably more, actually. And to deal with that sheer volume, of course, most of them are unconscious and they have to be automatic, right? Because besides, we don't really need to spend time deciding how to start our day, how to manage easy tasks, or how to engage in conversations. Those are all decisions. Decisions can be as trivial as whether to eat Cheerios, muesli, or eggs for breakfast, or as impactful as deciding on the direction of your business, or whether to marry someone or not, or whether to buy a home or to move. And though it's good that we run a lot of decisions on automatic, when we do things the way we've always done them and not getting the results we want, well, Einstein calls that what? Insanity. And then it's time to make different decisions about what we do. In other words, if you want to live a life of purpose and passion, and you feel it's not quite there yet, it is essential to be deliberate about those decisions that matter, the ones that impact your relationships, your business, and your life. So I'm going to take a little time to take a look and show you how you can make decisions, wise decisions, in alignment with your life purpose, so you can live a life of purpose and passion. So we are also going to look at what's been stopping you from doing that. And I have a unique system that has pointed out how I can tell, how I can see that in someone. I've had the honor and privilege of traveling the world, teaching coaches, therapists, entrepreneurs, and leaders how to make wise decisions. But you know what? It was a journey getting to this, because as a child, I got so many messages that I was stupid and wrong and I don't belong. And as a kid, not knowing any better, as painful as it was, I believed it. And every time I got that message, it was like a punch in the gut or a stab in the heart. And wham, I would be knocked out. I was whammied. It was like I was a victim of my emotions. And this is not what I like to call emotional mastery, because my emotions were in charge of me. And so it became very real as a kid that it was safer and better to avoid judgment and not be seen, not be heard, safer to be invisible. And ask yourself if you've ever done that. What was really unfortunate is that it showed up for me even decades later, because I became an entrepreneur, and apparently that story was still alive inside me. The belief that I was stupid, wrong, and I don't belong, and I did my best to not be seen and not be heard. And do you think that was good for my business or my life? Heck no. I procrastinated. I couldn't write marketing copy. I couldn't make a sale. I worked long and hard, but still didn't have the time or money to go on vacation. So in addition to being stressed and overwhelmed, I went into debt. Was I making wise decisions? Well, I did my best, but I couldn't carry them out. My business was suffering, and so was I. And then I created my emotional mastery system, and I recognized that what I had most neglected was what was closest to the bone, deepest in my heart, because of those old fears. It was time to turn this around. So I used one of the practices I designed in my own system, and it healed that old wound. It used the combination of what I like to call the 3 magic keys: embodiment, this personality system called the Enneagram, where I recognized why I was the way I was, and also the ability to create new neural pathways. With this system, my old wound healed and it anchored a new belief in its place. And I knew in every cell of my body that my path, my passion, my life purpose was good. It was right. It was needed. And I was the one to bring it to the world. And I felt in my mental body, my emotional body, and my physical body, I could stand on my feet, firmly planted on the ground, and I embodied my value and my purpose. What happened next is I could stop working after dinner. I was able to save money and made money and went on vacation and have the life of my heart's dream. What I know in looking at what I call your emotional mastery blueprint is what's been holding people back from living their life purpose. I need to ask if I'm able to share my screen now. I believe I can. And I want to show you how I've come to know this. One moment while I move some things around. Here we go. Wise decisions for a life of purpose and passion. Well, I mentioned this was based on the Enneagram personality system. If you don't know what it is, I'll take a moment to explain. Let's go full screen here. The Enneagram itself is a symbol. It's a circle, it's a triangle, and what I like to call the 6-pointed star that connects all these points. And each point has a number on the outer edge. And each point describes a personality type, different gifts and different challenges associated with each one. And each one has a name. And there's no hierarchy. One number is not better or worse than another. And then what I've created is an emotional mastery blueprint based on your answers to a question. And I'll give you access to this in a little bit. I put on top of the Enneagram these 10 concentric circles. And each Enneagram type has a slice of pie, so to speak. And each slice of pie has a green score and a red score. The greens are the gifts in each area, and the reds are the challenges in each area. So I want to point out just a couple of things that I see in this person's emotional mastery blueprint. The red score here tells me that this, whoops, I didn't want to stop there. I didn't want to choose it. This person, called the perfectionist, strives to do things well, strives to do things right, and they're good at it. They get things done well. They don't cut corners. It also means the challenge here, what I see in the red score, this person is really harsh on themselves. They have this inner voice that's repeating those old childhood messages like I described I used to get. These old childhood messages that could be something like, you're wrong. You messed up again. You made another mistake. You shouldn't do that. Who are you to think you can do that? Or some version of that. And now I want to show you the cartoon that made me think it would be relevant to share this with you. This is a cartoon strip in my daily newspaper called Pearls Before Swine. Pig 1 says, what do you think is the key to success? And Pig 2 says, the key is to bet on yourself in life. Well, I agree with that, don't you? And Pig 1 says, I can do that. Pig 2 says, great. But then Pig 2 said, or Pig 1, I guess, said, I bet I'll lose. I never felt so confident. So let me ask you this. If you were to bet that you were going to lose on something you really wanted to do, you're going to make it happen. What we believe about ourselves are the thoughts and the feelings that we carry. It's the mindset we have. These are the neural pathways that are habits and patterns of how we've lived for so long. And then, of course, you'll make decisions that will prove that's correct, whether it's procrastinating, whether it's writing terrible copy, whether it's not being in the relationship you want or deserve, or not making decisions for your company. If you believe you're going to mess it up, you will be right. That's right. So what I do in my emotional mastery system is we find the key things that are holding some back from even knowing their life purpose. And I want to tell you one of the biggest reasons people aren't living a life of purpose and passion. You don't need to see the chart anymore, but I'll tell you one of the scores that informs me. It is this. If I see a certain score in your emotional mastery blueprint, it tells me there's a part of you that feels like it's selfish to want what you want. Perhaps you got a message when you were young that it's selfish to go after your dreams. You are here to be of service to others. I've talked with really successful entrepreneurs and leaders who have built a business of service to the world in global corporations. They're great at knowing what is needed out there. And yet there's something in their hearts that's been shut down from years of an accumulation of messages that what you want doesn't matter. It's all about what they want. And even though they're successful in some ways, there's another part of their passion that's been pushed down, covered up, and smothered by that voice that you don't deserve it, or it's selfish, or we don't have time for you, or we'll get to that later. So we take on that belief as kids because we're taught by how we're treated. That becomes how we live until we change it, until we have emotional mastery and we know how to change that belief. And so what I've seen even mature, successful entrepreneurs not living a life of purpose is they don't really know what it is. Just recently I had a talk with a senior leader in a very large corporation, and he was ready to retire. He'd had a successful career, but now that he was thinking of retiring, he was afraid that I won't know what to do with my life. I don't even know what I want. I don't know what interests me. And it's not that he has no interests, no passion. No, he was a man of passion. When I looked at his blueprint and I saw that particular score I was talking about, I saw that he had been raised with this pattern, this belief that that's selfish to want what you want. No, you've got to be a responsible father and husband. You've got to take care of the family. All those are all good purposes, of course. And the cost was he didn't even know what he wanted anymore. So when I worked together and he realized that, he recognized that what he wanted was to really do work for the environment. We all know the problems we're having with air and water and pollution and so on. It's destroying our planet. He had so much passion and the knowledge about things he could do as a volunteer working for changing the culture of how we're treating the environment. He woke up, he came to life in such a palpable, real way. He was even happier in his marriage and with his family, and became interested and excited about retiring. Another thing that can get in the way of living a life of purpose and passion and making decisions on behalf of what you want is this. I also see this in the results of your emotional mastery blueprint. It's a combination of a gift and what I call the gift gone wrong. Too much of a good thing. So here's the gift. The gift is being able to think outside the box, being a creative problem solver. This abundance of ideas and the ability to brainstorm says that, you know what, you could be an innovator. Yeah. However, the gift gone wrong, the too much of a good thing, could be this. You have what I call the scattered whammy, that challenge that says, oh no, this, I could do this, I could do that, I could do 10 million things. I just can't decide. With the scattered whammy, you won't decide because you'll never know what to decide. So to make wise decisions on behalf of your life purpose, you have to stop, choose, and commit to one thing. That stops the scattered whammy. Sometimes it's hard for entrepreneurs who don't have this other score. It's the green score for the type that is the decider. It's the ability to listen to and honor your gut knowing. If your decider is offline, we can see that in your blueprint. And that means you have to raise your ability to put your feet on the ground, to stop, take charge, and be the master of your emotions and say, enough collecting of the ideas, enough possibilities. Let's stop, choose, commit, and act. In fact, I love even just saying those words because I'm feeling it in my body. When you embody the meaning of those words, it's very powerful in creating a new neural pathway that carries the intention of being able to do that, to stop, choose, commit, and take action. Yes. Let's see, another possibility that can stop you from wise decisions for a life of purpose and passion could be that there's a part of you that doesn't trust your inner knowing, a part of you that doesn't believe in trust, perhaps. When I see a particular score, and then emotional mastery blueprint, it tells me that there was probably a time in life when trust broke. And if trust broke once upon a time, there's a real strong possibility that you carry that neural pathway, that pattern of believing, that way of acting and behaving, that way of thinking about yourself and others, that you can't trust. You can't trust people, or you can't trust to even know what you want. You can't trust that you'll make wise decisions. So again, when there's something holding us back from living the life we want, in my experience of doing this for almost 30 years, there's a wound that has to heal. And when it heals, it opens up space to create a new neural pathway for a way of being that reflects and honors your life purpose. And then you can move towards it with passion. And one thing that I know from my own experience and what I've seen in my clients is I believe we all have a purpose in being here. There's no judgment on how big or small your purpose is, but I believe we all have a purpose. And when you're not living it, when you either don't know it or you know it and you're not living it, there's a sadness, there's a frustration, there's a feeling of unfulfillment. And if that's familiar to you, I really want you to take advantage of a free gift I have for you. I'll tell you about that in a moment. When you find your life purpose and you're able to take action on behalf of what you want, there's a different sense of upliftment, more creativity, more success, more joy, more fulfillment in your relationships, your business, and in life. And I want to show you and tell you about what your gift is. One moment. Okay, there it is. I'm going to come back and share my screen with you. Here we go. Okay, we can discover what's been holding you back with your free emotional mastery toolkit. And I'll tell you what is in your toolkit. Here's a link for it. It's a short link, eqquiz.com. It's got that double Q in the middle, eqquiz.com. So what you get with the emotional mastery toolkit is the EQ quiz, which is an opportunity to look at 18 areas of emotion that live inside you, that are your comfort zone or not your comfort zone. We get to see both. Of course, you get your emotional mastery blueprint, which is an illustration of your answers to those 18 areas. So we can see at a glance. It's like an MRI of your personality and how you show up in the world, in relationships, business, and in life. You'll get a 17-page interpretation guide so you can better understand your blueprint. And then there's a video. What is emotional mastery? I want to say a little more about this. I remember a time, well, there was a lot of time in my life where I did not have this, when I had that wrong belief, that false belief that I was stupid, wrong, didn't belong. I read a quote by a psychiatrist from Italy. His name was Roberto Assagioli. Roberto Assagioli created a system called psychosynthesis. And he had this short, sort of like a poem, a question, some sentences that were so beautiful and powerful. I wanted to memorize them. It was like 8 lines that were very easy to memorize. And I kept getting stuck at the same word and I couldn't figure out why. And it was something like this. The first part is something that might be familiar to you. It was familiar to me. And the second part was something new. So it starts out by let's see, I have thoughts, but I'm not my thoughts. I have feelings, but I am not my feelings. I have a body, but I am not my body. So who am I? The first part was the familiar part. This is the part that was new for me. I am awareness, consciousness, and motivation. And I'm aware to harmonize, align, and this is where I kept spacing out. I couldn't remember that next word. So I'd say it again. I'm able to align and harmonize. And what's that next word? So here it is. And this is why this was not emotional mastery when I couldn't remember this. I am able to harmonize, align, and direct my psychological processes and my actions. See, the word direct meant that I could choose. I could choose my psychological processes. I could choose my emotions. That just broke something open for me because I used to think I was a victim of my emotions. And that is not emotional mastery. And you can learn how to have that. So this video on emotional mastery will talk to you about more about what that means. And then you've heard me mention the scattered whammy and these other whammies. I have a whammies webinar where I talk about the different combination of challenges in the blueprint that can cause you to to feel frustrated and like, oh, there's so many challenges ahead of me. I just can't make change, or change is so difficult. You know, all of these scores, these 18 scores I've mentioned, all impact each other and impact you to either empower you and lift you up, or to disempower you and make life frustrating and brings up those same old challenges again and again. And then you do get an invitation to talk with me. So you can get your free emotional mastery toolkit at eqquiz.com. And I'm going to stop the screen share in a moment. And let's see, I wonder, I don't know, I'm going to ask the host here if I can ask if there are questions I could answer. Is the line open for people to ask questions?
Yes, of course, yes.
So if you don't have questions, I would like to say, oh, I see someone on video, some drummers. Hello, drummers. Wonderful to see you
How
here.
you doing? All right. Does anybody have any questions? Please feel free to shoot the questions. You could also ask the questions in the chat box.
And also wish you a happy Women's Day.
What I want you to know is if your life is going great, I want my hats off to you. Congratulations. If you have any frustration in how life is going, whether it's in relationship, in business, and life at all, it could be that emotional mastery would really help you move forward through that, because I have come to believe that change can be easy. There are a lot of reasons that people think change is difficult. It could be you're not ready for the consequence of change. It could be that you don't know what that change would be. However, when you are able to tap into your heart's desire and ask yourself, what do I want? What do I want? What do I want? And just keep repeating the question until something shows up. I know that when you have that answer and when you have these tools of emotional mastery, the change you want, the change you've been longing for, can be so much easier than you might think.
So a huge round of applause for Andrea for a fantastic talk. And Andrea emphasizes the importance of empowering women to recognize and honor their inner wisdom and life purpose. It suggests that by doing so, women can make wiser decisions and take meaningful action towards achieving their goals. So this message is significant because historically women have faced significant societal barriers that have prevented them from fully realizing their potential. By encouraging women to tap into their inner strength and purpose, they can become agents of change in their own lives and in the wider world.
All right. Perfect. Thank you so much for the great speech, Andrea. And let's move on to our next speaker now.
Thank you both. So nice to be with you.
Thank you so much. All right. So next up, we have Anne Manik. Anne is an internationally acclaimed functional breathing specialist, a women's wellness expert, and founder. Her background is in yoga, meditation, and aromatherapy for over 2 decades. Essential Anne has experienced several life-threatening surgeries, hospitalizations that prompted her to be an advocate for women's wellness. Over to you, Anne. Go for it. Thank you.
Hello, how are you? And happy International Women's Day to all the women out there. I am Essential Anne. Can you hear me? I just want to make sure you can hear me. Can everyone hear me? Yes? Great. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen. Let's see. For some reason, just a minute. For some reason, my graphic is not where it's supposed to be. So bear with me. I just had it up just a minute ago. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Okay. First, here we go. For some reason, it's not coming up. Nope, that's not it. I apologize. Give me a few minutes. I just had my screen up just a few minutes ago, and for some reason, I can't seem to find it.
The screen sharing has stopped. You might want to check again.
It stopped?
Yep.
Okay, I'm just trying to find the actual, my actual PowerPoint, which is right on my computer. And it is not here. I apologize. This,
No
just
worries.
a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, my PowerPoint is right here. Let me see if I can open up. And then go back. Okay, I think I found it. All right, so let me just expand this for a minute. Can everyone see the screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I apologize. My name is Essential Ann. I am a women's wellness expert in digestion, hormones, and breathing, and a functional breathing specialist. So my intention today is to bring awareness to your mind and body through your breath and restore correct functional breathing patterns, as well as proper nasal breathing, especially during sleep. So I'm going to share with the women out there how breathing affects us and 6 ways to breathe optimally. So people are not sure what functional breathing is. How is it different than breath work? Well, functional breathing really is discovering the core issue behind dysfunctional breathing patterns, such as asthma, allergies, COPD, long COVID, rhinitis, and sleep apnea, as well as snoring. It's basically, how do you breathe on a daily basis? So that's the difference between functional breathing. We want to find out the core issues of why you're not breathing. And so why is breathing healthy? Breathing is, or actually breathing vital. It's really important to breathe because it oxygenates our body's cells so it can efficiently burn sugar, fuel, and fatty acids to produce energy. Really, breathing produces energy. And what is energy? Energy is life. Energy is vitality. So breathing is essential to life. We were born with our first breath, and we will pass on with our last breath. So I want to share with you a little bit about the science behind breathing. Breathing is all about chemistry, right? So we are aware of 2 things. We are aware of oxygen and carbon dioxide. But I don't know if most people understand the purpose of carbon dioxide. It actually is the primary stimulus for us to breathe. And the reason is oxygen is passed through 2 ways, one through plasma and one through hemoglobin through the red blood cells. And the only way to do that is through CO2. So it's really important to understand carbon dioxide is not a waste gas. It is actually needed for us to breathe. The other part is nitric oxide, and it's not nitrous oxide, it's nitric oxide. And this is a very, very important gas. It's actually produced in the paranasal sinuses in the back of your nose. And it prevents viral infections, yes, viral infections, and is a vasodilator, which means it opens up the blood vessels to allow oxygen to flow and blood to flow. So breathing through your nose increases and allows us to have nitric oxide to prevent viral infections. Your nose is the first line of defense for infection. And so when we breathe, it's automatic, right? We breathe naturally in our autonomic nervous system 24/7, and we don't even think about it. But the real key is, how are we breathing on a daily basis? So basically, when you wake up until you sleep. So I'm going to share with you some of the causes of dysfunctional breathing. We talked about the balance of CO2 and O2 and the production of nitric oxide. The second one is posture. So as a yoga instructor, posture and poor coordination of the diaphragm and abdominal muscles and the rib cage is really, really important in breathing, right? So the main purpose of the diaphragm is to stabilize the spine and to have proper posture and for digestion. The third one is psychological, and that's the one I really want to focus on. It's strongly influenced by anxiety, depression, any emotional states or issues that you're going through. It actually affects us physically as well. The other causes of breathing are anatomical. So let's say you have a deviated septum, the airway is blocked, it's constricted. So that is an anatomical reason. The next one would be physiological, like allergies, cold, any kind of inflammation in the nose. And then the third one, again, we want to focus on is chronic habitual mouth breathing, which is heavy, it's labored, it's very noisy. And sometimes when you hear your breath, especially sometimes when people snore, that means it is part of your, it's a dysfunctional breathing pattern. Now let's look at anxiety, stress, and panic. So when we breathe, it affects our sleep. And when we sleep, it affects, or lack of sleep while we're breathing affects our body. And then the breathing actually transfers into our emotions. So breathing really is the basis of overall health and wellness. If we're not sleeping well, because we're not breathing well while we're sleeping, it affects how we work, how we play. And then of course, if we don't breathe, it also affects us emotionally, and therefore our overall health and well-being is off balance. Here's what's really interesting. 80% of panic and anxiety disorders are prone to breathing pattern disorders. So when someone is hyperventilating, most of the time they're holding their breath and not breathing. So you understand people go, they're actually hyperventilating. So they're exhaling too much CO2. And in the previous slides, we talked about the balance of O2 and CO2. We want to actually have that balance. But when someone is having a panic attack, they're actually exhaling too much CO2. Therefore, we need to fix that and focus on why they're having a panic attack. So let's talk about women, okay? Because today is International Women's Day. And as a woman and an advocate for women's health, what do women mostly want? And these are based on some of the coaching that I've done for hundreds and hundreds of women. Women want to look younger. Women want to lose weight. Women want more energy. Women want more money, right? Wealth, health, and wealth. And then women want independence. But here's what women really need, especially now in our society. Women are multitaskers. We do so much and we give so much. What we really need is we need to breathe. We actually need to slow down. We need to listen and take time. And we also allow to receive. That's one thing that's probably very challenging for women, is to receive. And the last but not least is to surrender and let go. And this all starts with your breath. And the result is, of course, optimal health, peace, energy, calm. We're more grounded and centered. And of course, we increase our productivity when we focus on our breathing. So the power of the pause is breathing, allows us to receive all the results in our life that we want. And remember, life starts with your breath. So we want to focus really on how we breathe on a daily basis. Here's another thing that I want to focus on for women. Progesterone is the breathing hormone. So during the luteal phase of a woman during menstruation, it's a time between ovulation and the start of menopause, progesterone is produced, but it goes really, really high and then it drops down. So during a woman's period, you're getting fluctuations in progesterone. And then what usually happens is we hold our breath. One, it's also associated with menopause and perimenopause. When a woman is in pain, normally a woman holds their breath. They're actually not breathing. So during this time, you really want to be mindful of how you're breathing, even during your menstrual cycle. So it's really, really important to focus on the breath at every stage of a woman's life, especially during menstrual cycle, pregnancy, menopause, and perimenopause, because it's all associated with breath, with sleep as well. During the hormonal phase, sleep is totally disruptive. And about 20% of women during perimenopause and menopause are not sleeping. So if we're not sleeping, we are just overall not healthy. So what is the normal rate of breathing? An average person breathes about 12 to 15 breaths a minute, and we take about 25,000 breaths a day. That's amazing, right? But how many of those breaths are actually quality breaths? Now, a healthy person takes about 5 to 6 breaths per minute. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but it is actually the healthiest way to breathe because you want to slow your breathing down. Now, someone who hyperventilates, who's having a panic attack, breathes at least 20 to 30 breaths per minute. So that is definitely, again, you're exhaling too much CO2. We don't want to do that. So what's the benefits of nasal breathing? I always want to bring it back to breathing through the nose because that's what your nose is made for. Your mouth is for eating, your nose is for breathing. Number one, the nose is the primary source of filtration. It warms and cleans out the nose. And when you breathe slow, nasal breathing allows for slower breathing. So when you breathe through your mouth, you actually breathe faster. But when you breathe through your nose, you actually breathe slower. And then your nose is connected to your diaphragm. Your mouth is connected to your chest. So when we talk about shallow breathing, we're actually breathing through our mouth shallow through your chest, right? So we want to focus on the nose. And the nose breathers actually have better quality sleep. That's a given fact. Even children, they did a study with babies and children where their mouth was open. When you just gently push the mouth and close the mouth, they're actually breathing and sleeping even deeper. And then breathing helps reduce anxiety. We talked about that, opens up the lungs. I talked about warming and moistening the nose, fewer colds, and then of course, producing that nitric oxide that's really important for viral infection. Now, here's something I want you to look at and see if this is you. Do you wake up with a dry mouth? Do you wake up tired? Do you have water by your nightstand? Do you have insomnia or sleep apnea? Do you frequently get colds and congestions? Are you someone who talks for a living like I do? And do you have TMJ or do you constantly have chapped lips? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are definitely a mouth breather. Now, when you're stressed, how do you breathe? Do you breathe through your mouth or through your nose? Okay, these are some of the things you want to ask yourself. Are you breathing through your chest or your diaphragm? Now, basically, does everyone know where their diaphragm is? I think in fact, most people really don't know. So if you place your hands on your rib cage, right by the sides, and you inhale and exhale, that is where your diaphragm is located, right below your rib cage. Okay. So the diaphragm kind of looks like a jellyfish. When you inhale, it goes down. When you exhale, it goes up. Inhale, down, exhale, and that is a muscle. So right below your rib cage, if you place your hands right around the sides of your rib cage and you inhale, you can feel the rib cage expand and contract. That is where your diaphragm is. Now, do you hold your breath? Do you sigh? Does your heart rate increase when you're stressed, or does it decrease? Do you breathe faster or slower? Is your breathing quiet or loud? Is it soft or hard? And then when you're stressed, is your mouth dry? That's really important to know, or moist. Okay. So these are just some of the signs of when and how you breathe when you're stressed. Now, really briefly, here's a photo of two Olympic athletes. Now you can see one on the left, one on the right, the Russian Olympic athlete and the US Olympic athlete. Normally I ask people to answer this, but I'm gonna show you the difference. So I want you to look at the difference as far as the energy. So the USA runner versus the Russian runner looks very, very tired and exhausted. Okay. Now you can also see the Russian runner's mouth is open, whereas the USA runner is mouth closed. But something you may not look at is the muscles of the neck. See how the muscles of the neck are really tense on the Russian Olympic runner, and then look at the muscles of the USA runner. It's very relaxed and calm. So when you're breathing, you want to be relaxed and calm, and it's a very repetitive flow of breathing. Whereas the Russian runner, she's very stressed out in the neck, and she has no more energy, or she actually looks very tired. So that's the difference between over breathing, normal breathing, nasal breathing, and mouth breathing. So the 6 ways to breathe optimally. This is really one of the things I want to focus on the most. Here are the ways you want to breathe. So the first one is you want to clear your nose. You want to clear your nose with a saline spray, nasal saline spray, or a breathing essential oil. I use essential oils quite a bit. So I have this breathe essential oil that you can put underneath your nose, but you want to open the nose and the nasal passages. Now, if you cannot, then you might want to see an ENT, ear, nose, and throat doctor, to find out if you have any anatomical blockages. The next one is what we call TLN, tongue up, lips closed, breathe through the nose. So I just want you to place your tongue, 3/4 of it, on the roof of your mouth. And the reason why we do this, in yoga, we were taught how to do this, but never told why. You want to place your tongue, which is a muscle, on the roof of your mouth to maximize your breathing. Your tongue, the roof of your mouth is the floor of the nose. The roof of your mouth is the floor of the nose. So you want to keep your tongue up, close your lips, and then breathe in through your nose, breathe out through your nose. And I want you to practice that as I'm speaking through the rest of the slides. The next one is posture, PAST, posture awareness, slow tolerable air hunger. So we always want to sit up straight, right? Not just for breathing, but for digestion as well. And you want to be aware of how you're breathing. And slow tolerable air hunger is basically slowing your breath down. So I always share and teach beginners, you want to inhale 1, 2, 3. You want to exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if you are a little bit more intermediate, you want to inhale 4, exhale 6. If you are an athlete or someone who has been practicing breathing, you want to inhale 5, exhale 8. You want your exhalation longer and slower than your inhalation. Number 4 is LSD, low, slow, deep diaphragmatic breathing, which basically means you don't want to take a deep breath. There is a misconception about taking a deep breath. When you say take a deep breath in, what happens? You actually take a deep breath through your chest. You don't want to do that. You want to take a deep breath in your lower abdomen, deep below, which is 2 inches below your belly button. So that is deep diaphragmatic breathing. You want to inhale and expand your belly, and you want to exhale and contract your belly. So inhale, 1, 2, 3, pushing the belly out. Exhale, pull the belly in, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, you want to follow those longer exhalation, creating that slow, tolerable air hunger, deep diaphragmatic. Now, the next one, maybe you're not familiar with this. It's called mouth tape. There's actually a mouth tape, a seal tape that I use and that we share with our clients who have no blockages to tape their mouth before they go to bed so that your mouth is completely closed when you sleep. So there actually are mouth tape or seal tapes out there that I will share. Number 6, high quality probiotics, digestive enzymes. Those two go together. Probiotics and digestive enzymes work and allow your abdomen, your abdominal, your microbiome to be healthy because nasal congestion starts in the gut, right? All disease starts in the gut. So we want to have a healthy gut in order to breathe. Next would be, I'm going to pass through this. I'm also going to pass through this, but probiotics, digestive enzymes, this is some of the breathing tools that I use. Breathe respiratory drops, vapor sticks, saline spray, pulse oximeter, and a tongue scraper. You want to use, these are some of the breathing tools that I use and I provide to my clients when you want to breathe optimally. So I've created, actually, here's the breathing tape and the other breathing tools. The mouth tape is called Simply Breathe. And then there's an Aura ring, which I actually wear every day. And that actually measures your SpO2, your oxygen saturation, your respiratory rate, breaths per minute. And this is very, very important when you sleep. So it's a great tool to wear throughout the day. So those are 2 of the other tools that I use. One thing I'm really excited about is I created a breathing app called Your Essential Breath. And if you scan the scan right here, it'll take you directly to the app. It's on Google Play and on Apple. And there's 17 breathing videos that teach you how to breathe. And you can take a breathing quiz to find out where you are as far as dysfunctional breathing. And the best part is there's spiritual sound bath at the end that'll help you relax and track your progress as well. So I'm really excited about this. I think it's an easy way for you to learn how to breathe properly on a daily basis. And the other thing that I created is breathing affirmation cards. I believe in affirmations. I believe in manifesting what you want in your life. And so I created these beautiful breathing affirmation cards for you daily so that you can, remind yourself how to breathe, when to breathe. And you can get them in digital download or in the deck. So you can scan the code as well, and that'll take you directly to the website. And then one other thing I created was a breathing e-course book. So if you are one of those people that love to read the information and see the information, this is a breathing e-course book I created with the breathing exercise, all the breathing tools. This one actually has all the breathing books as well, and a little bit more detail on information as far as all the content that is in the app. So that, again, you can scan. It'll take you to youressentialbreath.com, and you can capture all of those 3 offerings that I have. The last but not least, I want you to focus on these mind-body awareness tools. You always want to make sure to notice if your mouth is open throughout the day. You want to make sure you notice where your tongue is, okay? And then understand how you're breathing. How heavy am I breathing? And then where am I breathing? Are you breathing through your chest or are you breathing through your diaphragm? Like right now, you can find out, are you breathing through your chest or are you breathing through your diaphragm? At the same time, what are you thinking while you're breathing? What are your thoughts? Because your thoughts can transfer into your body. And then what are your emotions? What are the feelings that you're having? And then the last but not least, do I have any tension in my body? Your neck, your shoulders, your chest, your back. Do I have any tension while I'm breathing? And when you focus on these three things, then you will be more aware of how you breathe on a daily basis. Last but not least, this is my quote in one of my affirmation cards. Breathing is essential to life. Breathing optimally is essential to living a longer, healthier, and abundant life. And I wish all of you to breathe well, to be well. So if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer, but that's the end of my presentation. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. And that was fabulous. So you have suggested that using the certain breath techniques could lower inflammation and improve health outcomes. So additionally, you explained the difference between overbreathing and normal breathing, as well as 6 ways to breathe optimally. Your speech was very informative and suggested a healthy lifestyle. So the guys out there, if you have any questions, please post to hand.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored and appreciative to be here. And yes, I definitely believe that, with the pandemic and everything that we've been through, that breathing is really essential in our daily life. We really have to focus on breathing better and optimally so that we can live a longer, healthier life. So breath is life. Breath is essential to living.
Yes, couldn't agree more. And also, and you could, drop in your details in our chat box. All right. Interested speakers will get in touch with you for collab or other things. All right. And
yes, I will do that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else has anything to say or anything to ask? Feel free. It is time now. Okay. I guess we do not have any questions coming in. So we will move forward. And
so, Anne, a huge round of applause for your fabulous talk.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great job. Great speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Okay,
You
then.
too.
Next up, we have Tanisha Bankston. Tanisha is a mother of 3 children. She is a survivor of rape, incest, childhood sexual abuse, and domestic violence. She lost her voice when she was raped at age 5 or 6. She wrote a book to share her story, but also to help others who's gone through or going through what she went through as a child and into her adulthood. She found her inner voice at age 32. She lived 27 years in silence. She couldn't have done any of this without God. Tanisha had to find God and then find herself. Over to Tanisha. You can continue now.
Hello.
Hi, Tanisha.
Hey, hi. Good. How are y'all?
Very well. Thanks for asking. So you can
You're welcome. Okay. Yes, thank you for introducing me, and it's an honor to be here on today. And just thank you so much. I would like to start off by introducing myself like you just did. I'm Tanisha Bankston. I'm a mother of 3 children. I'm from Mississippi, born and raised. And my life story is what inspired me to begin my journey on helping other people. I'm a sexual assault survivor, domestic violence survivor, and I was raped. As I went back, I was raped at the age of 5 years old. I began to lose my inner voice and I got shut down. I was muted because when I did speak out, I was not believed. I was called a liar. So I lost my inner voice. So the little girl in the background was me when I was raped and molested and not believed. And the older woman is me now, who is on her mission, who has now found her passion and her purpose. And like you said when you introduced me, I'm a survivor of rape, molestation, incest, bullying, teen mom, grief because I lost a brother to an accidental drug overdose, and domestic violence. I've been in and out of domestic relationships, toxic and dysfunctional relationships, and it took me 27 years to find my inner voice. But when I did find my inner voice, I thank God for allowing me to find my inner voice. And I broke silence on July 3rd, 2020, when I was given the opportunity to speak and to share my testimony. And I thank God for that, because when I broke silence, I never stopped speaking ever again. Since July 3rd, 2020, I've been speaking and I've been moving forward, and God has been opening doors, and God has blessed me to connect with so many other women and children and just be on missions and to do the will of his call, what he's called me to do. And I just thank him for doing that. And God has spoke to me and said to leave my job, and I did that, and he gave me instructions on what to do, and he's been opening so many doors, and I've been connecting with so many other women across the world, across the nation, and it's an honor to be here speaking on today with everyone. And I pray that my testimony helps someone else. I pray that my testimony is someone's freedom, and I've just been speaking and doing amazing things, as well as helping other people and just connecting, like I said, with other people. Someone said earlier about manifestation. It's all about manifestation. It's all about the power of the mind, because our mindset is everything. And it's all about what we feed our mind as well. So when I was younger, I always knew that I wanted to be an author. Why? Because I wanted to share my story, not just for me, but I also wanted to help other people. I didn't understand the assignment then because I was young and I didn't have the wisdom and understanding that I have now. And now that I know that manifestation is real, it's all about what you believe. Your belief system is everything. I used to write in my journal all the time that all the horrible things that happened to me in my childhood, that one day as I got older, that somebody's going to hear my story, that I'm going to share my story, not just for me, but to help free someone else. And when I did share my story, July 3rd, 2020, I received so many inboxes, so many phone calls, but that was a freedom. That was like a uplift off of me. And to have held all of those things in the pain, and like someone said earlier, like the breathing techniques, it was like I was able to breathe out and to get that pressure and all of that pain and all of that bondage and baggage that I had been storing inside of me for so long. And now I'm able to be free, that I am healed, delivered, and I have been set free and doing what I've been called to do. I don't know if you can see the background, but the name of my book is My Pain is My Power. And my pain, I went through so much pain. I went through so many different adversities, trials, and tribulations. And now my pain has now became my power. My pain is now my purpose. My pain is now my passion. I didn't understand back then, but now I understand now. And I've been blessed. I've been called to do different things. And I just want to work with other women and help other women to I want to empower, motivate, and inspire other women and children as well. Just started my nonprofit organization. It's called I Believe You. I wasn't believed when I was little, so I asked God for the vision and the wisdom, and He gave me the ministry of I Believe You Incorporation. So that is now my nonprofit organization, and I am getting it up and running. And I would love to just continue to do what He's called me to do and connect with some of you all and to see how what we can do and help each other. And a lot of things I am beginning. So if someone could help me on some of the things that I'm seeking to do, but I just want to just move forward and continue on and be led and continue to do what I am called to do. I thank you for this time. I thank you for allowing me to share my testimony. And I pray that my message and testimony has helped someone on today. Thank you.
Okay, going next.
Hey, thank you so much for that speech, Tanisha. Do we have any questions for Tanisha now? All right. Tanisha, you can, drop in the chat box your information for the other speakers to get in touch with you if you'd like. And moving forward, we have Leslie. Leslie, are you there?
I am here. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you now, and perfect. So Leslie, I think you can take over now. We've had your introduction, so we'll not do that again. All right.
Okay, that sounds good. First of all, thank you, everyone. This has been a tremendous space to be in. All of the presentations, the testimony. Certainly, I know that I am in great company, very excited and very humbled to be here. And part of what I'll talk about is being dual military with 12 children and how do I do it? Well, today was a great example of how to do that. As you can see, there was a disconnect with my speaking time. And one way that I am successful in what I do is I have learned to pack my patience and to pivot with poise. So thank you all for your grace and allowing me to slip in at the end. As you can see, I'm still in uniform, which is highly appropriate because this is my real life. Before I get into what I would like to talk about, may I share my screen and share a video? Am I able to do that? I'm thinking it's okay. Let's see.
You should be able to.
Should be able to. Okay. It's not letting me do it, I don't think. Can y'all see my screen or do you see me?
I think it's loading. It's coming up. Let's just give it a moment, please.
Okay. Let me know if you all can see, because I don't think I can see what you see.
I think you're up. I see YouTube. Are you on YouTube?
Okay, all right, perfect. So I'm just going to share this video that was very resonating with me, and I think it'll give a perspective of how life can be for moms.
Hey, it's Mom Truth Friday. Sure is. People always want to know, why are moms so tired? And if you're not a mom, you're probably looking at us like we're a big bunch of Sallys. Like, really? You're tired? You know what I mean? Oh, especially you stay-at-home moms. All you do is just sit at home. Why are we so tired? We're tired because every single job we attempt to do gets literally sabotaged 5 times over. So you're doing one job 5 times. Just imagine that you're in charge of thinking about all these people that you have to keep alive. Not just keep happy, not just raised to be good humans. Not just give food to, but make sure that each one of those bodies doesn't die all day long. All day. Not only that, they have to use their words properly, and they have to be functioning humans in this world. You also have to teach them how to walk, how to talk, how to eat, how to look you in the eye. How to sleep. How to sleep. Did you know you had to teach someone how to sleep, how to wipe their bum, how to brush their teeth, how to make their bed, how to brush their hair, how to do their hair. Okay, that's just the basic.
And don't even think for a second that any of those tasks take one time. No, they take about 50. Wiping your butt takes years.
So I just wanted to share that with you all because I'm coming to you to talk about how I function as a dual military family, meaning both myself and dad are active duty in the Army with 12 children. And behind me, you see most of them. I'm missing my oldest two in the picture. And so today I just wanted to share with you all a little bit about my background and how we function and how we keep sane in this particular house. Initially, people come to me all the time and they ask me the question, how do you do it? And so because of that, I have built a framework to help people to get some of the antidotes and some of the strategies of how I function with my busy household. A quick story. It was about 8:30 in the morning on a Saturday. And it was the one Saturday that I could actually sleep in. I had my Zen going. It was quiet. Nothing was going on. And boy, did I speak too soon. Eventually, I heard some rumbling and I thought, uh-oh, I think the Zen is getting ready to end. I heard rumbling. I heard knocking at my door. Door flies open. There's no room for, can I come in? We skipped that part. And then it goes to, Mom, I need. Mom, there's practice. Mom, can you get me cereal? Mom. I said, oh my gosh. And I knew in that moment that my Zen was coming to an end. The computer started dinging, the phone started ringing, and I just knew that one Saturday that I thought I could sleep in was over. And so as a result of my crazy dynamics, that's just one of many crazy stories that goes on in my household. But as a result of that, just being a mom of 12 and understanding how life can be, I have come to appreciate what I call the 3C sisters: crazy, chaos, and confusion. And as a result of that, I became the CEO and founder of Girl Organize That Life, which is a coaching productivity program where I do help busy moms to not lose their minds in a short version, how I can help them to go from frazzled to fearless and focused in a short period of time and giving them some succinct antidotes on how to do that. And so that's what I'll be talking to you about today. I can appreciate all of the speakers that spoke, ranging from breathing, eating well, understanding, using your voice and not minimizing who you are and the gift that you leave the world, right? All these things that we've learned in this space today, and I can certainly resonate with all of it. So a couple of things that I'd like to cover. First, we'll talk about self-awareness. Now, many of us have heard of that term, emotional intelligence. It's not a new phenomenon. I just think it's more emphasized in today's society. And that's just our capacity to really understand where we are, who we are, and how to handle our interpersonal relationships in the manner that's going to be conducive for not only yourself, but those that are attached to you. And in emotional intelligence, if you're not aware, and I'm not trying to insult anyone's intelligence, but there are 4 components of emotional intelligence, and they include self-awareness, they include social awareness, and in 2 other subjects. But right now we're going to talk about self-awareness. Under self-awareness, it talks about your emotional self. Are you in tune? Are you in tune to know when you're getting ready to reach that burnout? Are you in tune to know when that one child is just right there and your envelope is being pushed? Are you in tune with yourself at your job when you're feeling overwhelmed? You don't quite know how you're going to conquer that. Are you in tune with your significant other, your spouse, your friends, those that are close to you that may not be vibing with you, as I would say, on the same wavelength, where it may cause you to have some anxiety? Are you in tune with the fact that you are a great person and that you do have gifts and talents to share with the world? So that's the first part of emotional intelligence, is your emotional self. And then under that also is your accurate self, and that's understanding your strengths. And I don't like to use the word weaknesses. I like to refer it as areas to refine, areas where you may feel like you have a gap. Do you understand what those are and how you can mitigate those? And then the third part is self-confidence. And that's one of the things that I heard earlier when the young lady said, basically, don't minimize your hard work. Are you willing to put yourself forward? If you are a mom per se, because that's who I'm speaking to mostly, that's busy and burned out, are you confident about putting yourself out there? Or are you thinking, oh my gosh, I'm so overwhelmed. I feel like I'm scatterbrained. I don't know which way I'm going. I'm in the hamster cycle where I'm exerting all of this energy. I'm trying to accomplish all of these tasks. And I feel like even though I'm giving all of this energy, I'm not getting anything done. And I'm in the same place where I started. So if you're having those types of emotions, you may not feel very confident about putting yourself out there. But what I would say is get out there anyway, because I promise you, everything that I'm describing, it's not that I've fully overcome them. It's just that I have chosen to harness my experiences and putting together methodologies to now help other women to cope and to conquer the overwhelm. After understanding yourself, or really, well, understanding yourself, when you understand yourself, you'll understand your mind and how it works. When we wake up every day, we have about 12 to 80,000 thoughts a day. And 60 to 80% of them are negative thoughts, believe it or not. So the moment you wake up out of your bed and put one foot down in front of the other on the floor to start your day, you have already had a thought about, uh-oh, I have a long list, or what did I do yesterday? Or I missed something, or whatever that is. You already have a thought that you have to battle with. So like someone else said earlier today, we have to make sure that our mindset is in a space and place of having a can-do attitude. Is a space and place where we have lots of gratitude. Lots of gratitude, which can adjust your attitude, which can then adjust your altitude in life. So mindset is absolutely critical. I know we talk about it. Some people may actually feel like it's a cliche, but it really is a real thing. One of my mentors, his name is Trevor Otts, he said to me, wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. I fully believe that. Wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. That goes to that power of manifestation. That goes to that power of believing that whatever it is you want to achieve, you absolutely can. Words have energy and words have power. I fully believe that. And Joyce Meyer, one of my favorite people, she says, wherever the mind goes, the man follows. So two of my favorite quotes by two of my favorite people, they are definitely in alignment to how life can be. And lastly, my pastor just said this past Sunday, you are born looking like your parents, but you die looking like your choices. Whew. That was really profound to me. I thought, wow, and then people ask me, oh my gosh, first response, you have 12 kids? I get the same response. I'm very cool. I'm very casual about it because, it's my life and it's normal for me. But I get the response like the mouth wide open. And many people say, well, you look youthful. Well, I don't mind telling you, I'll be 48 in August. So I'm closer to that 50 mark. But I fully believe part of my youthfulness is that every day I wake up, I make a choice. I make a decision that today is going to be the best day because it could be my last day. Okay. And so after you go through your self-awareness, understanding yourself, understanding your mind and where it is, then you can move on to how do you navigate your life in a way that it doesn't feel so overwhelming. Now, let me say this to you all. Let me say it to you, particularly, I know we have gentlemen, our two gentlemen hosts, but we're talking about women today, International Women's Day. We are sold to the illusion of multitasking, my friends. We think, oh my gosh, if I'm able to do this, and this, all at the same time, I am getting so much done. But no, let me dispel that huge myth for you and let me break this down. According to experts, hear me, according to experts, when you multitask, the gray matter in your brain, which is responsible for your cognitive thinking. That is, your cognitive thinking means how you remember things, how you conceptualize information, how you use data to turn it into information, how you even get along with people, your logic, all of those things. So when you are doing A, B, C, D, and E all at once, you're actually causing adverse effects to your brain. So if you didn't know that, talking to myself, if you are the queen of multitasking, I need you to go and please read the book that's called The One Thing. It's free. It's free on YouTube. You can listen to it for free on YouTube. The One Thing. Do one thing at a time, because realistically, that is why we're overwhelmed, because we're trying to do so much. We're trying to do so much at once, and we're causing adverse effects to ourselves without even realizing it. Now, one way that you can handle the multitasking piece is to prioritize. Put your actions and your thoughts and your goals and your dreams like in boxes, right? There are a lot of anecdotes out there where it talks about how you can prioritize, but I'm just going to go over one that I came across that I believe would be very helpful. So there's a four quadrant box, and quadrant 1 talks about manage. Manage your short-term crisis goals. Like, those are the things that are showstoppers. Get that done immediately. Get that done immediately. And then it's important and urgent, right? Quadrant number 2, focus. Important but not urgent. That includes your long-term strategic goals. What is your 5-year plan? What would you like life to look like? Even in a day, you can have your short-term goals, which are immediate in the morning or whatever it is you're doing right there. And then it could be, okay, now that I'm done with that, what's going to be for dinner? You could be thinking about it like me. I ride in about 2.5 hours of traffic a day. So going in, I think, coming home, I think. And for me, honestly, that's some of my Zen diva time, because there are no kids, there's no husband, there are no dogs barking, there's no one calling me, and I can decide if I want to answer my phone or not while I'm driving. So that is my Zen time. So I take advantage of the 2.5 hours of traffic that I sit in. Rather than get frustrated about the traffic, I maximize it by changing my mindset, and I think about what it is I need to do next and what it's going to take. And believe it or not, it decreases my stress tremendously, because I have time to allow my brain to calm itself down and to fully process what the rest of my day will look like. Quadrant number 3, avoid. Urgent but not important. That means distractions, interruptions, unnecessary things that is not going to move you to your goal. If you have a specific goal, first of all, create mini goals, I call them sub goals, that's going to help you to reach your goal. If you're doing something that's not going to move your needle closer to your goal, I need you to quickly reassess if you should be doing that thing. We'll come back to that. And then number 4, limit. Limits, this is not important, not urgent. Whatever. Binging on Netflix or something. Time-wasting activities. Okay, that's in quadrant number 4. And I'll send a link or something where you guys, if you want to have access to what I'm talking about, I find it to be extremely helpful. I find it a great way to conquer the overwhelm, a great way to decrease your stress. Okay, and so that you can begin to function and have more vitality about you and showing up in your best version for other people. Another thing I'd like to talk about with time, people call it time management. I like to look at it differently. I'm not saying I disagree, but I like to call it self-management, because in my opinion, time is time. We can't change time. It's 24 hours in a day, period. There's no deviation from that. However, if you have quality self-management and you're able to do things in a succinct, orderly manner, then you will maximize your time. Okay, so one goes into the other. Self-management, going back to that emotional intelligence, that self-awareness, understanding, why do I feel like I'm in a hamster cycle? And one other thing I want to share right here before I move to the next point, it's not the situation that evokes your emotions. It's your thoughts of the situation that evokes your emotions. So if you're feeling antsy, anxious, overwhelmed, tired, whatever the case may be, ask yourself in that moment, what am I thinking about? And regather your thoughts and say, you know what? My cup, yes, it could be half full, half empty. I say, my cup runneth over. I don't care what's going on. My cup is always running over. If I tell myself that, then whatever it is that's coming at me that may make me feel out of sorts, that my center is off, my cup is running over. It runneth over all the time. So I hope that helps someone. So time blocking. If you're not familiar with the book 12-Week Year, please get that. It is absolutely tremendous, tremendous. And it talks about some of the antidotes I'm speaking to you about now. But one block of time is called your strategic block. And it's kind of similar to the quadrant that I named. I'm just giving you another vantage point to look at it as. Your strategic time, when you could block off maybe 4 or 5 hours a week, maybe an hour a day, that's when you are working on your showstopper items, no interruptions, glass balls, and you guys are getting ready to see me pivot with poise because my 3-year-old is now entering the room. This is real life, so I'm okay with it because this is how I manage, this is how I function. Jeremiah, can you say hi to the people, but say it very quietly, okay? Say hi. Hi. Okay, I need you to be quiet, okay, bud? You are so amazing. Okay, so that's how I function. I pivot with poise. I don't get upset and get antsy because the child just walked into the room. I just simply say, can you just be very quiet for me? And that keeps my stress level down, and I can continue to make mission, not excuses, right? But anyway, your strategic block is when you work on those showstopper activities, your glass balls, period. No interruptions. Then you have what's called your breakout blocks. That's when you can check your email, you can check your schedule, your calendar, you can kind of do some of those other important activities that's important to your day. But if you don't get to it right then, it's not a showstopper, okay? And then you have your buffer time where you're just doing whatever it is you'd like to do, i.e. Netflix. Okay, all right. So just think about that, some time blocking. I find it to be very helpful. I will be transparent and tell you the hardest part about time blocking. One, you have to be very intentional if you're going to use these strategies to really help you real time. The hardest part is actually sitting down to do it. I'll pick a Sunday and I'll give myself about an hour and I'll just map out my week. And it may not be 100%, but I have my big rocks outlined where at a minimum, I know what my strategic blocks of time are so that I'm able to focus on each day and what those main priorities are. And then for me also, I have to constantly reassess because sometimes what was a priority in the morning, it may shift depending on what's happening with the day. So give yourself grace, be kind to yourself, and allow yourself to have some flexibility so that you're not feeling so confined and in a box. Because when you do that, that's when the overwhelm creep happens. I hope this is making sense. The third thing that I like to share, that most times as women, we do a poor job, if I could be very direct about that, poor job of self-preservation, self-maintenance. It's like a car. If you don't take care of the car, if you don't take care of the oil change every 3,000 to 5,000 miles, depending on what kind of car you have, if you don't make sure that the tires are balanced and rotated, the tires are going to wear unevenly faster than they should. The oil, if you don't change it, you're going to lock your engine. So I want you to think of yourselves as a car. You're a car. You have to maintain yourself. That means go to the doctor. It means making sure that you're getting adequate sleep, that you're eating well, that you're releasing endorphins by exercising, taking time to meditate and getting your Zen space. Listen, a big part of that, setting boundaries. If you all have a hard time setting boundaries, put it in the chat. Let me see so I can talk to you. Setting boundaries. That can be setting boundaries even with your family that live in the house with you. Setting boundaries with your friends. Hey, friend, I can't do that this weekend, but maybe next weekend because I really have to focus over here. Because the thing is, you have to stay focused on your goal and make sure that whatever it is that you're doing moves your needle closer to the goal, okay? Boundaries with your family. I tell my children, listen, when mommy comes in, I need 5 minutes. I need 5 minutes to decompress so I can fully receive all of the amazing stories that you have to tell me. And I say it in such a way where I'm so excited about saying it that they say, oh, wow, okay, we just need to give mom 5 minutes and then we can come back. And it works. It works. And sometimes too, I'll use this as an example because I have every age range. My kids range from 27 to 3, and I have all of the ages in between. Majority of them are 2 years apart. I have grown children. What am I saying? They still come back. They still need. I'll give you an example. My daughter who's off in college, she was going through some application process and I mean it was grueling. It had my neurons stretched to the max. So I helped her through that process and then I said to her, Tony, honey, listen, mommy has to divert her energy back to your siblings that are in the house with me and I need you to self-manage for about a week. I will be off the grid. And she says, okay, Mom. Now, even if she felt some kind of way, I would say, it's okay, it's all right. She's 21. So that's what I mean about setting boundaries and don't feel bad about doing that. It's so important to your diva treatment, my friends. It really is. And then lastly, what I'd like to say is lose the mommy guilt. Get rid of the mommy guilt. Don't feel like, oh my gosh, I didn't get to spend all the time I wanted to with Johnny. Well, you have to manage. Hey, Johnny, mommy is working on this project that's going to help me to get you to Disney World more often. You gotta be in tune with your kids, things that's going to make them tick, and just being able to manage your family in a way that that's going to appeal to their emotional psyche, right? And sometimes it's a game. I kind of gamify it a little bit, but it absolutely works. I didn't want to be before you all long. I just wanted to leave you with those 3 things: managing yourself. Okay, so having self-awareness, having great prioritization of your life with that time blocking and those quadrants, and making sure that you are doing excellent self-care, self-management, self-preservation. That is going to extend and add years to you. It's going to help you to be a better mom, a better mompreneur, a better wife, girlfriend, whatever capacity that you're in, you are going to be better at that. Okay, now that's all I have. I don't know if there's any questions in the room, but if you'd like to go deeper with me, I will put my link in the chat, www.girlorganizedthatlife.com, where we'll even dig deeper and find out what your behavior superpower is. What your behavior superpower is, so that you can understand how you show up and why you show up. Again, let's decrease your stress, let's optimize your success, and not lose yourselves in the process, so that you can have a more fulfilling life. That's all I have for you. Thank you so much for having me.
Got it. Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions for Leslie? All right, then. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop in the questions in the chat box. We can continue now. All right. Achut, please introduce our next speaker.
I would like to call upon Shamonia, the founder and CEO of Shakaria Rainy Jewelry Collection and the Success Strategist Institute. Shamonia is an international motivational speaker, best-selling author, master personal development and financial coach for women and men. Shamonia is committed to empowering and equipping women with tools they need to create a successful lifestyle they desire holistically. Thank you for being part of this All Women Forum. This is all yours. You can continue from here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so very much. Listen, I want to tell you, I am super excited about being a part and just listening to you ladies. You are phenomenal. And I guess we were all chosen because guess what? We all think alike, which was so amazing. So I heard a little bit of myself in the presentations that I heard. So thank you all so very much. So I want to go ahead and get started. So my presentation today, I will be sharing a little bit about my testimony, and it is talking a little bit about how you balance. And so I wrote this book, and we're going to go through how to be social, save, and successful. So for the group, I took out the word save, right? And so how do you balance being your social butterfly self, connecting with your faith, and being successful, being professional, all at one time when one of those areas of your life shift? So I wanted to share that. And if I could just read this little piece that I wrote. Many people are unable to balance their faith while building their business, social, and faith-based community relationships. Most times, once they shift their priorities, some connections become difficult to manage or maintain. In this social media world, balancing all aspects of life can be challenging. How can you build your faith, keep your business growing, and your social contacts intact without compromise? So compromise has been a big word that we've been hearing out there in the community lately, right? How many people find themselves vacillating between their faith-based lifestyle, their social lifestyle, and their professional lifestyle, and being able to diversify? Every area occupies a significant place in our lives. Let's explore the 3 areas through, and I am going to give you 8 strategies, and in the midst of that, share my testimony as we go through. All right, y'all. So I began my journey and my story talking about how I, when I was in college, I pledged in this sorority, and I pledged in this sorority. Years later, it's 30 years later, it's time for us to celebrate our 30-year reunion. And as the other young lady said, like, so how old are you? Well, I am 53 years old. I just turned 53 this month. So I am super excited about, restoration, right? So 30 years, and it's time to celebrate your 30-year reunion. And then things shift. I knew that God had called me into ministry. And so I'm this social butterfly. I'm the vice president at the bank. I'm working in my community. And all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, did I forget to say, and I like to party? So how do you say, hey, Shimona, how are you going to answer the call to ministry, but you're still going to be able to be this fun person? You're still going to be able to, are you going to be able to still go out? Are you still going to dance? Are you still going to do like all those things that you used to do? Like, are you going to go and look at the guys and, all those things, right? So I was like, okay, God, now which one do I choose? How do you move forward in something that you have to do when, as you mature, your priorities begin to shift? And so I found myself when I became a minister, God began to speak to me, right? And he told me that the sorority was not of him, like, that it did not align with my beliefs. And I was like, okay, now how could that be? Now we do sisterhood, we do things that we associate with organizations. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to put that on a tick mark over the side, because I can't tell these people. I pledged with 47 women. How can I go back and tell them that I'm leaving them and that I am going to commit to what God said, right? So lo and behold, I said, okay, God, you got to give me a little time on that, because I got to figure this out. Well, lo and behold, y'all, I did denounce my sorority and followed my ministry full forth. And guess what? My life did drastically change. Like, I dealt with rejection. I dealt with, just some very hurtful things. And it's like, okay, well, I'm still Shimona. I'm still the vice president of the bank. I'm still, this popular person. How can you just take one thing of my life decision and treat me a different way? So I had to learn and accept the fact, guess what, Shimona, you did not love you, or you did not put yourself first as you thought you did. You were living for other people and other people's opinion. And so that's how I came to writing this particular book. So how do you set boundaries, but still be able to balance and still, healthy boundaries for you and healthy boundaries for the people that are around you? I have no desire to change anyone, but what I do is I respect every person where they are. So, and with doing that, that leaves them at a place where they can respect where I am. So no judgment zone, right? So that's how we're able to balance and to be able to, you know, work with different groups and to be able to work with diversity and different things like that. So I'm going to share with you some strategies that I put together when I decided to do this. So I came up with 8 strategies, and I heard a couple of them from the young ladies that went before me. Okay. And the word, you can write this word down, is strategy. So it was 8 steps. So the first thing I did was I learned to set boundaries. So you guys heard me say that. I was able to set boundaries. I was able to articulate, you know, where I was in my life. I respect where everyone else was. And I did not place limits on the people that were around me. You know, if you do something that I don't do, it's okay. That's your thing. But, you know, this is how I am going to be in that setting. So the boundaries that I set were healthy boundaries for what? For me. Number 2, transform my mind. Transform your mind. You transform your mind. You have to begin to shift your thought process, right? So before, I remember I told you, I was in a place of people pleasing. Always wanted to be accepted. Like, what were those things that I compromised on that allowed people to put expectations on me? So I shift and I transform my mind. The third thing I put was learning to reach out in love. And so reaching out in love, and I put my little fold here because I want to share what that was like. Reaching out in love. Reach out in love. So reaching out in love for business, reaching out in love for friendships and for relationships, even with family and even when we're connecting. So I learned how to stop giving people my energy. Reaching out in love is going out, interacting, but guess what? If there's something that I don't like, or if something that someone says to me, I learn how to not give them energy, not to give that thing energy. And that's how we take our power back. So did you know that when someone upsets you and you scream and you shout and you might put on this angry face? Yes, we should express ourselves, but the question is, when should we express ourselves? Guess what? It's okay. We can go back and express ourselves in a place when we're alone, but we never react and give people power. So that's what I say when I say reach in love, okay? Learning to, number 4, 8, accept yourself first. Accept yourself first. You know how they say, what's in it for me? So what you're going to start saying is, how does that thing, or that decision, or that question, how does it benefit me? And by me participating or by me responding, what can I give out? Because we don't always want to receive, right? We want to be givers also. So learning to accept myself first, accepting myself first, and learning how does every action affect me. So me first mindset. Learning to tolerate others in love. Learning to tolerate others in love. So I've been married before. And so, there's sometimes those mother-in-laws and father-in-laws or whatever relationships, sisters, brothers, whatever have you. And sometimes there's not always a cohesive relationship. And so in saying that,
How do we learn how to tolerate and work with others in love? So what is that common thing that we have that we can come together and utilize that as a point of positive energy versus, being so upset, I don't like, because when I walk into the room, they're always talking about how I have my hair, or what she wears, or she doesn't do this. So not to focus on the negative, but what is that common thing that can draw us together positively? And even in saying that, sometimes when tolerating others in love, guess what? Maybe we have to lead. We have to lead by giving that first compliment. I haven't seen you in a long time. I love the way you dress. I love that dress. I love your makeup. Whatever it is, break the ice, break out the monopoly, and learn to continue to tolerate and remember to lead in love. And E. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, E. Excellence. Excellence in everything that you do. So I am the founder and CEO of the Success Strategist Institute, in which we certify life coaches. We offer coaching. We talk about destiny, purpose, and all these different things. And one thing that I tell, and the motto of the company is, you define success on your own terms. And I don't know if many of you are like me. I have always been trying to be an overachiever, or always trying to be the best, because I was always criticized. I was always rejected. I always use this example. People think, or, sometimes women are like, she's so pretty, or I wish I was pretty, but along with pretty and best dressed and all these titles and accolades come a lot of pain, because we deal with rejection, we deal with hurt, we deal with envy, we deal with jealousy, like all those things being projected. And so I'm speaking for myself, and I know a lot of people are like this. So we try to overcompensate in other areas of our life. So we're like, okay, I got to be the best salesman. I got to be the best branch manager. I got to be the best at everything that I do. Oh, you know what? I got to be the leader. I got to be this. I got to be that. And so those are pressure points, because, again, it was a place of wanting to be accepted, or allowing somebody else to define success for us. And so my motto has been learning to define success at your own terms. So here's a quick story. Went to college, got a college degree, worked in banking, vice president of the bank. God tells me, just like he told, I'm going to call her Miss T, to pick up and relocate. I pick up and relocate. I ended up applying for a banking job in another department, mortgages, in which it was compensation based only. So I went from a 6-figure income with the title of ODP, going into another department, making $15 an hour until I get this commission check, right? And lo and behold, I get there, and guess what? I've been a branch manager over 22 years. I go into the mortgage side and can't make these mortgage sales, right? I get fired. I'm usually the boss that's writing up everybody else. And all of a sudden, I find myself, I'm like, I've never been written up in my life. 1 year later, I don't have a job. I'm in a whole new state. I'm in Texas. I moved from Florida to Texas, in this apartment, and I have bills. Well, one thing I can say I was grateful for is I sold my house in Florida and I paid off my bills. So my bills were very minimal. As you can see, if I could live off $15 an hour, right? So, so I'm telling you this. So on the next day, after I lost my job, I didn't have a job, and I was so at peace. I was so at peace, y'all. I didn't know where the next
check was going to come from or anything, but I was so at peace because I had alleviated all the stress, all the demands of trying to do this, trying to do that. And I remember I said, I'm not even going to get in my car. I am going to walk to, and there was a Chick-fil-A that was on the corner of the street. I'm going to walk to Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A was my first job at the age of 15. I walked in Chick-fil-A. I was so emotional because I stood in front of the menu board and I looked up at the menu and I'm like, oh my God, there's a menu board up here and I can see everything. Like, okay, they have chicken sandwich. Well, guess what, y'all? I've been seeing the chicken sandwich, chicken biscuit and all that, all these different times, but other times I'm just rushing in there, I need a coffee, I need a sausage biscuit, I need, you just on the run, but you never take the time to really look and observe. So now I can see things from a different lens and I can realize and see what was important to me. And at that point, I learned, I'm like, now I can really see. It's like the clouds are really blue. The trees are green, the leaves are green. So I tell people, don't get caught up in the title. Don't get caught up in all these things, because when you begin to shift and you begin to see what's important to you, then your whole mindset and everything shift. You walk in a place of gratitude, and just as Miss T said, I think it's Tanisha said, talking about manifestation. So I was like, okay, God, I'm gonna refocus. I'm gonna spend time with you. Now, I know this is not really a platform to really, talk about faith and religion and things like that. But if I could share with you that there's a scripture that I live by, and it says, seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all things shall be added unto you. So you guys, I shift my focus. I learned how to shift my focus, shift my balancing. And guess what? In the place where I thought I was losing everything, I strolled through and I was like, okay, well, God, where I'm going to work at next? Y'all know what? I ended up signing up for Uber. I signed up for Uber. I know. And it was like, okay, she signed up for Uber and she's driving a Mercedes. Guess what? I'm not a person into name brand and all that stuff. But when I sold my house, I said there was one thing that I wanted that was on my wish list, and that was a Mercedes. So I bought this Mercedes. So I'm a banker. So I'm one of those people, I know about depreciation and assets. So I bought a used Mercedes. And so I bought this Mercedes cash, and I used my car to Uber. Y'all, I was making $4,000 to $6,000 a month without a title. All I had was Uber driver. So what am I telling you? You define success at your own terms. In that place in time, when I was Ubering, I made enough money to launch my jewelry company, Shakara Renee Jewelry Company, which is named after my daughter. My daughter is deceased. She was born with a heart condition called Marfan syndrome. And so at 16 months, she passed away. But look how one thing, all the success that I, living for all this material things and titles and things. And then one thing happens to show me that, guess what? You get to define what success looks like to you. So don't allow anyone else to define your word of success, okay? And give yourself permission to fail. I share with you guys how I lost my job. Most people don't want to say they lost their job. Most people don't want to say that they were Ubering. You had a 6-figure job, you were a VP, and you mean to tell me you were Ubering? Can you not tell people that? No, that's a part of my story, because I want someone else to see that you can come all the way from the top and hit the bottom and your whole life change. So I am excited. Look at the businesses I birthed. I birthed a jewelry company that's an affiliate program that allow women, men to sign up and get jewelry, merchandise, lingerie, and they can sell it and they can make money. And the Success Strategist Institute to help people to transform their lives. So hello. If I was still working on my job and working for the success that people have defined for me, I probably wouldn't have never pivot and took the turn that I needed to take. And then for my why, my last one is learning to yield to the spirit that's inside of you. So whatever your faith is, whatever your belief system is, whatever your core values are, learn to let those be your guiding, I'm going to use the word forces, your guiding force to the things that you choose to do, and let everything else build around it. What questions do you all have for me?
Shamonia, it was indeed pleasure to have you here, and your presentation was awesome. Your presentation on how to be successful, a balanced and healthy social, faith-based and professional lifestyle. It was indeed amazing. It was great indeed. If we see some questions pop up here in the chat box, would be delightful for sure for that.
Okay.
Any questions for her? People can respond using this chat conversations.
Thank you. And I hope that in this group, we're actually all able to connect. You all seem like some amazing, fabulous women on here. And I want to tell, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Davika. And also, can you tell me how to pronounce your name?
We think it's our pleasure,
all of you, listen, all of you at Star Conference. But I had two people that I was working with, and you guys were amazing. This conference was amazing, and I never could even visualize how you could put this together, but I am literally blown away. I wish I could have met you all in person, but this is just the same. And I hope that we can connect and build some phenomenal relationships out of this.
Sure. Thank you so much for those kind words. And yes, it is a pleasure to have you in our conference. So I don't think we have any questions. If anybody has any questions, drop in our chat box. And next up, we have an audio video presentation by Jill McCarthy.
Her topic is Reclaiming My Voice, the Mind body weight. So welcome, Jill. Thank you. So let's talk a little bit about your journey into this topic, and how did this all start? What's your why, and why are you an expert in this particular area?
Okay, my talk today is actually my why kind of stretched out, but the short version is it's taken an awful lot for me to get my voice going, and I've spent an awful lot of work getting my own voice going. And if I can do something to help somebody else get to that same path a little easier, a little quicker, then that's what I want to do.
That's awesome. And definitely feel your passion about this. So let's talk about, I should say, let's take us through maybe some of your 3 key steps on how you help others to reclaim their voices.
Okay, well, I'm going to start my story out when I was in kindergarten. And the last day of kindergarten, I came home from school with my report card, ran into my bedroom. I can't read, but I can sound out letters. And I sounded out the word shy. Well, is there anybody in the audience that can relate to that? Would you put a 1 in the chat if you were ever labeled shy or felt shy along the way? Well, I've been that way for a long time, but you know what I want to tell you is some of us were mislabeled. Some of us really weren't what shy means. Shy means that you're afraid, and it makes sense that a little kid might be afraid of grown-ups coming in or new events. Even grown-ups get scared of new events. But some of us are just the quiet, introverted person that takes in tons and tons of detail. It isn't that we don't have anything to say or can't say it. We just want to look at the situation clearly before we start talking. And that gives us a lot of our information that we have to share with others. And I started out with that being labeled shy in kindergarten. Now I spent 4 years of elementary school in the shell. That's not a very happy place, or it isn't great for making friends if you're kind of in your own little world. And eventually I got enough gumption to come out of my shell. That took a huge amount of effort. And once I got out of it, then you got to reconnect for the rest of the people in the world. It's gone on, and that makes you feel like more of a loner and more of an outcast. And are there any of you in the audience that have a side that you really were just that observant kid that wanted to take the whole scene in? Well, I really do. And then I went off to college. I went to a small college, and we had a suite situation. And I can remember one night all the girls in the suite were in a circle, and they were having some sort of a deep discussion. And I was listening to this one, and I listened to that one, and I listened to the other one. And we were kind of getting tired of sitting still, and the conversation was slowing down. And then I said one sentence that tied up what everyone in the group said, and I put it all together, gave it as a conclusion, and even said it in a little bit of humor. And it was a sentence that lasted. It was, you ever heard the old commercial when E.F. Hutton talks, everybody listens? So some of us that have been labeled shy really weren't. We have really good things to say, and we probably have gained some wisdom in our quiet time just observing things. Well, life went on, and I got a job as a teacher, and as life gets on in your trials and tribulations, let's say, become more adult-like, what I found that the first Friday of school, I had laryngitis. Just from talking. In our school, we started Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. By Friday night, I couldn't talk. And what I found out is teaching is a job that you use your voice a lot in. And what I found in my quiet way, not wanting to ruffle bloody feathers, I was starting to put that emotion, tension into my body, especially into my nervous system, into my muscles. And I would go on throughout the year, and I got so I would stick a red Hall's cough drop right up in the back teeth of my mouth, because my mouth just got dry. I'm sure some of the people in the audience today, if you were on stage, you needed a lot of water, because your mouth gets dry when you get a little bit nervous. I had to do that so much through my career that I literally lost my back top teeth where I used to put that cough drop to help keep my throat moisturized. As I kept on going through life, I would not only with the nerves, but also when I got angry, and I didn't share it, stuff that in another body part, and stuffed so much into my body that it came up with a huge list of things that seemed like they were wrong. My husband says, I think it's time to go to the doctor and find out. Make sure you write it all down. So good doctors, as they always are, they check to make sure there's nothing physiologically wrong with you. Then when they run out of all of those, it's time to go see the therapist. And I went through a slew of them, and eventually I ended up with one therapist who was an EMDR trauma specialist. And one of the first things she told me is that I was dissociating, that I had stuffed so much trauma, so much pain, so much to my body that it was getting numb. It wasn't responding the way that it needed to. And sometimes when we hear that word trauma, we think about it as a huge car accident or being abused or being this or being that. Guess what? There can be something called developmental trauma. And that emotional part of me didn't grow at the same speed as most people's do. And I keep training into that later on, and I found out that in teaching, we talk about different learning styles, and mine is kinesthetic, which means touch. And I ended up using that in this process of what I did to help me get through this. And my therapist sent me to somebody that was called a network chiropractor. And what he did is he specializes in the nervous system and neurology, and along with his chiropractic training. And he would like reconnect the nerves so that they would talk to the right places again. Now I am talking, my body was out of whack. And one of the places that it happened most was in my throat. It also did in my arm, but I kept putting so much inside of me instead of getting it out. I literally made a hole in my chest and ended up with something called a desmoid tumor there, which it ate through my sternum, 3 muscles, and 2 ribs. So you can see that the surgery from that was massive to correct what you wouldn't think about it. How could you eat a hole in your chest? But you're so intense and you're holding so much in for so long, ruminating on it, so it happens even greater. It makes it puts your body out of commission. So I worked as a pair with the chiropractor and the therapist for a long time. And what I found is I put the appointments back to back. I put the therapist first. We go talk about something and locate where I stuff that pain in my body. That's what EMDR does. And then I go to the chiropractor and I said, this is where it hurts now, so let's loosen that pain. So I never even heard of the question. And so what happened is they helped me. I was so dissociated. I didn't know. I couldn't. It took time and practice to find where I was putting the pain. And I'd never heard of mindfulness. And my therapist kind of gave me some clues on that. And what happened is she had, between the two of them, they helped me to, instead of looking at everything out in the world and getting overwhelmed by it, they taught me how to look inside of me and find where a pain was, where a feeling was. And, I started out with my therapist working, we started down in the solar plex, and then we worked up to the heart space, and then slowly we worked on the throat area. And it was a long process, but I'm going to speed up here a little bit more. Here I had the teacher throat. My sense you had it all during your. So one day I saw this ad scrolling along Facebook, and there was a vocal coach there, and she was giving a free evaluation. So I contacted her, and she set it up, and she gave me an exercise with your tongue and your teeth and your vocal cords. Mine were not working in the right order, and she had a little exercise that would help you get back in the right order again. So you've got all these things kind of working against you, and all you wanted to do is just be able to talk and to share what you had to share. And I worked with her for 2 years. To read and listen to all these webinars, and I just combined all the information I got from them. That's what I kind of call them my healing team. Early on, I used a pastor, I used a therapist, I used a chiropractor, I used a vocal coach. Now I'm adding a physical therapist to the mix. And through it all, my therapist said it the other day, is that I just kept pursuing on. When I was a little kid and didn't know what to do, I went in the shelf so somebody could help me figure it out. And then I'd go a little further, and then I'd find this person along my way. And I'd keep reading and I'd keep learning. Sometimes when little kids figure things out, they kind of go about it in a cockeyed way. It isn't always the right way, but you keep trying. And that's what my therapist says is, I just keep trying, and I keep trying. I don't give up. And it isn't easy. It isn't quick. But I just keep going. But I guess what I wanted to say in the story is not only did I keep going, but I started by doing a piano solo at church, and I had to take the chance of getting my wings and stepping out there. And then I had to take a chance of getting in front of a small group of women. And then I started doing women's retreats. I remember one time when I did my first retreat, I went to the pastor to pitch it, and along with a friend, and they said, you know, they heard all about what I wanted to do in the retreat, and they said, just one thing, who's the speaker going to be? And I says, it's going to be me. And they said, okay. And then later on, I had flyers, and I was passing them out to a colleague, and I says, you know, here's a retreat going on. She says, that looks interesting. But she just scratched her head. You're gonna. But once she got there, not only was she convinced, she ended up coming to a couple of my retreats. She started doing retreats herself, and you know, the ball kept rolling because took that chance and you went out there, and whether anybody else believed in you or not, you kept doing it. Now I've done 12 retreats, and that Facebook, the local coach, she convinced me to get a Facebook group going. She helped convince me to take that first chance to do a Facebook Live. Then I've done 88 of those. And then from there, I've gone on to started a podcast. I've been doing that for a year and a half. In the last 6 months, I've been spending time here on summits. Look at this. This shy little kindergarten girl is on international. And, you know, my first therapist had this picture on their wall of the herring and the frog. The herring is trying to swallow the frog. The frog is grabbing around the herring's neck so it can't get down. And that's what I want to leave this story is. I want you to just never give up. Keep on keeping on. And my 2 words are persistence and perseverance.
Wow, those are powerful insights and an amazing transformation story on top of all that. Let's go ahead and see. We have some questions for you, Ms. Jill. So let's take a look here and take a pause and see if we can go over some of these questions. So give me one moment as I'm bringing them up. Somebody's asking, what did you do to clear out old energy? Or, yeah.
That's a very good question. I had a point in time in my career that I was really having a difficult time with the students in school. And it was getting to. And what I did is my co-principal came in to talk to me. They were actually one of my former students, and they had been going to a massage therapist, and the massage therapist also happened to be an energy practitioner. One thing in my case, I really cut. So I took the chance and went to that person. I had my first energy treatment. My husband knew I went for a massage, but I never mentioned the energy treatment. But that night I sat next to him on the couch, and he could just feel the difference in the energy radiating off of me. So what I did my last year of teaching, that was near the end of my career when that happened. My last year of teaching, I got paid every 2 weeks, and I took from each paycheck every 2 weeks, the rest of the year, I went and got a massage. And I really, you hear about people saying we're not in our bodies. Well, I really had to work to get back into my body and to wake it up. And I learned a lot. So you could say that person was also part of my healer team. So,
wow. Yeah. So that's another recommendation. Get a massage.
Very definitely. And the thing is if something is missing from your youth, the most likely thing is you didn't get enough touch when you were real little. And that's not to beat up any old parents or anything. Just you think about it. My parents were from the the World War II, The Greatest Generation, and they were so much about practicality that to take the extra time for touch, they just didn't have it. The families were bigger, there's only so much to go around. And so if you're missing something, that is one of the first places I, as a teacher, would recommend checking.
That's some great advice. Great advice. And speaking of a little TLC, let's talk about your free gift. Tell us about your free gift, Ms. Jones.
Sure. Along with that journey and getting my voice back, I had if anybody has TMJ, temporal mandibular joint issues, the pressure is so huge in there, and it can bring you to tears sometimes. And I learned by learning to focus in on my body and where the pain was and how to release it. I did a video of an isometric I taught myself, and it helped me to release the pain here, up the temple, down here, all across my face. And this is a live example of me teaching you how to do that exercise.
Awesome. That's some great insights. We thank you for sharing your story of transformation. And the final touches are, what were the 2 P's? The
persistence and perseverance.
There you go. As your final 2 words to carry us off as we wind down this session with you. It's been a great pleasure interviewing you, Miss Jill. Again, thank you for your wisdom, insights, and sharing your story with us. So check out the free gift, and you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for joining us for another amazing session of the Voices of Women Summit, where our mission is to raise the voices of hundreds of women so their messages can be heard. For recordings of all sessions, plus an amazing VIP gift bundle, upgrade to
All right, thank you so much for staying connected. Next, we have another video by Vino Pillai. Let's sit back and watch that.
Sure.
As World Speech Day Women, we are pleased to join leadership experts, young researchers, and those who dedicate their work to women resilience and empowerment to share our contribution to international women's voices. We are here for one reason: change. The conference theme, resilience, reminds us of how change is created. It is never one-off. Change is always incremental, ongoing, hard-won. It requires resilience to keep going. So many of you here today are eminent scientists, and you will know that even the most profound scientific breakthroughs are the result of endless work of others who have gone before. All progress is standing on the shoulders of giants, so change requires constant effort. It is never singular. Change is a collective. We champion the great figureheads of our movement, like Elizabeth Cady Stanton and fellow pioneers who took 72 years to achieve organized women's rights in the US. We also champion outstanding contributions like those made by the 20,000 South African women who marched to the Union buildings in 1956 in protest against the racism, classism, and sexism imposed on South Africans by the colonial and apartheid government. But the real impact of these champions is not simply in the changes that they were able to effect, but in the inspiration they gave others to create collectives. That is how change happens, when people come together. We have seen the remarkable power of social media to bring people together and to highlight a cause, notably #activism, the far-reaching impact of campaigns, initiatives, and tools addressing discrimination and mobilizing action to hold governments and policymakers accountable while generating sufficient media attention to galvanize support from civil society. Thanks to the explosion of social media over the past 2 decades, huge strides have been made in advancing gender equality. Actions can yield results with a swiftness that would have been unimaginable only a few decades ago. Social media is supremely good at highlighting a cause, but despite its enormous power, it is only one mechanism and may not always be as effective in changing people's minds. I have, through WSD Women, direct experience of how the simple act of speech making can change people's opinions. Greta Thunberg, Malala Yousafzai, Michelle Obama all understand the power of the human voice to create change. For them and countless other women, including the women that participate in World Speech Day women's activities, speech making is just about the most powerful means of persuasion that they can use. World Speech Day was founded on the basis of one idea: speeches change your world. In just 5 years, World Speech Day has grown from the simple idea into a worldwide movement with events in some 100 countries. How did it grow so fast? We started at the ground and worked up. World Speech Day is not built by celebrity endorsements or global corporation support. It has grown through unexpected voices. We have reached out to people across society to make a speech because we believe that everyone has ideas worth sharing. More importantly, the ideas that will shape tomorrow will come not from elites, but from unexpected voices in unexpected places. And it is this which I think may be worth sharing with you today. As Simon Gibson, the founder of World Speech Day, says, just as change is incremental, built from resilience, so too, real change comes from the ground up. Changes in society happen at a profound level when people at every level think differently, behave differently, and hope differently. World Speech Day Women came into being when the World Speech Day Generation Equality podcast series was launched on International Women's Day 2020. The partnerships and the collaborations that followed so only served to strengthen World Speech Day women's efforts. As such, we were thrilled at the opportunity to become a Generation Equality Action Coalition commitment maker in 2021, promoting advocacy under the theme of feminist movements and leadership, as it allows World Speech Day women through the far-reaching network of the World Speech Day community to amplify the work being done by many other individuals and organizations doing incredible work in this field. We join more than 1,000 other organizations throughout the world committed to taking action towards achieving gender equality and women's rights. We do so by continuing to invest in media produced by men and women for the purpose of advancing women and girls through our podcasts, our social impact videos, campaigns, and events, often in commemoration of or in tandem with the United Nations International Observance Days. We support organizations that are pushing forward for social justice so that they can get increased funding, increased protection, and expansion of civic spaces to eliminate barriers to feminist action, organization, and mobilization. That there will be increased participation and leadership and decision-making roles of girls and women and feminist leaders with the necessary resources to do so. By advocating for feminist-led organizations, we hope to contribute in some small but meaningful way to support these drivers of change so that the generation equality targets are met by 2026. At World Speech Day Women, we believe that public speaking is a powerful way to reach out, to involve, and give people a voice, quite literally. And by giving women a voice, by showing women across all sectors of society that they have a voice, they also feel they matter, and they also believe that they can affect change. And once this idea of power is alight in the hearts of women, it will deliver the changes we all so passionately seek. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for staying connected. With this, we come to an end of our conference. I want to express my sincere gratitude to everyone.
We might be waiting for one more speaker confirmation. Would appreciate the 2 minutes more.
Okay, then. Thank you so much for staying connected. Sorry about that. So this session comes to an end now, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to every one of our illustrious speakers for attending today's conference and contributing to its success. Over to Achu.
The most common way people give up their power is the way they think they don't have any. Quote and unquote. Dear distinguished speakers of Star Icon Conferences, World Women Forum Paris, and virtual event on March 8th and 9th, and distinguished delegates and guests. As we come to an end of this World Women Forum conference, in fact, it is not an end, but only a small pause. We would love to take a moment to reflect on incredible journey that we have been together. Star Icon Conference, take this opportunity, to congratulate all truly inspiring women leaders across the world, across the globe, who have shared their stories, their wisdom, their insight, challenges, and opportunities faced by women today. Throughout this process, Star Icon Conference had the opportunity to connect with one another, to share your own experience, and to build new networks, partnerships that will support us in our ongoing World Women Forum for the Paris, that is March 8th and 9th, 2023. As we bring this event in a closing remarks, Star Icon Conference express its gratitude to all of you who have contributed to its success. Star Icon Conference thank our speakers for their time, energy, commitment, and for their sharing their knowledge and expertise with us. Star Icon Conference also take in a small initiate and appreciate the work that they put in and the process they undergo by the back-end team and the team leads, and also our distinguished Star Icon Conferences take this opportunity to appreciate all the speakers and also work put in and the work under process by the back-end team and our team leads and also our moderators, our hosts and co-hosts from the morning. And I take this great opportunity and I wish all the very best for the future endeavors. Thanks from Star Icon Conferences. Then we wish you very good luck in the future events. Thank you, and we would love to work with you together and coming up for it. Thank you.
Thank you.